Picture a stormy night, rain hammering down over some blacked-out forest. This is not shaping up to be a happy chapter. A hand drops into view in the downpour, and you already know somebody is having a very bad night. Some ghostly voice purrs, "Twist your fate if you wish to kill," while a dark-haired man cradles a long, white-haired figure in the rain. Romance this is not. Blood's already on his lips as that whispering voice finishes its pitch. Somebody's about to get got. He lets out one long, exhausted breath. Whatever just happened, it is over. The other one, silver hair plastered to her face, just stares back in total shock. That is not the face of someone who wanted this. A blade grips tight, then the shot pulls back on two soaked figures collapsed together in the storm. A bloody hand reaches out, trying to finish a sentence that never comes. He's fading fast, chest heaving, blood dripping from his mouth. This is a man on his way out. His last bit of poetry, beautiful precisely because I cannot possess you. Even bleeding out, the guy's got flair. Her face is spattered with blood, that stunned look never leaving her eyes. She straightens up, sword sheathed, and just stands there in the downpour. Whatever this was, it's finished. His parting words, "You damned bitch," charming to the very end. And then, out of nowhere, a system message flashes up, nullification of engagement. Conditions, murder Deculine. This whole death scene was a checkbox on a quest log. Phew, I'm glad, someone sighs with relief, which, given everything you just watched, is a wild thing to say out loud. Record scratch, turns out that gut-wrenching death scene was just a video game. A guy at a desk sighs with relief, finally, it's not crashing. He's staring at a character screen, muttering about how much work went into just one NPC. He finally squashed the bug in that nullification of engagement death route. His badge marks him as a character model designer at a studio called REW. Name's Kim Woojin. A coworker calls it a night, but Woojin's clearly not done yet. He yawns, big, empty energy drinks piling up on his desk like broken promises. Woojin, game developer, professional sleep avoider. His studio, REW, blew up in a country supposedly hopeless at making console games. Go figure. REW's testing its biggest game yet, and Woojin is smack in the middle of the crunch on it. A coworker mutters the quiet part out loud. If this game flops, they are all cooked. The whole pitch is that the story and difficulty bend around whatever choices the player makes. The game's AI-driven named characters have already got the internet buzzing. Players can dive into all sorts of little fantasy vignettes scattered through this world. Knight, mage, explorer, demon, demon hunter, noble, king. The class list alone reads like a buffet. Every role feels distinct, which apparently took an unreasonable amount of overtime to pull off. Players get total freedom to be whoever they want inside this world. If it lands, the studio's about to be swimming in cash. But if it bombs, the whole studio goes down with it. No pressure. Woojin heads back to double-check his character settings. This is the guy at the center of it all. Deculine von Grahan-Eucline, head professor and the star of the death route. Woojin just finally debugged. His route even gets its own dramatic title card. Someone in art really committed to the Skulls and Roses look. In-game, he's an intermediate boss and a certified named villain. Fancy title, worse personality probably. This one character has so many possible routes that the bug list was basically endless. But tonight, for the first time, Woojin finally managed to kill him off without the game breaking. Turns out, in this ending, Deculine dies from a stab wound courtesy of his own fiancée. Checks out with what you just watched. Woojin practically faceplants onto his desk. The overtime is really starting to show. Someone chimes in that honestly, dying like that tracks given everything the guys schemed. Then a voice calls his name. A coworker leans in, casually asking how the testing's coming along. Meet Yu Ara, the development team leader Woojin actually reports to. And small detail, she's also his ex-girlfriend. Cool, 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 cool. They dated for 7 years. That's not a fling, that's a whole chapter of a life. Genuinely happy times by the looks of these old photos. But their personalities pulled in opposite directions from the jump. She's a certified workaholic, ambition radiating off her even off the clock. Say what you want, she genuinely made him better at his job. Didn't stop the two of them from splitting up eventually though. Despite all her effort trying to drag him up to her level, now she's just checking in on his bug-riddled game. She teases him about how it's going with his new man. Woojin nearly chokes. Office gossip travels at the speed of light apparently, he plays it cool anyway. Internally though, yeah, it stings a little hearing it from her specifically. She fires off a jab about him marrying his own character. He tells her to quit being petty and get back to the bugs. The story team changed something again, which means more rewrites, every single time. Ara squints at Deculine's model, entirely unconvinced he's tough enough to be a boss at all. Woojin insists that's the charm of it. Deculine only gets scarier the further the story goes. A flash of danger imagery and an old photo of a much younger, dorkier Woojin in glasses and a Letterman jacket. The difficulty depends entirely on player choices, apparently. Oh, and by the way, Deculine's whole design is literally modeled after Woojin himself. Ara points out the obvious, they look alike. Woojin insists he's only met the artist twice, like that explains anything. She admits that's exactly why she murders the guy the moment she meets him in-game. Apparently their personalities line up too. Case in point, Deculine's actual dying line was "you damned bitch." Woojin protests the comparison, then quickly changes the subject to how the playtest is going. Ara admits the game's genuinely fun, she just hates that the whole studio's future is riding on it. Woojin reassures her it's going to land big, the trailer already crushed it. She hums back only half convinced. Then she spots something outside, someone's waiting for her. It's her new boyfriend sitting by the car this late at night. Someone teases her to quit stalling and go. Woojin quietly tells himself to just let her go be happy. She agrees just as quietly. She waves goodbye with a genuine good luck, Woojin on her way out. He watches her go and just murmurs goodbye. The moon hangs alone over the city. It is officially very late. The office clock keeps ticking past hours nobody should still be awake for. But Woojin's not going home. One more test run on Deculine, he tells himself. Somewhere in that dark render, a blade waits. He stares at the finished model and winces. Man, the artist is harsh. Hard to believe this brooding disaster is supposed to be him. As a kid, Deculine was hailed as a magical genius and put way up on a pedestal. Turns out his actual talent was pretty average. Arrogance and a noble bloodline picked up the slack. End result, the worst personality in the entire game. Elitism, obsessive habits, cutthroat competitiveness, the whole miserable package. Woojin looks at his own creation and has to wonder if this guy even counts as human. By design, he's only supposed to grow stronger as the story rolls forward. Problem is, the story's already surrounded him with enemies. Practically everyone in his world hates his guts. Woojin wonders if he should sneak in one more trait, nothing too flashy. Since the guy's literally modeled after himself, he figures why not indulge a little. He tacks on a comprehension skill, joking Deculine will at least end up with more empathy than he has. Then why not he throws in wealthy and Midas touch too. One more for good measure. At this point he's just cherry-picking his own favorite perks. By the end, he's stacked nearly every good skill in the game onto one character and immediately feels a little embarrassed about it. Better undo all that before it breaks something, he decides. Right as he's about to finally clock out, a notification pings and startles him half out of his chair. Geez, that scared me, he mutters, squinting at who'd be messaging him this late. It's the studio's story writer, apparently also burning the midnight oil. The writer, going by developer Rain, asks if he wants to change anything about the character model right now. Confused, Woojin asks what they even mean by that. Rain just cackles back, forget the model, go look out the window. Woojin blinks the window. He can't imagine what could possibly be out there. Then he actually looks, and there's a churning lightning vortex tearing open the night sky. Yeah, fair reaction. His face goes completely blank with disbelief. Just what in the world is that thing? The sky itself looks like it's splitting open. Everything dissolves into blinding white light. Then the light curdles into streaks of violent violet black. Smoke and static swallow the frame whole. What the heck is this? Great question, Woojin, nobody's answering. Everything's bleeding into red and black, shapeless and violent. A shape plummets through the chaos, where he manages to get out. A skull flares up out of the red haze, like the universe is putting up a warning sign. Feet touch down on solid ground somewhere. Am I? The question trails off unfinished. He hits the ground hard with a pained gasp. A voice, ancient and heavy, murmurs a warning, so child, do not forget. Be wary of him always, Dekilin is no tame man. A hillside of bodies stretches out below. He may be hesitant now, the voice goes on. But he can do something at any moment. A ring of dark relics flares to life around him. A shadowy figure strides forward through the carnage. He's just downplaying his own talents right now, someone warns, a scarred, furious face cutting into frame. He is a vile villain, the voice states flat and final. Somewhere in the smoke, a voice just keeps repeating, get up, get up. Then it's a full-on shout, get up right now, Dekilin. His eyes snap open to someone screeching, how long are you gonna sleep? A furious, bespectacled woman looms over him, while a terrified maid begs her to calm down. He lets out a groggy breath, completely disoriented. And then it clicks, it's been a few days since he woke up possessing this body. Even knowing that, it still feels like some fever dream he hasn't shaken off. The woman's not letting up, demanding to know how long he plans to sulk over some woman. Is he trying to shame the entire household, she wants to know. The maid quietly drops off a stack of papers and tries to make herself scarce. Get up and move if you don't want to get fired, someone else barks on the way out. Wu Jin drags himself up off the floor, still trying to process all of this. I'm in the world of the game I made, it seems, he realizes, staring at the absurdly lavish room around him. The view out the window seals it. This town, this world, he's seen it 100 times on his own monitor. And of all the characters he could have landed in, he's stuck in the body of the worst one in the entire game. His hand tightens on the curtain as the reality of it sinks in. A man who, no matter the route, cannot escape death. A man fated to die, and now that man is him. I became the villain, he realizes, blood still drying on his own borrowed face. Dekilin, that's who he is now, and somewhere out there his death is already written. It's been a full week since he first opened his eyes in this world, and he still hasn't shaken the disbelief. Home turf, Euclid Manor, Dekilin's bedroom, and there he is, flat on the floor, still trying to process his new reality. He drags a hand through his hair, half convinced this whole thing has to be some kind of dream. At first, honestly, he figured it was exactly that, a dream, nothing more. But days kept passing, and the sheer, gritty realism of it all finally forced him to accept the truth. Was this the afterlife? Did that lightning strike actually kill him back home? Whatever the answer, one thing's crystal clear: he's not himself anymore. He's someone else entirely. Meet the new him, Dekilin von Grahen-Euclid. And here's the kicker: in the game this world is based on, Dekilin is the middle boss, the root of every problem, public enemy number one. This guy has personally ruined the lives of practically every character in the story. So yeah, great, he's stuck playing the designated villain and he doesn't even know which part of the story he's dropped into. All he's got to go on is his current mana total with no clue how fast it's draining. Rough way to start a new life. Turns out the dev team playtested this game roughly 1,000 times before launch, so everyone already knows exactly how Dekilin's story usually ends. Spoiler: badly. Every single test run, players wrecked this guy without much trouble. Out of all those 1,000 runs, this character only managed to survive once. As far as the story's concerned, Dekilin was never meant to be more than a punching bag built to die for the plot. First order of business, figuring out who dumped a stack of papers on him while he slept. Turns out that's Uriel von Grahen-Euclid. Uriel is Dekilin's half-sister. And these days, she's the one actually running House Euclid in his place. Fair warning, she and Dekilin do not get along, at all. Then there's the other woman Uriel mentioned, and judging by this reaction, she isn't exactly thrilled with him either. His best guess for who she is: Julia. Yeah, Julia as in his fiancée. Something clearly went down between them and it wasn't pretty. She storms in, drops a pile of documents at his feet, and doesn't even bother with a hello. Her exact words: get up right now or say goodbye to that cushy professor job of yours. Professor, that's news to him too. So he sits there, paperwork in hand, letting out one long, tired sigh. He's never given a lecture in his life, but if it means gathering intel on this world, he'll fake it. Because more than anything, his top priority just flashed right in front of him, become necessary to the game. Survival goal unlocked. There's a bonus side quest to deliver this university lecture, and his in-game currency goes up. Convenient. That objective plus Uriel breathing down his neck is exactly why he's dragging himself out of bed. Turns out there are actual ways for Dequan to die at Uriel's hands, so that currency quest suddenly matters a whole lot more. He heads out with zero idea what he's even supposed to lecture about. Somehow, he's not that worried. Because this body comes packing a built-in cheat code, the attribute comprehension, unique grade, lets him understand literally anything, powered by mana. Yeah, he likes his odds now. It's a unique grade attribute that isn't even supposed to show up this early in the game, which means there's probably hidden effects nobody's found yet. Off he goes through the manor halls, still getting his bearings. Even the staircases and the bathroom still feel like someone else's house. And yet he moves through all of it without a second thought, like he's been Dequan his whole life. Normally, clothes this fancy would feel completely ridiculous on him. But right now they actually feel elegant, comfortable even. Turns out that's just Dequan's body talking, built-in intimidation and dignity, plus a passive aesthetic sense. Adjusting his gloves, his cufflinks, the whole look, it's starting to feel less like acting and more like instinct. Like something inside him is quietly insisting this body belongs to him now. He doesn't even feel the urge to say anything rude anymore, the manners just come naturally these days. All that stiff formality that used to bug Kim Woojin feels completely normal to him now. He strolls past the staff so smoothly a couple of maids nearly jump out of their skin. Right now he's playing the part completely a noble, a superior member of the aristocracy through and through. Down the stairs he goes, off to his very first lecture. Then immediately undercuts the whole regal vibe with a muttered "my ass." Because underneath all that nobility, he's still just Kim Woojin, a totally average, objectively tall and handsome guy from South Korea. Or, according to his ex right before she dumped him, a pathetic, lazy bastard. Ouch, that one still stings apparently. But he's not about to lose himself in all this. Staying sharp is the whole game plan. Small silver lining, though he's never actually ridden in a car this nice before. In he climbs. Which drags up another memory, some guy glaring him down in the back of a much less fancy car. Still gets under his skin thinking about it. Then he clocks someone waiting outside, some young guy he doesn't recognize at all. Who is this, he wonders, right as the kid practically leaps into the car with a startled ah. Turns out it's Professor, good afternoon, documents in hand and everything. Assistant, secretary, Dequan genuinely has no idea who this kid is to him. So he tests the water. Hey, are you a wizard? Kid panics. I've been at your service for 3 years already. Relax, kid, he's just messing with you. Handy though, this stack of papers has everything he needs for the lecture, start to finish. Which raises a question, there's no way the real Dequan put this together himself. Not with how prideful and frankly untalented the guy apparently is. This kid clearly did all the heavy lifting. So Dequan actually says it out loud, good work. The kid nearly falls out of his seat. Pa, pardon. Master gave a compliment. He's rattled for the rest of the drive, even after Dequan just tells him to rest up before they arrive. Dequan, meanwhile, just sits there clenching his own hands, visibly unsettled by what he just did. Just how much of a terrible person am I, he mutters, honestly a little sick to his stomach over complimenting somebody. Is that Dequan's real personality bleeding through? Because he can feel it, Dequan's own consciousness creeping back in, right at the edge of his own. And just like that, the car pulls up somewhere new. Dequan's actual workplace, the Imperial University, sprawling towers and all. Not exactly a low-key day job. He hunts down the spot marked on that letter, clock tower and all. Rodeo Hall, that has to be it. Sure enough, Rodeo Hall lecture hall, packed with students buzzing about finally hearing the head professor speak. Word around the hall is he's the master of spell interpretation, a certified child prodigy apparently. Attention everyone, someone calls out and the whole room snaps to focus. Dequan takes the podium. My name is Dequan von Grahan Euclin, head professor of the university's magic tower. And with that, class is officially in session. The reviews come in instantly. Wow, he's handsome and he's smart too, students whisper to each other. Not everyone's impressed though. Somewhere in that crowd, one student is clenching a fist hard enough to shake. A quiet heavy sigh escapes them. Because to this one, Dekyun isn't a celebrity professor, he's the enemy of her father. The tension in that lecture hall just went from 0 to 100 real fast. At last we meet, Dekyun says, turning to face her directly. And she snaps, Dekyun, you trash bastard, right in front of the entire class. Yeah, first day on the job and it's already falling apart. We'll see how he digs himself out of this one next time. 3 years ago, our narrator's father took his own life. We open on the funeral. Black-clad mourners circle a casket buried in white flowers, and grief hangs over every face in the room. For years, her father had poured himself into research on spell interpretation, chasing a breakthrough nobody else could touch. Then someone stole that research right out from under him. The shock and shame broke him completely, and he chose to end his life rather than live with it. The thief who took his life's work got a shiny new title out of it. The world started calling that person the genius spell interpreter. And there he stands, dressed in mourning purple, surrounded by the same white flowers as the funeral, a man built entirely on someone else's genius. Yes, that detestable person was him, Dekyun. He says it flat out, not even pretending to feel bad about it. Glass shatters in her memory. She could do nothing to stop any of it, and once her father was gone, so was everything else she had. The home she grew up in got torn apart and picked over. Just like that, she was an orphan with nowhere to go. She sits frozen at a desk, staring at nothing, the silence louder than any scream. So she made herself a promise. She was going to make that trash of a man pay for what he did. After that promise, everything she did from then on had one purpose behind it. Through sheer grinding effort, she clawed her way into the Empire's Royal University, the very place where Dekyun now taught as professor. Nobody else in that lecture hall knows the truth, but she does. His whole spell interpretation skill reputation is a bluff built on her father's stolen work. Her fist clenches so hard it trembles. He didn't just ruin a career, he ruined a family. How does he get to stand up there looking so arrogant about it? That professor's chair, that title, that whole life, it should have been her father's. Right now, all she wants is to rip off his mask and end him on the spot. But she holds herself back, jaw locked, the fury simmering just under the surface. Exposing him outright won't work yet. She needs more before she can drag him all the way down. More proof, more patience. This has to be the perfect revenge, not a wasted shot. Up at the podium, Dekyun cuts through the chatter with 2 words, silence. I'll begin the lecture now. He introduces himself with zero humility. Head professor of the Magic Tower, a monarch mage who commands the elements, and the man teaching this special lecture, Dekyun. For context, there are 11 ranks a mage can climb, and monarch sits at rank 4. Not bad, also not quite the flex he seems to think it is. He launches into the basics. Attributes are the raw source magic comes from, elements are the building blocks of everything physical. And there are 9 types of magic in total, everything from summoning to spirits to raw destruction and support. The lecture rolls on and something surprising happens. She understands every word of it instantly. It's her first time hearing any of this theory, and by all rights she should be lost. Instead, she's soaking it all up perfectly, like the knowledge just slots into place on its own. Meanwhile, the whole hall is locked onto Dekyun, half hypnotized by that effortless, commanding presence of his. It doesn't even feel arrogant so much as natural, and she has to grudgingly admit the man might actually be a good teacher. He explains that how a mage uses mana depends entirely on where in the body it's stored. Mages usually keep their mana in the head since that's the easiest place to picture a spell. Knights store theirs in the heart instead, pumping it out through their veins. And then there's the inner core, a rare storage point that blends internal and external mana into the most versatile setup of all. For a beat, an unsettling example flickers into the lesson, a shadowy figure wreathed in crimson mana, a warning of just how far this power can scale. He adds, almost offhand, that hard work only gets you so far. Without talent, you have to pick your lane and commit to it. Rich advice coming from him. Honestly, he admits, he doesn't even have amazing talent himself. Somewhere else entirely, a hooded figure looms in the dark. His current mana sits at 375, but word is there's a named mage out there packing 30,000. It's almost funny, she thinks, that he's glossing right over the one part of the script that actually matters. That's the end of the lecture, Deculine finally announces, and you can practically hear the whole room exhale a relieved finally. That last line in his notes felt off to him and he hesitates over it. Why would reading his own script give him pause? If this were really the original Deculine, she's certain he never would have read that line out loud at all. Are there any questions, he asks, scanning the room. The students shift and glance at each other, nobody quite brave enough to speak first. Thankfully there aren't, he mutters, already turning to leave. If there aren't, he starts, only to get cut off by a shout ripping through the hall. Professor Deculine. A hooded student shoots to her feet, cloak snapping as she calls him out in front of the entire class. Everyone's calling it the devil's work, she says, so what does the genius spell interpreter make of it? You. Deculine blinks, thrown off guard. Magic tower. Why are you even asking me that, he demands while she presses harder. If you really are who they say you are, giving your name and affiliation should be second nature. I won't answer questions from a child who can't even follow basic etiquette, he snaps back and she's left standing there stunned, mouth open. Professor, someone else stammers as he turns to leave without another word. Sorry, but I have no choice right now, he says, already sweeping out of the room. She's still turning it over in her head. She understood the whole lecture, but it cost her 300 mana to do it. No telling how much a spell she's never seen would drain. Around her, snickers ripple through the crowd. PFFT, heh. One classmate watches with a smirk, clearly enjoying the show. Guess she wanted attention and it backfired, she murmurs. Please wait, FRN calls out before he can vanish completely. Right now the magic tower's writing this off as a rumor and refusing to even analyze it, she pushes. But if it's really you, you should be able to tell us exactly what kind of magic this is, she challenges, as a spell flares to life above the crowd in swirling green light. Green magic coils and sparks through the air, drawing every eye in the hall. The glow keeps building, impossible for anyone to ignore now. I'm asking you to interpret this spell, right now, she demands, holding his gaze. He barely spends any mana on it at all, just 360 out of his 375. One glance and he's got it, it's barrier magic. Debutant rank, specifically the lowest tier, the kind given to mages who have had their access to the tower neutered. Pardon, she manages, caught completely off guard. There's no need for any hints, he adds, already sounding bored with the whole thing. Elsewhere in the dorm halls, another mage fills in the rest. It's a bewitchment-type barrier spell, seemingly meant to trap whoever triggered it. And just like that, it's over. The mystery she'd hoped would trip him up gets solved in seconds flat. She goes quiet, watching him walk off, the silence saying more than words could. A little system window flickers into view. Side quest complete. University lecture. Store currency plus 0.5. Yes, apparently her life runs on quest rewards now. Life moves on, one small reward at a time. Later, the crowd thins out into the university magic tower cafeteria, students settling in over lunch. She's still stewing over that unknown spell, replaying every second of it in her head. Because of course he got flustered and painted her as some rude kid who couldn't even say her own name. She thought she was going to die of embarrassment right there. Looking back on it though, he really did seem rattled in that moment. So his answer really did boil down to this: it's basically a bewitchment spell. Bewitching magic is notoriously hard to pull off, and almost every spell in that category needs set parameters just to work at all. But this one had none of that. She'd simply grabbed the mystery spell scrawled on the dormitory's front door the night before and brought it straight to him. It turns out the spell caused a bit of chaos at first, but its real purpose was to boost the freshman's research abilities. Not a curse, a gift, weirdly enough. So who's the idiot now, she mutters to herself, equal parts annoyed and impressed. FRN, a cheerful voice calls out, rushing toward her. About that spell on the dorm door yesterday. Her friend catches up, practically vibrating with excitement over the whole thing. Wait, hang on, she says, fixing Ephraim's collar. That magic really was a barrier spell. Wow, it really is. Don't you think Deculine's kind of amazing? There were no parameters and he still nailed that it was a bewitchment. Ephraim just breaks into a cold sweat. There's no way, Ephraim mutters, refusing to believe it was anything but a lucky guess. And I'll add your name to the report, her friend says brightly. Oh, okay, go ahead, Ephraim replies, clearly distracted. All she can think is that he got lucky and happened to be right, and that she just handed Deculine's reputation a free boost for absolutely nothing. She stares down at the paper in her hands, silent, a magic circle diagram staring right back up at her. It's the syllabus for understanding elemental magic, a high, 5th grade course led by none other than Professor Deculine von Grahan-Euclin himself, the very class he's teaching this semester. Know your enemy and you win every battle, right? She says, steel creeping into her voice. Just you wait, Deculine, she vows quietly, watching him walk away without a clue what's coming for him. Her grip tightens on her own collar, teeth gritted. I'm going to expose you soon. Somewhere behind the scenes, our hero's world quietly ticks over like a video game, another side quest cleared, another half point of currency banked. Deculine strides across the university's checkered courtyard, coat snapping behind him, headed for a lecture he's clearly not thrilled about. That's when it hits him. Today's near disaster in the lecture hall could have gone a lot worse. The second he laid eyes on that spell diagram earlier, something in his head just switched on whether he wanted it to or not. A glowing green circle floods the room as his so-called comprehension fires off on its own, right in front of a hall full of students. One glance at that impossibly tangled spell circle was all it took. It drained every last drop of mana he had left in his body, and here's the kicker, he still couldn't make sense of the spell itself. Double the mana wouldn't have saved him either. Whatever that spell was, its logic was simply beyond him. Then he spots someone across the courtyard and freezes mid-thought. That person is a knight in gleaming white and blue armor drops in with total confidence, silver hair catching the light like she owns the place. White hair, pale eyes, Deculine clocks her instantly, and his expression goes stone cold. He's seen her face 100 times before, just never in person, only through a screen, back when this was all just a game to him. Julie von de Freyden, say the name once you won't forget it. She's his fiancée, and according to the game's own lore, she's destined to become the greatest knight the Empire's ever seen. He just never expected to run into her here. How have you been? She asks, and for a second he genuinely doesn't have an answer. I'm not sure is the best he can manage. Fine, let's say, he settles on, falling into step beside her like nothing's wrong. She's not buying it. You've been fine, despite breaking the promise we made a week ago. He tries the classic dodge. I don't recall, now then, already turning to walk it off. She's not having it. Are you trying to run? Not a question so much as a warning. Like before, again, his back is to her, but you can practically hear the sigh. Yeah, she's not letting him pass. Subtle she is not. Fever excuse or not, she wants an answer. Can you tell me what promise we made? Cue the flashback. In the memory, her voice rings out clear as a bell. Promise me. The deal was simple, if not easy. Be honest with yourself and confess every pretense and every ounce of arrogance to the world. Then I will be with you, she told him, even if this world crumbles. Back in the present, her expression hardens. Looks like I was wrong to trust you. Deculine has nothing to say to that. Silence is apparently his whole defense strategy. Then, if you'll excuse me, he says, and walks off without looking back. Julie just stands there, jaw clenched, watching him go. Turns out this whole arranged marriage mess started as a purely political deal, and the flashbacks aren't done with us yet. On paper, it was a fairy tale pairing. Deculine, the Empire's celebrated genius mage, and Julie, an equally gifted young knight. Two prestigious houses, one convenient wedding, stitched together for reputation as much as romance. At the family dinner, some cackling relative practically toasts to it. Great for both politics and bloodlines. Ha 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 ha, subtle as ever nobility. Somewhere behind closed doors, someone digs into Deculine's past with a memory spell. Chains of golden light unraveling an old, dusty book of secrets. What they find is damning. His talent, the thing his whole reputation was built on, may never have actually existed. The tabloids practically write themselves. The fall of the whiz kid, no real progress since his last breakthrough, 3 years and counting. After some unnamed incident, he simply stopped producing results and just kept coasting on his old reputation. Both noble houses moved fast to bury the story, determined to keep it out of the gossip columns. As Julie puts it, they couldn't stand the thought of their family's flaw getting out in public. But I could not forgive this, she admits. I was fine with a loveless marriage, I could not stand the lies. That is my conviction as a knight, she says, and you get the sense she means every word of it. So when she laid down the terms, he actually agreed. All right, I'll do as you say. Which brings us back to her question. He agreed to that too, didn't he? You, Julie starts, staring him down. Are not going to keep our promise until the very end, are you? Her grip tightens on her sword hilt. The air practically crackles between them. This conversation is far from over. Cut to the magic tower itself, an honest-to-God skyscraper of spires and stonework looming over the city skyline. As our resident game knowledge nerd explains it, the Imperial University is basically the best school in this whole world, and its magic department sits at the very top of the food chain. Picture it like this? If the university is the best of the best, the magic tower is basically its med school, the place only the elite get into. It looks nice, Dequillian admits, taking in the sprawling campus around him. He can't help but think about the poor dev team who probably pulled all-nighters just to render this atmosphere. Would have been nicer, he mutters, if I got to experience this campus in literally anyone else's body. Ah, the classic complaint. Suddenly, footsteps pound the pavement behind him, someone sprinting full tilt straight at him. Dequillian barely has time to react before impact. Crash, he catches a full-speed student mid-collision, papers and a rubber duck flying everywhere, quack. Ouch, I'm sorry, the kid yelps, sprawled on the ground surrounded by scattered notes. I was in a hurry to see my professor, the boy explains sheepishly, and Dequillian realizes he recognizes this kid from before. I thought it was an ambush, Dequillian admits, half joking. Oh, it's you, Zorro, was it? No, it's Alan, comes the very flustered correction. Alan scrambles to gather his things, muttering to himself, who's Zorro? Honestly, valid question, kid. So this is why you were in such a hurry to see me? Dequillian asks. Yes, Professor, it's the sponsorship list for this year's new mages, Alan confirms. Cut to Dequillian's office, all dark wood and towering bookshelves, Alan dutifully presenting the paperwork. See, the magic tower runs a lot like a real research institution, which means magic, unfortunately, still needs funding. Every year, the professors sponsor whichever new mages they think are worth the investment. Then something on the list catches Dequillian's eye. One name in particular stands out, Shining Gold. He can't help but size her up with his own ability. I assume this is because of my own trait, he thinks, eyeing the glowing, wealthy magnate card. Paired with his sharp eyesight, a rare ability that reads intuition, attributes, and mana at a glance. Combine the two and the read is unmistakable. This girl is loaded with potential. But hers is the brightest of them all, he notes, practically feeling the talent radiating off the page. One problem, her sponsorship sits at a big fat 0 out of 500,000, untouched. The name behind it, Efren Luna, one of the game's actual named heroines, according to whoever built this world in the first place. And here's the gut punch, she lost her father to Dequillian. Yeah, that Dequillian. 0 sponsors and counting, something's clearly holding people back. Why does Efren Luna have 0 sponsorships, he asks outright. Alan just scratches his head, suddenly very interested in the floor. Oh, Efren Luna, Alan stammers. I see, Dequillian replies flatly. Everyone was apparently too scared of what he'd do if they backed her. She's clearly talented enough to make it into the magic tower, Alan offers, and she didn't even go through the academy first. I think everyone was just too afraid to, Alan trails off, and he doesn't need to finish the sentence. Dequillian's mind puts it together fast. No, he's not her benefactor material. In this story, he's her enemy, and if the game plays out the way it's supposed to, his broken engagement is exactly the trigger for what comes next. The condition practically writes itself in his head, murder Dekulin. I'll meet the same ending again, he thinks grimly. There's even a title for it, apparently, Villain's Fate. The whole world wants him dead, but what doesn't kill him, well, you know how that saying goes. In the game he remembers, Dekulin dies, over and over in every version of this story. Sometimes it's a sword through the heart. Sometimes a wand pressed straight to his skull. Sometimes poison slipped quietly into a glass of wine. Sometimes it's flat-out terrorism, a bomb and nothing left standing. Different method, same ending every single time. If I want to live, he decides, I have to make a different choice. Back in his office, he's already drawing up new plans. Alan, turn these in for me. And grab a few books off this list before you head home, he adds. I understand, Alan replies, already halfway out the door. Goodbye, Professor, Alan calls, the office door creaking shut behind him. Alone now, Dekulin lets his guard down for a second. I need a lot of money if I want to survive this. A lot of the game's death routes, it turns out, can straight up be solved with enough cash. Sponsoring a talented young mage is one solid way to start building that fortune, and those sponsorship papers are already worth a small one themselves. But money alone, not going to cut it. Because there are more named characters out there who resent him than he can count, and every one of them would love a shot at killing him. When they get the chance, he finishes the thought, sitting back like a man plotting his next move. So if I want to survive, what I really need is... Power surges around him, crimson light howling like it's alive. I need to become strong. The resolve in his voice says this chapter of playing it safe is officially over. The best way to survive this world, he decides, is simple: get stronger. We open inside a grand hall, morning light spilling across the marble floor while he works something out in his head. But there's a problem. Dekulin's raw talent is only average, and at this rate he won't be ready for the threats still coming. Without enough power behind him, he won't survive what's coming next. The thought hits hard. There are countless deaths waiting for him if he stays this weak. The dread of it swallows him whole for a moment, dark and jagged. But there is one thing working in his favor: his attributes. Turns out Dekulin can't actually wrangle all four elements the way his big reputation claims. What he can do is fuse earth, fire, and metal into a secret attribute all his own, one he calls the Mida's Touch. Mida's Touch burns through his own mana to unlock the hidden potential of whatever, or whoever, he touches. That gift is exactly why his real strength turns out to be manipulating metal. It lets him summon and steer levitating blades with nothing but sheer will. Sure, Kai-controlled levitating blades sounds fancy. Really, it's just telekinesis, but around here that alone makes him one of a kind. What he lacks in raw power, he figures he can make up by manipulating the metal's properties instead. But to pull any of this off, he first has to actually learn how to manipulate objects. Time to put the theory to the test. He cracks the book open and reaches for the magic blue light gathering around his fingers. The spellwork starts pouring into him faster than he expected. A magic circle spins to life around him, humming with raw force. Something inside him lurches, and it is not a comfortable feeling. The energy keeps slashing through him in waves. Crystalline shards of light erupt around him as the spell keeps building. The entire contents of basic telekinesis come flooding directly into his head, all at once. Runes cascade down around him as the knowledge slams home. His face twists in pain, sweat beading, teeth gritted through it. He's left gasping for breath, alone under the chandelier's glow. A wand lifts off the ground, hovering steady in midair. He guides it higher, weaving it through the tower's open air. There he says, setting it down exactly where he wanted. Now that he's memorized basic telekinesis, he doesn't even need to speak a spell to cast it. Memorizing a spell lets his brain fire it off automatically, but he knows the basics alone won't be enough. Even higher-ranking telekinesis won't get him to the level he actually needs. So he's left standing there, genuinely stuck on what to do next. Then it hits him: what if he covered his entire body in magic circles instead of just his hands? In this world, the bigger a magic circle gets, the stronger it becomes. Not just his brain, but his heart, his very core. He's going to engrave magic circles across all of it to supercharge his telekinesis. Of course, there's a real risk his body could overload or short out from the strain. Luckily, this body comes with an attribute called Iron Man, letting him withstand exactly that kind of overload. He allows himself a small, grim smile. This stunt is only possible for him in this world. His current mana sits at 800, enough, he figures, to at least get a little taste of what's coming. He plants his feet and lets the magic circle swell out beneath him. The runes begin carving themselves straight into him. Red and blue energy tear across his frame as the process kicks into high gear. Streaks of raw pain rip through him as the circles keep spreading. A frightful pain finds him, sharper than anything he's felt before. It's a pain beyond comparison, like every muscle in his body is being torn apart at once. It feels like every bone in his body is breaking, however. He refuses to waver, refuses to even let out a groan. That, he tells himself, is the composure a noble is supposed to have. A blinding flash rips through the room as the ritual reaches its peak. When it clears, he's slumped over his desk in the empty hall, completely spent. His mana reads 1 out of 375, his hand trembling from the strain. He's immensely exhausted and honestly he failed. He simply didn't have the mana for it. Still, he walks away with something. At this rate, covering his entire body in circles is going to take him a solid 2 weeks. A month after that seminar, we jump to the very first day of Deculine's actual lecture. Students grumble outside the university magic tower. This is nothing like the upperclassmen described. The assignment, scrawled on a wooden sign, is blunt: go gather proof of your abilities from a field overflowing with wild elements. No lecture, no hand-holding. The students are left buzzing in the forest, wondering aloud where exactly their professor has wandered off to. Off on her own, a white-haired girl slips quietly through the trees. Of course, she mutters, unimpressed, assigning homework and vanishing on day 1. What kind of professor pulls that? Before she can finish grumbling, someone comes barreling straight into her. She startles hard, caught completely off guard by the collision. A figure takes off running through the trees and something about them stops her cold. This person is. She's left staring after them, trying hard to place the face. The name surfaces in her memory: Sylvia von Josephine Alade, a long mane of gold hair catching the light. The two size each other up, one of them visibly startled by the other's presence. Huh, she mutters, watching Sylvia walk off without a word. A quiet, wounded thought creeps in: does she really not recognize me? Her hand curls into a fist, tension written all over her. The forest settles back into quiet around her, the moment left unresolved. Elsewhere, Sylvia crouches over something glowing in the grass, murmuring, what happened here? She reasons it out: whatever this is, it has to trace back to someone from House Alade. Her mind drifts to 10 years ago when House Alade, fearing what she and her father were capable of, made their move. Soldiers surrounded their manor and threatened everything they had, just for existing with that much potential. A bitter question lingers underneath it all: how does she not remember me? Deep in the trees, a hidden device shatters apart and someone nearby reacts, startled. What's going on here? Somewhere close by, mana suddenly feels like it's being siphoned away. Silver hair whips up around a surge of blue light building fast. The blast sends a golden-haired figure flying backward through the trees. Do you realize you're taking everything I gathered? One of them snaps, only to be met with silence. Then, hey, can you even hear me? She fumes, baffled by the total lack of response. What is wrong with this kid? Why isn't she reacting to anything I'm saying? She demands, growing more rattled by the second. Something makes her pause mid-sentence. Wait. A voice calls out from the clearing, Miss Sylvia, and Sylvia visibly flinches. A brown-haired girl spins around fast, magic already crackling to life in her hands. Hey, why are you pretending you don't know me? She presses. There's no way you don't recognize me. She lays it out. After having her family threatened and being forced to drop her magic, is Sylvia just scared she's here to steal the spotlight? Sylvia's answer is flat: I don't know you. Now you're talking down to me too? She explodes, magic flaring as Sylvia fires back: I don't know you, but I know your father. That cocky former noble, the girl spits glaring daggers. Then colder still: I heard he died. Sylvia's jaw clenches so hard you can practically hear her teeth grind. Nearby, a group of watching students reacts with a startled jolt. Hoo-ha, look, someone shouts, pointing toward the sudden green flare in the trees. The girl bolts through the forest, magic blazing green in her wake. A cluster of classmates points and shouts, drawn in by the commotion. Green light flares bright and sharp among the trees. Sylvia snaps, whirling on her with fury. What did you just say? Say that again. Magic collides in a blaze of green as the fight finally breaks wide open, right where the chapter leaves us hanging. We open mid-fight. A furious young mage screams for her rival to say that insult again, magic already whipping her hair into a wild blaze. A blast of raw green energy rips through the air as her attack flies loose. Out of nowhere, a golden shield blooms and shoves a bystander clear of the blast. A golden-haired girl freezes mid-scream, totally blindsided by the chaos. The two attacks collide head-on in a roaring fireball. Rock and debris rain down as the courtyard tears itself apart. Students get knocked flat, crying out as the shockwave slams through. Panic spreads through the crowd. Is anyone even still standing? Her fury finally finds words. You dare insult my father. She snarls that she's going to end this, and the golden-haired girl in front of her can only stammer, what is that? Something worse than a spell tears open behind them, a strange, hungry red light. She stands over the girl she just knocked down, magic still crawling off her skin. The crowd scatters screaming as the anomaly grows behind her. Her stomach drops. That thing is a void, born where her mana slammed into someone else's magic. It isn't slowing down, it's sucking in everything around it indiscriminately. Someone screams for everyone to run before it blows. If that thing detonates, the wreckage will come apart like shrapnel. The void finally rips open in a shockwave of red and pink. The blast tears straight through the courtyard. Smoke and dust rain down over the wreckage. For one long second, everything goes still. She holds her breath, watching the dust settle. Quiet, maybe too quiet. Did it actually stop? A classmate flinches, unnerved by something none of them can quite place. Above them, perfectly calm, floats the head professor himself, Deculin, wreathed in frozen shards. The crowd gawks. When did he even get here, and why are the exploded fragments just frozen in midair? Glittering blue crystal hangs suspended, catching the light like it was staged for an audience. Turns out this whole spectacle was Deculin casually flexing his telekinesis, and the lecture hall erupts in gasps. These are magic students after all. Of course they are easily impressed. The frozen shards drift, shimmering, utterly harmless now. Even mid-crisis, everyone's forced to admit it. The man's magic is gorgeous, pure enchantment. Nobody in that hall can deny how dazzling it is. The last of the ice settles quietly to the ground. Deculin's voice cuts through the murmurs. That's it for today's lecture. Everyone clears out, except the two who actually caused the mess. Alone with that thought, her stomach sinks. She is so screwed. Cut to a door marked interrogation room. Inside, Deculin waits, seated and infuriatingly composed. Two senior professors arrive to sit in judgment, Ritlan of Spirit Studies and Relin of Support Studies. The university's chairwoman sweeps in, all smiles for the professor who arrived first. She thanks the professors for coming on such short notice, laying the flattery on thick. She demands to know who dared lay a hand on a lady of House Alade, and the answer comes back cold. Some nameless nobody who isn't even properly enrolled. One professor gushes about how impressive it all is. Another mutters that he's clearly just sucking up. With every professor eager to please, the verdict already feels locked in. The influential Alade family's daughter looks on, unreadable. Dismissed as a fallen noble with nothing left, she already knows whose side they're all going to take. Deculin's expression hardens. He's about to flip the whole verdict on its head. Only he can see it, a strange scarlet energy leaking out of her. It swirls violently around her, invisible to everyone else in the room. He can only see it thanks to a skill of his called sharp eyesight. A status window flares in front of him. A villain's fate has manifested, the kind the whole world wants dead, and the kind that only grows stronger with every near miss. The two of them are called forward, face to face at last for their hearing. Ritlan explodes. How dare they brawl in these halls? Someone could have been seriously hurt if Deculin hadn't stepped in. Deculin asks her flat out why she actually fought. Bruised, she won't meet his eyes. I cannot say is all she manages. She turns away, arms wrapped tight, refusing to explain herself. Someone is watching from the shadows, and that's exactly why she won't talk. Sylvia finally speaks up. I heard your father died. That's the insult that started all of this. She can't say any of that out loud, not in front of the enemy she's spent years plotting against. Her fury boils right back to the surface. The professors pile on. She should have known her place next to a noble like Sylvia. How dare she overlook that? She kneels in silence, trembling under the weight of it. De Culleen turns it over to Sylvia, who admits she accidentally destroyed Ephraim's work during class, sparking the argument. The room scoffs, so Sylvia didn't even mean it and Ephraim made this whole scene anyway. How dare a nobody with no name have such anger issues? Chairwoman, we should expel her. We can't let violence like this go unpunished. Her head drops lower. In the freezing silence, she can only think about every insult being hurled her way. At what's supposed to be a routine school hearing, every scolding somehow lands on her alone. No excuse will save her now, and there's nobody left who will stand up for her. Inwardly, she screams his name, De Culleen. This is all his fault, she thinks bitterly. None of this happens if he just stayed out of her life. The chairwoman finally raises a hand. Then. It seems we've heard enough opinions. Professor De Culleen, you were there. Let's hear yours before we decide anything. He stays silent a beat before speaking, not as a bystander, but as head professor and a member of this very committee. She braces for the worst, thinking it's already over. Then he asks, does Sylvia truly believe she had no fault in this? The room goes dead quiet. Sylvia's eyes go wide. What? He asks again, harder this time. Does she really think she's blameless here? Well, what are you saying, Professor? You definitely could have stopped it, and you didn't. Or maybe those talents everyone expected so much from just weren't enough. Silence, nobody saw this coming. Sylvia finally breaks. She admits she let the attack land on purpose, hoping it would get Ephraim in even more trouble. Ephraim can't wrap her head around it. Why is he going after Sylvia instead of her? Sylvia insists it's still her own fault, regardless. Ritland protests. Surely the blame belongs to the one who attacked, not the one defending herself. De Culleen doesn't budge. If we're really talking blame, he says, it's his for holding the lecture at all and asks if Relin wants him to take it instead. She backpedals instantly and Ephraim can't believe he's openly contradicting a professor who was firmly on Sylvia's side. She just stands there, swallowed by an emotion she can't even name. The chairwoman claps once. Enough. Kids are supposed to fight as they grow. These two only just became debutants. So instead of dragging this out, let's let it go just this once. No punishment, both of you head home. Her fist won't stop shaking. She'd braced for expulsion. The De Culleen she thought she knew would have thrown the book at her without a second thought. So why didn't he? Someone nearby remarks he has quite the extraordinary way of analyzing events. The professors shuffle off, muttering that it's all for the students' sake. De Culleen lingers a moment, lost in his own thoughts. She falls into step behind him down the corridor, something hardening in her stride. In her head she silently challenges him, if he remembers the name Luna. And if he knows anything about her father. Then he knows exactly what that man suffered under his shadow before he ended his own life. In the professor's quiet manner, Ephraim finally works up the nerve to ask the question that's been eating at her for weeks. Professor De Culleen just watches her, unreadable as ever, the picture of aristocratic calm. Inside his head though, it's a different story. He clocks exactly what's coming. Of course she'd ask this eventually. Do you remember the Luna family, she demands, voice shaking. This is the question she's been building up to her whole life. And how my father died under your delusions, she snaps, the grief and fury finally spilling out. But even as she says it, doubt creeps in. What if he actually remembers and decides to undo the verdict that cleared his name? Even if it costs him everything, would he do it just to protect himself? That's the fear she can't shake. And if he genuinely doesn't remember any of it at all, where does that leave her revenge? Wouldn't forgetting entirely be the worst outcome? Before she can spiral further, De Culleen cuts in, quiet and certain she doesn't have to ask. That answer lands like a slap. She wasn't ready for him to just say it outright. Do not waste your potential on things of the past, he tells her, cold but not unkind. Classic mentor deflection, and it's driving her crazy. He turns and walks off without another word, footsteps echoing down the empty hall, leaving her with more questions than answers. Ephraim just stands there in that huge, empty room, turning his non-answer over in her head. His silence tells her everything his words wouldn't. I knew it, she thinks. He knows exactly who she is. If Dekulin didn't actually know her and her father, she reasons, he'd have zero reason to keep helping her out. There's only one explanation that fits. Some sense of responsibility is gnawing at him, whether he admits it or not. Then again, maybe it was never guilt at all. Maybe he only helped her out of pity. That thought stings worse. She wrings her hands, caught between hope and humiliation, unable to land on an answer she can live with. Still, relief wins out. He didn't forget, and if he still remembers her specifically, that has to mean something. For now, she decides that's enough to hold on to. I'm satisfied with that, she tells herself. She heads off down the corridor, footsteps softening, choosing to let the rest of the mystery wait for another day. Meanwhile, unseen by her, a status window blinks into existence. Villain's fate, death variable overcome, store currency +2. Turns out the grieving professor routine comes with a scoreboard. Across the city, word of that whole encounter is already reaching someone with a very personal stake in it. Meet Gilthian von Ludwig Alade, heir to the Alade family and a gifted Esper mage in his own right. He'll admit Ephraim's got real talent, he just doesn't think it matters anymore. She missed her window as far as he's concerned. He goes quiet after saying it, and that silence says more than the smug line did. Rewind 10 years to the day of the Academy's aptitude exam, the day this whole rivalry actually started. That's where a young Gilthian first laid eyes on a young Ephraim, two kids about to get thrown into the exact same spotlight. The moment the exam magic flares to life, gasps ripple through the crowd. Nobody expected results like this. The old proctor doesn't mince words. Both of these kids have what it takes to become archmages. Not exactly a quiet Tuesday for the exam hall. The whispers start immediately. Two prodigies from the same tiny fief, what are the odds? The two kids just stand there, a little bewildered by all the sudden attention pointed their way. Archmage, the pinnacle of the entire magic world, the kind of title people whisper as eternal. No pressure, kids. Except tradition is brutal about it. Only 3 people get to hold that title in any given era, no matter how talented the runners-up are. Doesn't matter what type of magic or specialty you've got either, that's the one rule nobody bends. 1 seat's already spoken for, held by this masked mage. Aside from that seat, 2 more sit empty up for grabs, which is exactly where this story gets messy. One of those was basically already earmarked for this bright, star-marked prodigy, future chairwoman of the Magic Tower, if the whispers are right. Which leaves the Alade heir and the Luna girl fighting each other tooth and nail for the 1 seat still up in the air. Even as a kid, Ephraim throws everything she has into it. She's not backing down for anyone. So the Alade family decides to play dirty. Gilthian's father shows up and flat out tells Ephraim's father to pull his daughter's application entirely. That's the day young Gilthian finally understood why his family was so determined to crush the Lunas. It was never really about tradition. A full row of armored knights at your door tends to get the message across without anyone needing to raise their voice. Back in the present, grown-up Gilthian sits in the car, still turning all of that history over in his head. Becoming an archmage isn't just ambition for him at this point, it's practically fate, and he knows it. He flashes back to a rain-soaked memory of young Ephraim, smirking right in his face. Are you afraid of me catching up? He doesn't have a comeback for that one, not then and honestly not now either. She just scoffs and turns away in the memory, but his father's voice back in the present pulls him out of it, telling him not to worry about that particular kid. You need to worry about Dekulin instead, his father adds, and that gets Gilthian's full attention. He may look stumped now, his father warns, but he was called a genius once. That kind of talent can resurface out of nowhere. I already know, Gilthian mutters, jaw tight. He's not exactly telling his father the whole story here. Because the truth is, Professor Dekulin already saw right through the trap Gilthian set for Ephraim, and that's a problem. Rewind to the scheme itself, an explosion engineered and precise, timed to do the most damage possible. Gilthian had rigged it so the second it touched Ephraim's mana, her power would simply vanish into thin air. One little trap timed to detonate on contact with her magic. Simple, deniable, devastating. The bigger the blow-up, the deeper the hole she'd have dug herself into. That was the whole plan. Except Professor de Cullen clocked the whole thing instantly. So much for the perfect crime. Gilthian had even swept the room for any sign of magical surveillance beforehand. Didn't matter, he still got caught. Instead of outing him publicly as the culprit, though, de Cullen went a very different route. He looked Gilthian dead in the eye and said, "I know everything, so go along with me." Somehow that's scarier than a public scandal. It was blackmail dressed up as a favor, and one particular bystander had absolutely no choice but to accept the terms. You can see it in her face, fists clenched, tears building. Getting tangled up in someone else's scheme really does ruin your whole week. A few days later, a car rolls up outside Professor de Cullen's manor, right on schedule. Somebody named Roy checks in over the line to make sure the professor's actually ready to go. "I'll be down soon," comes the reply, cool as ever, while the engine outside idles and waits. As the car pulls off the estate grounds, there's a quiet certainty hanging in the air. Backing Ephraim was the right call. And sure enough, the receipts come in, death variable cleared, store currency banked. Turns out playing the villain pays surprisingly well when you play it smart. He recalls, almost amused, that he never expected the debutante who cornered him with that question to actually be Ephraim. Back then she was pure hostility toward him, no hiding it. Funny how fast alliances can shift. Now though, he's off to yet another glittering social function, and if you asked him, he'd rather skip the whole thing. But he's not about to let free store currency just slip through his fingers. Priorities, people. Right on cue, a system notice pops up. Side quest, attend the Flower of the New Year event, currency plus 0.5. The grind never stops. He needs at least 5 currency total just to unlock the shop. Every little social nightmare counts toward the total. So step 1 for tonight, scope out every named character in the room worth knowing. Networking, Professor of Doom style. The car rolls up to a palace dripping in gold and the staff greet him like visiting royalty. "Welcome, Professor de Cullen." Rows of servants bow him inside without missing a beat. Inside, the ballroom's already packed wall to wall with the Empire's finest, chattering away. He clocks it immediately. Practically every face in here is high-ranking nobility, and a suspicious number of them are people he actually recognizes. One kid in the crowd even reminds him, oddly, of Ihelm, the very person he modeled this whole persona after. Small world. Yeah, he thinks coming tonight was absolutely the right call. That's when an older, balding noble spots him across the room and does a full double take. "Look who we have here if it isn't Professor de Cullen." The man booms, "My son's in your class, you know, his name is Buckle Up, Professor." Before he can even process that, he's already boxed in by more well-meaning strangers, sweating politely through it. One starstruck noblewoman practically tackles his hand, gushing that she's always wanted to meet him. The professor is, for once, completely outnumbered. Somewhere in the chaos, he quietly retracts everything he said earlier about not minding social events. Rookie mistake. Then, cutting through the noise, he catches someone across the room gushing about a person's exploits in the Continental Journal, someone called Gainsha. Another noble tries to rope him into a family dinner. "My family is," but he's already stopped listening. That name just snagged his full attention, Gainsha. He definitely just heard someone say that. Getting properly introduced to her, apparently a name on the rise even among hardened adventurers, would be the single best move he could make tonight. Only problem, she's nowhere in sight. He scans the packed room, coming up empty. He keeps at it, restless, certain she's got to be here somewhere in all this noble excess. Then, from up on a balcony, he finally spots his opening and doesn't waste a second going for it. Tucked away from the crowd, he finds her at last. A sharp-eyed adventurer in a ram-horned cap, clearly not thrilled about being found. Rugged leather gear, guarded stance, not a hint of noble polish on her. Meet Gainsha, adventurer. And she's not just any adventurer either. Word has it she's the 5th strongest character this whole story's got this early in. "Professor, you may have just found your next move." Somewhere in this glittering party, de Cullen's got one thought on repeat: where in the world is Gainsha? He scans the ballroom from the balcony rail, eyes locked and hunting because whoever this geisha is, he needs to find her fast. She has to be close, he can feel it. And there, got her. Dekilin's whole body goes tight with relief. Up on the balcony stands a cloaked figure in a wide adventurer's cap, completely unaware she's just become his top priority. It's the woman he's been chasing all night, and he needs to reach her before anyone else does. Red pigtails, a battered adventurer's hat, arms crossed like she owns the room. That's geisha. Rough traveling gear at a ballroom full of silk and jewels, she sticks out like a sore thumb, and Dekilin knows he needs to hurry before she slips away again. Before he can even move, a familiar voice calls his name from behind, syrupy sweet in that way that always means trouble. Seriously now, of all the times to get interrupted. It's Ihelm, an old university peer with the same monarch rank as Dekilin and a permanent smirk to match his ego. For the record, Ihelm von Girion Rewind, Imperial Exclusive Mage ranked monarch, the same fourth highest tier as Dekilin himself. You remember me? What an honor, Ihelm coos, strolling up like he's got all the time in the world. He asks how the research is coming along, all casual, before dropping that he's heard some rumors lately. Translation: he's here to twist the knife. Referring to what exactly? Dekilin asks flatly. Oh, nothing much, Ihelm shrugs, just that his research has gone nowhere in 3 years and people are starting to doubt he's got anything left. Dekilin clocks it instantly. This is just a taunt dressed up as small talk from an old university rival who's never let go of the rivalry. If you ever need help, Ihelm purrs, flashing his most generous smile, I'd be more than happy to. And the worst part? Dekilin can't even argue because the rumors Ihelm's needling him with happen to be completely true. A cold realization hits him mid-thought, and his composure cracks for just a second. He looks back to the balcony and she's gone. Geisha has vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Ihelm's still going, needling him about acting high and mighty, completely oblivious that he just cost Dekilin his one shot. Dekilin's internal scream says it all. He just lost her because he wasted 30 seconds on this clown. He turns to walk away without another word, and Ihelm hilariously thinks he's finally getting somewhere. Yes, he says, hopeful. Wrong. Dekilin levels him with the most savage insult of the night. Enough with the bull, get lost, you rotten cheese of a man. Ihelm's face short circuits. Nobody's ever called him cheese before, and it shows. What did you just call me? He sputters, keeling straight over from the sheer disrespect. But Dekilin's not celebrating. His plan is in ruins. He needs to find geisha again before she leaves and crosses paths with someone he really doesn't want her meeting. Out in the courtyard, the crowd's already murmuring, wondering where the head professor wandered off to. His name keeps rippling through the party like a rumor with legs. Dekilin exhales hard. Even with Ihelm dealt with, there's a whole line of leeches waiting to corner him, exactly why he hates these parties. Then someone actually finds him first, and his eyes go wide. It's her, geisha, right in front of him, just as startled to see him as he is to see her. Guess we meet here, he says, doing his best impression of a man who totally planned this. He came out here just to escape the leeches and instead runs straight into the one person he was actually looking for. Turns out these two go way back. I just got a little lost, geisha offers with the world's least convincing smile. She drops the act fast. She knows exactly why he's been hunting her down. I'm sorry about that old mission, she starts, but I already gave back the advance and the cancellation fee, so can we just let this one go? Turns out these two have history as client and contractor. Flashback, geisha apologizing for failing to deliver a magically gifted child, exactly as she'd been hired to do. No, let's be honest, she corrects herself, she didn't fail, she refused, she got attached to the kid and just couldn't hand them over. Dekilin's mind flickers back to that memory, finally understanding what she was talking about. And it hits him, the original Dekilin was gearing up to try the exact same thing all over again. Using a gifted kid to paper over his own shortcomings. Classic villain behavior and exactly the kind of thing Dekilin's trying to leave behind. The memory pulls him further back, into a night he'd rather forget. A face from the past flickers into view, lit in uneasy red. and beside them a familiar, colder gaze watching it all happen. Until when, someone demands in the memory, are you going to keep living like this? Until when, the question echoes and it's clearly one Dekulin still hasn't answered. Before Woojin ever took over this body, the original Dekulin was already surrounded by the wrong people, soaking up bad advice from men who never had his back. He let their sweet talk guide him right into torching every ounce of trust anyone ever had in him. The damage was already done long before Woojin ever opened his eyes in this body. Back in the present, Gainsha admits she basically ran off after agreeing to a secret mission, not exactly her proudest career move. That's an overreaction, honestly, comes the reply, like breaking a secret contract with a monocrank mage is no big deal. Would the old Dekulin have actually tried to kill someone with her level of raw combat power? That's the real question hanging in the air. Because going after her would have been a death wish, plain and simple. As for the original Dekulin, Gainsha shrugs, she never really knew him, not that it matters now. What matters is this? Gainsha's a named adventurer who could kill a man with a single strand of her own hair. Her attributes read invincible body and master of all martial arts, exactly as terrifying as it sounds. A fighter who's clawed her way to the literal physical peak of what a human body can do. And honestly, Dekulin realizes the only reason she's still breathing is that the moment Woojin took over this body, sending an assassin after someone that strong stopped being an option. If the original Dekulin had actually tried it, she'd have been dead in seconds and probably taken the assassin down with her. Anyway, Gainsha announces she's already gotten what she came here for tonight. Connections made, box checked. No reason left to stick around, she says, already heading out and telling him not to worry about her. You're really leaving, he asks, is that actually okay? No assassination attempts, no mysterious deaths, he checks, only half joking, she just laughs, that's classless coming from a villain. He watches her go, quietly relieved this whole encounter didn't end in bloodshed. Gainsha, for her part, isn't fully convinced he's harmless either. She holds her tongue, watching him carefully all the same. Dekulin's mind is already 3 steps ahead. With House Euclide's influence, he could easily lean on the Adventurers Guild to pressure her into line. But leaning on her could open up brand new ways to get himself killed, so he lets it go. A hidden notification flashes, death variable avoided, +1 store currency. Before, he'd have had to fight his way past disaster. Now he's learning to just sidestep it entirely. Then a horrifying thought hits him. Was that whole conversation with Ihelm earlier also a hidden death flag? He can't relax anywhere at this party. Elsewhere in the ballroom, life goes on. Other nobles keep right on dancing, blissfully unaware of the near-death math happening a few rooms over. Cut to a different corner of the estate, where a certain blonde in a red beret is losing her patience fast. That's Rayleigh, Julia's relative and a rookie adventurer already 12th in the rankings, and she's making it very clear she never wanted to be here. Enough, come here already, Uriel sighs from the table. Don't wanna, Rayleigh fires back because apparently that's just how she operates. She plants herself right where she's standing, unmoved. Then the conversation turns serious fast. So how have things actually been with that person lately? The question hangs there while, elsewhere in the halls, that very person happens to be walking by. Uriel doesn't sugarcoat it. Of course it's not good, she admits flatly, still every bit as estranged from her half-brother as ever. Rayleigh goes quiet, clearly not expecting that answer. Hey, keep it down, someone hisses, right as a familiar set of footsteps gets closer. Uriel freezes mid-sentence, catching movement out of the corner of her eye. Dekulin, she blurts, spotting him right there on the staircase. He barely reacts, giving her nothing but a tired, unreadable look. And just like that, he sweeps right past without a word, leaving her standing there stunned. Back out in the main hall, he strides on through, and the whispers start up again immediately. Wow, look at that, leaving without so much as a glance at his own fiancée. Must be true what they've been saying about those two, the gossip mill decides on the spot. And there she is, Julia, standing right in the middle of it all, quietly absorbing every whispered word. The whole hall watches him go and watches her watch him go, which is somehow worse. The rumor mill's already decided he left early because things between them have gone sour. Funny thing is, Kim Woojin, the actual guy behind Dekyulin's face, has absolutely no clue any of this history even exists. He's just trying to survive the night. He keeps walking, blissfully oblivious to the drama trailing behind him. Another notification chimes in: side quest complete, social event attended plus half a point of store currency. Grand total 4.5, slow and steady wins the survival game. 1 week has passed since he attended that big social gathering, the flower of the new year. Since then, it has been nothing but memorization drills and basic telekinesis practice. He has noticed his stamina lagging, so he has taken up working out, and there is a very good reason for that. Because a few days back, he pulled something reckless enough to nearly get him killed. Just replaying it in his head is enough to break him into a cold sweat. Let's rewind the clock a few days and see how this all started. Blood sprays as raw magic tears through him. This upgrade is not going smoothly at all. He crumples to the floor, the ritual pushing him right to the edge of death. After a tense run-in with someone named Gainsha, he decided he needed more raw power, so he carved a fire control engraving right on top of his telekinesis, hoping to supercharge his control over metal. The idea: fuse a magic core straight into the engraving and fast-track years of training into days. The catch is that it is insanely dangerous, and his bleeding fingers are proof of that. He knew exactly how much strain a stunt like that would put on his body. So before pushing the magic any further, he made a call: train the body first. And that is how a certain morning ritual was born. Enter the morning routine. One more set down, and he lets out an exhausted few. No rest for him though, it is already time to head to work. Back at the office, a formal letter is already waiting for head Professor Dekyulin. It has come straight from the magic tower. He cracks the wax seal himself, already bracing for bad news. The sender, the magic tower's Professor Qualification Committee. He goes dead quiet, just staring the letter down. The letter does not mince words. They are holding an audit hearing on his research in 6 months, and they want every document ready and waiting. He heads out, already turning the problem over in his head. If they are auditing him now, his host's research was probably already dead in the water before he ever took over this body, which puts him in a seriously bad spot. Because in the world he remembers, this Dekyulin was always just a professor, nothing more. Failing this audit means kissing goodbye to any hope of ever finding his way back home. He picks up the pace. There is only one move left: dig through Dekyulin's old laboratory for anything, literally anything, he can use. He arrives at the lab, tension written all over his back. The door creaks open on a room nobody has touched in ages. Inside is total chaos, toppled shelves and papers scattered everywhere. What a mess, he mutters. Nobody has set foot in here for a long time. If the old Dekyulin really had come back through here, the place would not look this undisturbed. Then something catches his eye. One particular heap of junk looks a little too deliberate to be an accident. Is it hiding something? He narrows his eyes at it. He cannot say for certain who is really to blame here, but there is no better way to stop the real Dekyulin than digging this up. Good thing all that telekinesis training paid off. He rips the debris apart with a flick of raw telekinetic force. Underneath it all sits a battered old notebook. Looks like the research inside is encrypted, locked down tight so nobody could steal it. But it's useless, he scoffs, useless to anyone but him anyway. Because the second he focuses, understanding just clicks into place. Power floods through him as the cipher unravels. The light gets so bright it is almost blinding. Once it fades, he realizes the research itself is a wreck, torn pages and missing pieces everywhere. Half the logic here is flat out wrong, and yet somehow it was still good enough to catch a wealthy magnate's attention. Then he spots something that stops him cold. Tucked inside is a locket, a portrait of a crying little girl. This child, Efren Luna, was it. He falls silent, putting the pieces together. Efren's father worked as this Dekyulin's researcher, and it looks like he tried desperately to bury this. This is exactly why the Luna family carries such a deep grudge against Dekyulin. And because of him, Efren's whole life got dragged through hell. Don't worry, he murmurs quietly, already resolving to do something about it. Rewind further still, and there is the original Dekyulin himself, dangling a promise in front of her father. I'll add your name to this paper as a co-author. Of course, I need the credit too. I can't very well put only your name on it. Cut to campus, the on-campus cafe, light and coffee. Got it, we commoners have to stick together. Someone declares there are only 30 of them in this whole class. If we do not team up, we are the ones who will end up paying for it down the line, she warns the table. She turns it right on Efren, who chokes on her drink trying to dodge the question. I used to be a noble, you know, the ginger sighs. Ah well, forget playing by a noble's rules. I don't even have land or a title anymore, so what kind of noble am I, really? The rest of the group piles on, crowning Efren their unofficial commoner representative. She can hardly believe it, but the blue-haired classmate, let's just call him Blue, points out they will need a supervising professor if they ever want to make this a real club. Getting any professor to sign off on a commoners club, that is the real problem. What about Professor Relin, please? He is too busy sucking up to that fat noble to bother with us. Professor Carmel, do not say that name. Cue Stash with the deadpan commentary. Every professor turns tail, the second commoners show up, and Professor de Culin, forget it, obviously not him. Efren, meanwhile, has fully checked out and is just eyeing everyone's leftover dessert. That's it, Efren, let's just ask Professor de Culin. The whole table freezes like they have seen a ghost. Huh, Blue actually defends the idea. He is harsh, sure, but at least he looks down on everyone equally, nobles and commoners alike. You dodged punishment because of him once already, doesn't that mean you are already on his radar? It's nothing like that, Efren shoots back. You really think he is that great a guy? Even she can feel the mood at the table suddenly go strange. I don't want anything to do with de Culin, she blurts. Anyway, I just can't do it. She bolts, but her friend chases her down. Don't just say that, think it over. If I push this, it will only backfire. The redhead finally catches up and grabs hold of her, out of breath. What's wrong, Julia? Efren asks, so that is her name after all. Then, out of nowhere, the mood turns ice cold as a hooded figure snaps out a single cold command. Whatever just happened, it leaves the two of them standing there shaken. The scene fades to black, tension still hanging heavy in the air. A white-haired girl bolts upright on a courtyard bench, blue eyes wide with shock. Only one name comes out of her mouth, de Culin. Sure enough, there he is, striding across the tiled courtyard like he owns the place, while Efren's legs dart down the stairs behind him. Evening light settles over the grounds as he keeps walking, unbothered, each footstep echoing off the stone. Off to the side, classmates spot Julia sneaking in late and pile on. Julia, when did you get here, you coward? Classic Julia, always fashionably late to the drama. De Culin descends an outdoor staircase, coat billowing, footsteps sharp enough to make people nervous just hearing them. Back at the dorm entrance, Julia leans out and waves her off with a grin. Good luck, Efren, she calls, orange ponytail bouncing. Efren flinches, crossing the courtyard, clearly bracing herself for whatever is about to happen. She finally works up the nerve to speak. Professor, she starts, voice small. A passing professor grumbles that he wants nothing to do with the whole de Culin situation, but grudgingly admits she's got a point. Julia faceplants dramatically onto her desk. It's a given the other professors won't cooperate with us, she groans into the wood. Cut to de Culin himself pouring a drink at an outdoor cafe table while Efren hovers nearby, on edge. Rather than be bothered about this forever, he muses. A hand presses a seal onto the club application. This is actually happening, let's just try it, someone urges. De Culin hands over the papers without much ceremony. Send me the details later to my office, he says, already walking off. Efren can only manage a stunned, sorry. Take it, he says flatly, sliding the signed document across the table to her. Efren stands there next to him, still processing. Okay, is all she can manage. Back with the others, someone stares at the parchment in disbelief. He really signed it. Word spreads fast. Under the open sky, as de Culin walks off in the distance, nobody can believe it. He just agreed to it, the de Culin. Julia and Efren both stare at the signature, speechless. The signature from him, I did not see that coming. Alone with her thoughts, Efren can't shake the question. Why would he help her? It's just like back at the disciplinary committee. Why, she wonders, is de Culin suddenly being nice to her at all? Class begins. Deculene stands at the front, calm as ever. Today's lesson is on the understanding of pure elements. As you know, elements are the building basis of all magic. Chalk diagrams fill the board behind him. Still, plenty of mages never grasp the difference between categorical magic and pure elements, for instance. Up front, Deculene keeps building his example. But under her breath, Ephraim is somewhere else entirely, turning over her own question. Is it guilt? Or sympathy maybe, she can't decide which is worse. Around the room, Julia and the rest hang on every word of the lecture. Ephraim's thoughts turn dark. He drove her father to death. Even if he's being nice to her now, it only feels fake. Elsewhere in the room, a rival classmate grips her desk hard enough to shake, jaw clenched, clearly not thrilled about any of this. The tension in the air practically has its own color. Julia leans over, worried. Are you all right, Ephraim? Startled out of her thoughts, Ephraim blinks. Oh, what? You don't seem to be doing well, Julia presses. Ephraim shakes it off. Don't concern yourself with those guys, she tells Julia. They don't know how to do anything except run their mouths. Nearby, the jealous classmate mutters, baffled. What the hell is she even talking about? Then quieter, ah. Later in the halls, a sneer follows Ephraim. What's that vermin doing here? Someone hisses. A cluster of students whispers, side-eyeing her. Why is she even looking at us? A blonde noble scoffs outright, gross. Ephraim sighs to herself. Yeah, she really did make herself public enemy number one with the nobles after that whole incident. She turns back to Julia with a reassuring smile. It's all right, Julie. Those guys are always like that. Back in class, Deculene keeps teaching, precise as ever. Every stroke holds its own reasoning, but a student's spell flares to life in a burst of colored flame. I heard Deculene's lectures are different, someone whispers. This ignition spell changes color with just 2 extra strokes. Deculene demonstrates it himself, flame curling from his palm. That's because those 2 strokes decide the color of the flame. A spellbook floats up on its own, crackling with light. This is what we're learning today, he announces. He looks up, unreadable as always, and names it, Flowing Fire. The spellbook's pages flip open, packed with diagrams most students have never even seen before. Turns out Ephraim's suspicions weren't entirely wrong. Originally, Deculene's lectures really were just him showing off his position. These days, though, class is basically a live magic show, gorgeous manhwa reenactments instead of dry theory. Funny enough, back in his old life they apparently called this guy Kim Woojin. Wild how a man can change worlds and still be this much of a show-off. Even the so-called elite students, the ones who figured they already knew everything, sit there completely floored. The story circles to another face in the crowd. A girl who lost the joy of learning long ago, buried under the weight of her own genius. At her desk, hands clasped tight, heart pounding, she can't look away from the lesson. Up front, Deculene spins up a swirling water circle. As you all know, this circle is for summoning water. The circle glows blue, however, if you combine it with the fire circle, he continues. A second circle, red and blazing, locks in around the first. The 2 circles collapse into a spinning vortex of fire and light, Deculene calmly floating at its center. It becomes this, he says. Both Ephraim and the blonde genius gasp at the exact same instant, eyes blown wide. Fire ripples across the room like liquid. It's really flowing, someone yells. The fire is flowing like water, another voice shouts, followed by a flat, disbelieving, no way. The blonde girl can barely process it. I didn't know his lectures were this theoretical, she breathes. Purple flame churns in a cauldron at the front of the room while the whole class leans in, transfixed. Most mages who get called geniuses just run on instinct, the lesson explains. To them, theory is basically a straitjacket. A cloaked, glowing figure illustrates the point. If every mage leaned only on theory, every single one would end up casting the exact same spell, poured from the exact same mold. It makes sense, someone admits. An hourglass drains steadily. Focus too hard on theory, the lesson goes and there's no time left to actually learn magic. Trying to understand every spell through pure theory is wildly inefficient, and honestly it just gets in the way of real training. A straining figure grits through raw magical overload, muscles lit from within. This, apparently, is the actual paradox of magic. De Killian sums it up: to become elite you need good instincts. The catch, even elites can't actually explain what instinct is. And for a professor whose own genius the public is currently side-eyeing, teaching a lesson this theory-heavy shouldn't even be possible. And yet somehow he's pulling it off, practically impossible, and he's just doing it anyway. Later, standing outside the looming university towers, Ephraim lets out a long breath. That lecture was nothing like the rumors said. Walking the halls afterward, arms crossed, she admits it to herself. She's never focused that hard on a class in her life. She arrives back at the Magic Tower dorm, still turning it over in her head. HM. Somewhere nearby, someone grumbles about the pranks around the dorms getting old fast. The reason becomes obvious fast. Ephraim's own door has been scrawled with slurs. "Get out, you're not even from the academy, commoner trash." A voice nearby adds almost too casually that it's only gotten worse since that thing with Sylvia. Ephraim just blinks, huh. Later, holding the signed club document, Ephraim has second thoughts. "Whoa, I almost fell for this one," she mutters. "There's no way this is real." After all, who would actually sponsor her, hated by both the Alade household and de Killian? This is good, actually, she decides. I can report it as fake and get a reward. She marches off down the corridor, fully convinced she's about to cash in on someone else's forgery. She stops in front of a plaque, Magical Administration Office. She pushes the door open. One look at the paperwork and her face drops. It's real, she realizes. "Pardon," she manages. The clerk doesn't even blink. It's not fake, the seal is real. Ephraim loses it completely. "You're lying," she shouts at the poor clerk, who looks thoroughly unbothered. "It's real," she shrieks again, still not over it. Back in her room, she slaps her own cheeks. "This will surely wake me up. Wake up." Spoiler, it does not. She just stands there, hair a mess, staring at nothing. Now the real panic sets in. Did anyone see her? And worse, what if people find out she's suddenly sitting on 100,000 Elni? Naturally, the reasonable response is packing an emergency suitcase, just in case. "I never should have gone to that office," she groans, while across town the clerk just quietly thinks, what a strange question that was. Ephraim spirals further, convinced the clerk's weird look means she's after her money too. "I should have been way more careful," she winces. She lets out one long, mortified scream into the void. Then faceplants straight onto the floor. "Oh, that hurts," she groans, muffled. But she starts trailing off as her mood shifts. A quiet moment settles over her, tears sliding down without much fuss. Half laughing, half crying, she finally lets herself say it. "Someone noticed my talents." Alone in her room, she breathes it out like a promise. "The world is still kind, let's get it together." A soft voice, maybe her own, urges her on. "Just try a little harder." Outside, the dorm windows catch the last of the light as the day quietly closes out. We open at Euclid Manor, all stately columns and sunlit gardens, the kind of quiet that never lasts long in this story. A steward eyes the building uneasily and asks if what he's hearing is really true. Right now, he's told, their man is already headed to the Schatzenjewel auction and should be arriving any minute. There by now, the steward mutters to a sharp-eyed aide, both of them bracing for whatever chaos is about to unfold. The aide grips her head, half panicked. He blew 10 million Elni last year alone. What fresh disaster is he cooking up this time? She storms off, jaw set. If he causes one more problem, she is not going to forgive him. Cut to the city of Luton, where a car pulls up outside the Schatzenjewel auction house, the place where fortunes are about to change hands. In his head, pure excitement, he is finally about to buy the one thing he's been hunting for. And there he is, striding down the red carpet like he owns the place, every footstep echoing through the hall. In his head, his talents lacking, sure, but the treasure he's carrying right now is forged from rare steel, a stopgap, nothing more. This, he reminds himself, is just a temporary patch. What he actually needs is waiting for him at today's auction. He's shown into the VIP waiting room, all plush chairs and gold trim, exactly the kind of place a man with his reputation gets ushered into. Something catches his eye and a startled little gasp escapes someone already seated across the room. "Shoot, I didn't expect this," comes a mutter from the couch. Somebody just got caught completely off guard. She rises, composed on the surface but clearly rattled underneath, smoothing herself out before facing him properly. Footsteps echo as she turns away, and for a moment the whole room goes quiet. The old steward stands watch nearby, arms crossed and unreadable while she puts some distance between them. He just watches her go, silent, giving absolutely nothing away. He can hardly believe it. Of all the people to run into here, it's Julie. Julie squares up on him, words gotten around that he sent 2 young mages straight to the disciplinary committee. Again. He just stands there and lets her vent, not even bothering to turn all the way around. That's old news, he says coolly. What about it? Are you honestly about to try and blame? That on me too, he finishes, and Julie goes quiet, caught without a comeback. They're freshly appointed rookies, she presses. Does he really intend to crush their dreams before they've even started? Her voice sharpens further. His sins will catch up with him eventually, and he'd better not repeat the mistakes of his past. Something heavy hangs in the air as the accusation lands. He just exhales, wordless, letting the moment pass through him. This, he realizes, was Julie's version of a goodbye speech, her last piece of advice for him. She's made up her mind. Whatever the two of them have going, she intends to cut it off completely. Watching her walk away, he can't help but agree. Honestly, same page. No matter how gorgeous she is, he tells himself, he's not signing up for marriage, not over something this fickle, not in this life. Because around her, he knows there are way too many ways this whole thing gets somebody killed, including her. If he messes this up, he could genuinely die on the very day of his own wedding. A tense, wordless beat passes between them, neither one saying a thing. Still, the Julie he knows would never bother showing up to something like an auction, so why is she actually here? Did you seriously come all the way to the auction just to tell me that? He needles, and Julie goes bright red. Wah, what? You're so full of yourself, she sputters. There's no way I came looking for you, I just needed to find something, that's all. I mean it, she insists, practically vibrating. I'm really looking for something. I get it, he shrugs, so calm down. Saying it once is enough for me to understand, he adds, and Julie huffs, cheeks puffed in pure indignation. He can't help but think how cute that is first time he's ever seen her act like this. You misunderstood first, she mutters, refusing to look at him. Something flickers across his face, a jolt he really wasn't expecting. Wait, what is this feeling? He was just thinking about how dangerous it'd be to get close to her, that's all, right? A colder thought cuts through. Has he actually been infected by Deculine's own feelings? He's been so careful not to let his real personality get corrupted by this body's baggage. Careful, apparently not careful enough. An announcement rings out across the hall. The auction is about to begin. Yeah, he decides he's just overthinking it. Down on the auction floor, the first lot waits under its cover. The auctioneer takes his place at the podium, all showman energy, ready to open the bidding. Presenting our first item, he booms, sweeping off the cloth, the vase from the east. Just look at those elegant curves, he gushes, crafted by a master artisan from the distant east. The room erupts in appreciative oohs and ahs as the vase glows faintly gold under the lights. He clocks it immediately. That's the exact same glow he saw flagged in Ephraim's old files. It's marked wealthy magnate. And it's not fading, if anything it's getting brighter the higher the price climbs, which means numbers fly across the room as bidders throw out figures faster than anyone can track. Guessed 1,413, 1.5 million. The auctioneer calls, pointing out yet another eager bidder. Guessed 777, 2.5 million sold. He's just claimed his first prize of the night. The vase never dimmed no matter how high the price climbed, he reasons. That means it's worth even more than that final number. He's got plenty sitting in the bank, might as well put the rest to good use. Current balance, a staggering 205,238,039 elni. Rufferin's ring sold to guest 777 for 3 million elni. The spending spree is officially underway. Lucho's scissors 2.1 million, also to guest 777, and the ancient rune necklace goes for 4.3 million. Once again, guest 777. And this time as well, guest 777 takes it 5.5 million elni. Around the hall, the whispers start, that number 777 guy's buying up everything. Isn't that Professor de Culin? Off in the crowd, someone gives a quiet, thoroughly unimpressed scoff. What a pathetic man, Julie mutters to herself, starved for attention even in a place like this. I don't get why he can't appreciate the beauty of humility and modesty. Whatever, let's just leave him to it. Her focus snaps back to business. All she actually needs is to get her hands on Winter's fire. And now the auctioneer announces the final item of tonight's auction. He gestures with a flourish toward the covered pedestal, milking the moment for everything it's worth. Many have searched for it and come up empty. An ore used to forge some of the finest swords in imperial history, the magic of nature itself, Winter's fire. The cover comes off to a collective gasp, cold blue light spilling across the stage. The snowflare stone. The crowd buzzes with excitement as he stares, wide-eyed, clearly not expecting this. Julie's just as stunned, the stone's name echoing through the room one more time for effect. It's a paradox of an item, the auctioneer explains, somehow holding both searing heat and bitter cold at once. The only things ranked above it for forging weapons are true legends, he adds, like dragon bones. He does the math fast. The snowflare stone is basically the best ingredient he could possibly get his hands on. Julie's just as locked in. She's making absolutely sure this one doesn't slip away from her. The bids come in hot: 10 million, 13, 20, 25, until it lands at 30 million elni from a bidder in the crowd. Anyone else? The auctioneer calls out. Then the item goes to Julie, perks up, already celebrating in her head. Nice, I got it, she beams, dead certain the stone is already hers. Someone's face goes tight with shock as a last-second bid lands, and it's not hers. Chills run down Julie's spine as she realizes exactly what just happened. Why are you doing this? She seethes, rounding on him. De Culin, she shouts loud enough for the whole hall to hear while he just stands there perfectly composed. The auctioneer calls out her counterbid, 32 million elni. Guessed 777, 33 million elni. He is not backing down either. Around them, the crowd starts gossiping. He's after the stone they forge swords from, probably to gift it to his fiancée, right? But if that's the plan, why not just let her buy it herself? He must really love her, someone whispers. He blinks, genuinely confused for a second. Ah, he realizes way too late. Have I been bidding against Julie this whole time? Of course, the snowflare stone would be exactly her kind of prize too, Julie thinks. Who knows when something like this comes around again? He knows he might be putting himself at real risk, pushing this fight any further. But for something this precious to him, he decides it is a risk worth taking. Both of them lock eyes on the glowing stone between them, neither willing to be the one who backs down. He has to have the snowflare stone, and so, apparently, does she. The bidding wars are heating up inside the auction house, the price already soaring past 40 million. The house is about to reveal who is walking away with the prize, the medal of magic itself, the snowflare stone. Sitting pretty in the front row is Professor de Culin, cool as ever while the whole room loses its mind. Word spreads fast. De Culin just walked off with the stone and the crowd cannot stop buzzing about it. Apparently a Mr. Freyden pushed the bidding way past reasonable, but hey, that is what happens when de Culin wants something. Rumor in the room says the whole extravagant bid was just a gift for his fiancée. How sweet, right? Except the woman the gossip is about already knows exactly what he was really after. And that knowing look on her face drags us straight back to the day it all started going wrong. She never wanted any of what he was offering, not one bit. Back then, he laid out a fortune in front of her and promised he would give her anything, do anything, just to seal the engagement. To her, that proposal was the single worst day of her life. In her memory, every word out of his mouth basically boiled down to "look how amazing I am." That is the version of him burned into her memory, all that wealth on display and not one bit of warmth behind it. All she felt watching him flaunt his money was humiliation. "You already know what I actually want from you," she tells him, voice ice cold. She finally says it outright. What she really wants from him has nothing to do with gifts or titles. Back in the present, she walks in on him still surrounded by his auction winnings. And that humiliating engagement day was only the beginning of their problems. The rumor mill loves this one. The dignified knight-to-be, they say, fell hard for Deculin after all. Word going around claims she only agreed to the engagement because he promised her a captaincy in the Euclean Knight Order. Worse, some are saying she flat-out begged for it. She knows exactly who planted that story, and she is not buying that it will win her back. Her only reaction, what an absolute fool. No matter how this looks from the outside, she is certain of one thing: she cannot love this man. Not for lack of trying either. And even now, watching him from a distance, some small part of her is still bracing for whatever he tries next. Out in the real world, the two of them make their way down through the auction hall together, the picture of a perfect couple. A Freydin relative corners her with a pointed question. Did she want the snowflare stone for herself too? She snaps right back, demanding to know how long he plans on insulting her like this. A muttered apology follows, though it barely lands. Deculin just watches the whole exchange play out from a few steps away. Something said in that moment clearly catches her completely off guard. She excuses herself before things get any more awkward. Deculin just quietly walks off, leaving the tension behind him. Still in her knight's plate, she is left standing there processing what just happened. A Freydin relative is still stuck on the fact that Deculin actually apologized to him over the auction win. That is not the Deculin he remembers, right before someone hollers Julie's name across the courtyard. Julie's sister Josephine rolls up and orders her straight into the car. Meet Josephine, eldest Freydin daughter, Julie's big sister, and clearly not here for anyone's nonsense. Under a quiet starry sky, the Euclean mansion sits waiting for Deculin to come home. His car rolls in through the gates after a long night. Riding home, he figures Julie probably wanted the snowflare stone for herself and is none too pleased he outbid her family for it. More importantly, he is quietly relieved. Whatever deadly complication he expected from tonight's auction never showed up. Back at the estate, something has clearly rattled the household and someone is already asking if everything is all right. The staff go quiet as word spreads through the halls. Then the announcement comes: Miss Uriel is home. She strides in looking like she is ready for a fight. Her steward is already on her case. That money was earmarked for the mines, so what exactly did she spend it on? He realizes too late why her personal account had gotten so bloated. He should have been watching closer. Her defense: relax, whatever she bought is going to pay for itself. He is not exactly reassured, and she is done arguing about it with words. Getting manhandled by his own boss, he can only grumble that she is treating him like trash. Out on her own later, the stress finally cracks through her composure. The estate is barely staying afloat as it is, and she and the workers have been busting themselves to keep it that way. So finding out someone just blew through a fortune without a second thought sends her rage through the roof. Something dark and red starts curling up around her. Gambling away money that belongs to the whole estate, she cannot even process the audacity. Whatever just happened, it sends someone flying. Somewhere close by, someone else clocks it immediately. A villain's fate flag just triggered. But there is something else glowing through all that rage, a golden light nobody expected. Turns out her fury just kicked open a second trait entirely: wealthy magnate. Someone already has a plan brewing, one that is admittedly going to be lucrative. Don't worry, Uriel, comes the reassurance, though it does not land any better than the last one. She grabs him by the collar, spitting that she is the one who has had to work herself to the bone cleaning up his messes. She gave up on university, gave up on ever having a normal love life, all trying to hold this family together. And now she has just found out he torched 150 million Elni in a single day. Before she can even finish cursing him out, he drops the real bombshell: he is handing her the household headship for good. That stops her cold. He says it again, slower this time, so there is no mistaking it. Her brain, for the record, does not process that any better the second time. She tells him to cut the bullshit, which he calmly points out is not exactly proper language for the future head of a noble house. She is convinced he is lying. He insists he is not and offers to prove it with an oath. Not just any oath either, the mage's binding oath, the kind that kills you outright if you go back on your word. She cannot wrap her head around it. Why now? Why so suddenly? Her best guess at this point is that he must have hit his head somewhere. He tells her she does not have to believe him either way. She warns him she will kill him herself if he ever goes back on it. Message received apparently because she is already squaring up to take the job seriously. Asked if she is leaving immediately, her answer is obviously yes. Somebody just blew their fortune at an auction and she has damage control to do. New title, new problems, and she is already off to go handle them. Back on his end, a status window quietly confirms it. Another villain's fate flag cleared, plus a little bonus store currency for the trouble. He lets out a long breath, like a storm just rolled through, and thankfully nothing caught fire. As far as he is concerned, there was never any downside to handing that headship over to her. One flag down, if he keeps clearing them off one at a time like this, he might actually be able to escape his fate for good. Before he can even finish that thought, an uninvited voice chimes in, impressed he is actually following through on his promise to change. He whips around, Gainsha of all people just dropping by unannounced. An uninvited guest if he has ever seen one. She apologizes, sort of claiming what she just witnessed was simply too shocking to ignore. He is not sure that is much of an excuse. Then Gainsha says the name outright, Uriel von Grahen-Euclin, and drops the bombshell that Uriel does not share a single drop of Euclin blood. That lands like a punch to the gut. He has no idea what she is even talking about. Because as far as he remembers from the game this world used to be, none of this was ever supposed to happen. We open deep in the night inside the Euclin mansion where a lone figure moves quietly through the dark halls. A servant delivers a bombshell. Uriel, the family's beloved daughter, does not share a single drop of blood with the Euclins. Deculin turns it over quietly. Uriel, it seems, is set to be nothing more than his half-sister. His contact isn't so sure this is wise, reminding him that running this blood test was his idea in the first place, Professor. He already suspected Uriel wasn't his biological sister. What throws him is just how total that gap really is, not one shared drop of blood with the Euclins. The two of them recap why they even ran the test to begin with, to settle for good whether he and his little sister are truly related. Word reaches Eferen too, and even she is caught off guard. She has never heard a whisper about this. But Deculin's answer comes immediately. Blood or not, Uriel is still Uriel. The fixer he brought in for this can't help but grin. Wow, she teases, he is really full of surprises today. She wasn't expecting an answer that soft out of him. Still, she promises to guard the secret about his sister like it's her own. She strikes a confident pose in her tricorn hat before heading out while a quiet figure lingers by the door, clearly used to keeping his employer's secrets. Just as she's about to vanish into the night, she remembers one more thing worth mentioning. Word on the street is the 6 snake heads are on the move again. That name alone makes people flinch, 6 of the worst crime bosses on the continent, all rolled into one terrifying alliance. Each of them runs their own criminal empire, and each one's head comes with a bounty worth millions. Right now they're hunting down goods bought from the auction house, which is a problem since Deculin's been shopping there too. Even if the auction house gets his order to him safely, she warns, he had better keep his guard up the moment it lands at his door. Alone again, Deculin lets out a long breath, the night's paperwork scattered at his feet. He presses a hand to his temple. That, he mutters, is something he really did not need to know. Sitting alone in the dark of his study, he tells himself the truth changes absolutely nothing. Because here's the thing, from the very start, he was never really Deculin to begin with. So whether Uriel turns out to be his real blood or not, how he treats her was never going to change. Blood test or no blood test, as far as he's concerned, Uriel will always be Deculin's sister. His expression settles into something resolved, the decision's already made. Under a full moon, he lands on the only sensible plan, bury the truth and move on. Cut to a completely different corner of the world, a scruffy adventuring team camped out for the night, deep in a gossip session. One teammate needles their captain, calling her a sucker for a handsome face who would swoon no matter what the guy actually said. The bickering escalates fast, threats to rearrange faces meet outraged protests that Grandma called him handsome, thank you very much. Turns out they are gossiping about Dekulin of all people, wondering out loud if the guy secretly has a human side after all. One of them, Rayleigh, chimes in that either way, the good news is their job watching Dekulin is finally done. Their captain flexes and admits she really just wanted to ask him if he still needed a magic slave, though he clearly was not in the market anymore. Job done, the team packs up and heads for home. Before they go, the captain lays down the law: everything they overheard tonight stays a secret, full stop. A magic circle lights up beneath their boots, and just like that, the whole team is gone. The next day, over at the university's magic tower, it is business as usual for Professor Dekulin. The tower looms as impressively as ever over the school grounds. Back in his office, Dekulin leans back in his chair, humming thoughtfully over some paperwork. He's finally unlocked something called the System Store, upgrades that could make him stronger. Only catch, he is completely broke in whatever currency it runs on. The System Store, it turns out, lets him spend a special currency to level himself up like some kind of game character. Chances to use it are rare too, only 6 total by the halfway point of whatever game he thinks he is playing. There is a catch: he only gets 1 shot at the store per level gained. And every level up doubles the price tag on the next purchase. He is not about to waste a rare opportunity like this on a whim. So he has quietly been grinding, folding memorization drills, physical conditioning, even Kai-powered floating blades into his daily routine. Impressive as that sounds, he admits his raw combat strength still is not where it needs to be. Not compared to the continent's most infamous named villains anyway. What he needs right now, he decides, is better mana quality. Now he just needs to hustle up 4 units of store currency to actually afford it. A knock at the door interrupts the math. In walks a nervous-looking student, sandy hair, wide eyes, clutching his books like a lifeline. Dekulin gets straight to business, warning him to be careful given what just ran in today's Wizard Journal. The headline: a wanted poster for a masked killer going by Lockhart. The article warns that this wizard killer has been spotted near the outskirts, and everyone is told to stay indoors. Dekulin's private thoughts give it away though. To him, this guy is just the biggest threat mages face early in the game, and apparently he has finally shown up. Sure, he admits an ordinary mage would have every reason to panic over a name like that. But he is not exactly an ordinary mage anymore, so he is not losing any sleep over it. If anything, running into this killer might be a nice shortcut to some easy store currency. He waves off the student's worry and sends him home for the night. Flustered, the student snaps a quick yes, professor, and scrambles off. As they walk together, the kid looks like he wants to ask about something else entirely. Whatever it is catches Dekulin completely off guard. The reaction is loud enough to rattle the whole tower. Even the tower itself seems to brace for the aftershock. Turns out Dekulin just offered to make him his assistant professor, and the kid can barely process it, especially after being told for ages that he had no talent. Dekulin plays it cool, insisting it is only because he needed to pick an assistant anyway, though it is obvious the kid's effort actually won him over. Before the student can even finish objecting, Dekulin cuts him off and just hands something over. It is a bangle stamped with the Euclid family crest itself. Keep working hard, Dekulin tells him. Dekulin turns and walks off without another word, business as usual. The kid just stares at the crest in his hands, stunned. Dekulin's own reasoning is a lot less sentimental though. The boy is useful and he is not about to let him slip away. Later, Dekulin clocks that his new assistant has basically been running himself ragged doing everything solo, so he tells him to knock off early and grab dinner on his dime. The kid nearly drops his books. Professor, this is way too much, he stammers. He trails after Dekulin down the hall, still trying to argue him out of it. That night, Dekulin finally gets a moment to himself, stretched out and unwinding after the long day. Somewhere nearby, footsteps pass through the quiet, and a curious face peeks in before slipping away. Meanwhile, the kid tucks the money away, clearly still torn about accepting it. The next stop on Dekulin's errand list, the staff-only library. He is not here to browse. He came looking for one thing specifically, Luna's old research paper. While he is at it, he figures he might as well keep an eye out for any useful grimoires on manipulation magic too. He is not alone in the stacks for long. A sharp voice stops him cold, demanding to know just what he is doing inside the staff-only section. He turns and recognition flickers across his face. Well, the debutante Sylvia. The two of them size each other up in the middle of the aisle. Sylvia blinks, caught a little off guard herself now that she sees exactly who she is talking to. And that is exactly where this chapter leaves us, staring down a brand new complication just when things were finally starting to calm down. Rewind 10 minutes. A librarian checks in with the head professor about letting a young mage named Sylvia into the university's off-limits executive reading room. It's normally reserved strictly for executives, but hey, the rules bend a little for the right names. The old professor waves it off with a laugh. No need to restrict the successor of House Alade and this year's top rookie mage, he says. Permission granted straight from his crystal ball. Let her browse to her heart's content. The librarian relays the good news, and Sylvia gets the green light to dig through the stacks as long as she likes. Books and languages are basically her whole personality, and she vanishes into the shelves without a second thought. She's hunting something very specific, a novel that checks two particular boxes at once. And there it is. Ever since the fairies vanished, anything written in their language, ethanol, has gotten stupidly rare, and she's just found one. She flips her hair back, pretty pleased with herself, and of course, that is exactly when her luck runs out. She never expected to run into Dekilin, of all people, in this room. He rounds on her with that trademark ice-cold stare. Why, he asks flatly, is she in the executive reading room? Sylvia freezes up and he follows with an even less gentle reminder. Does she want the disciplinary committee convened again? Her brain short-circuits. Dekilin here, she could have sworn he never set foot in the library. She stammers that she's after a specific document and that she already cleared it with Professor Relin. That, Dekilin points out coolly, would mean the professor ignored school regulations and the librarian just went along with it. Which means, he adds, they deserve to be disciplined right alongside her. Pardon, thaw that's, she stammers, and then a strange glowing blue book is suddenly right in front of her. An ethanol novel, he says, unimpressed, so breaking the rules was all for a romance novel. And how does she even read ethanol in the first place? Wait, that is not even the point. It's because she's into literature and languages, she blurts out, completely mortified. Fine, he says he'll let it slide this time, but come back here without proper permission again and disciplinary measures follow, unless of course her whole plan is to flex her family's influence. In that case, he adds coldly, send someone else to fetch her books. And with that, he walks off, footsteps echoing, leaving her standing there completely deflated. She grips her book so hard her knuckles go white. He humiliated me, she thinks bitterly. She only wanted to understand the fairies through their own stories. Staring up at the grand hall, all she can manage is a stubborn, wounded heap. Even the language itself seems to be against her today. Ethanol is notoriously inconsistent and brutal to read. Cut to a misty forest clearing on the edge of campus, where a very different kind of lesson is about to begin. Students go crashing through the underbrush chasing some fleeing critter, yelling for each other not to let it get away. Others carefully set their catch down on a leaf like it's a science project because, well, it kind of is. Watching from the tree line, Dekilin and the other professors note that for a first practical exam, this class is remarkably calm. Guess the mountain of darkness doesn't scare them much. Professor Relin says training will have to wrap up by nightfall, but he can't help beaming with pride at them anyway. That's the mountain of darkness for you, tucked just outside university grounds and not somewhere you want to be caught after dark. It's a place of real significance, and the magic tower keeps it under tight security for good reason. Beneath that quiet forest, dangerous beasts and venomous creatures lurk in serious numbers. Which is exactly why the magic tower keeps multiple protective barriers up and rotates a professor on patrol. Oh, right, speaking of which. Turns out this week's on-duty professor still hasn't been picked. Relin turns to Dekilin, wants his take on who's fit for the job. Without missing a beat, Dekilin volunteers himself and Relin nearly falls over in shock. The rest of the faculty practically swoon. Of course the head professor leads by example. What a guy. Unmoved by the praise, Dekulian privately admits it's not for any noble reason at all. Right on cue, a side quest pops into view: the darkness of the magic tower, extra store currency, and an achievement bonus attached. Something out there in the trees is pulling at him, and he knows it. That, he figures, must be exactly why the game just handed him a side quest. So what's actually about to happen out on that mountain? That night, a student wishes the professor good night before heading off, no idea how long his shift is actually about to get. 9 hours later, over at a cafe near the magic tower, the mood couldn't be more different. The girls practically melt at the dessert menu. These sundaes look almost too pretty to eat. They look delicious too, which honestly settles the debate pretty fast. Ginger asks if Ephraim's really buying all of this for everyone, and Ephraim just grins, of course, dig in. She can finally afford it, she beams. She's sitting on a fresh 100,000 elni. It's on me, she declares, as her friends gather in around the table. Yay, the club establishment plan is already filed and should get approved any day now. Consider this their first official meetup. Ephraim just hopes the rest of the student body doesn't drag its feet. Not many people have signed up yet. Don't worry, a friend reassures her, run the club well and they'll come around. Then out of nowhere, a scream rips through the night air. It cuts straight through the cafe chatter. Julia and Ephraim both snap their heads up. The whole table freezes. Did you hear that too? One of them asks, already on her feet. Wherever it came from, they agree, they need to go check it out right now. They take off, running through the streets toward the sound. Please help me, a voice cries out from somewhere in the dark. Someone points over there. Julia freezes mid-step. Wait, huh? Something's wrong with Ephraim, someone shouts, and in the blink of an eye she's simply gone, swallowed by the dark. She's falling, tumbling through what feels like an endless void of stars and shadow. Footsteps echo around her from every direction at once. A voice snaps at someone, demanding to know what they just said, cut off mid-sentence. Something startles her badly. Whatever she's seeing doesn't add up. Where even is this place, she wonders, dazed. She was just at the cafe with everyone a second ago. The forest around her twists and stretches. Nothing about it feels right. Please help me, that same plea again, closer this time. Someone really was calling out for help. Where are you? She calls back, already sprinting toward the voice. Over here, it answers. Are you all right? She yells, reaching out to whoever's collapsed in the dark ahead of her. Open your eyes and look again. A familiar voice cuts through everything. That is not a person. Pardon, she barely gets out before the thing in front of her starts to change. Whatever it was wearing as a disguise tears away, revealing something monstrous underneath. What is that? She gasps, finally seeing the truth for herself. Dekulian's beside her now, explaining flatly. She was caught in a demon's illusion. That's simply what they do. Get lost and don't interfere, he warns the creature, shielding her without a hint of hesitation. The demon shrieks in fury. What is this power? Dekulian doesn't waste a second, magic already crackling to life around him. A blade of dark energy carves through the air toward the creature. The demon doesn't back down, lunging at him with everything it has. It's furious, he notes coolly, because it just lost its prey. He narrows his eyes, sizing the thing up, completely unshaken. Steel meets shadow in a blur of motion. A burst of raw magic detonates between them, lighting up the whole clearing. He answers with a crescent slash of crimson energy, carving straight into it. The demon takes the hit dead on, staggering back through the trees. He presses the advantage, without letting up for a second. It roars in agony, its rage only growing with every strike. It tries to circle around behind him, but he's already a step ahead. It's furious because it just lost its meal, he repeats to himself, almost amused by how predictable that is. His focus sharpens to a razor's edge. Another clean strike lands. Lightning white magic explodes across the clearing. A blood-red arc of energy tears clean through the creature. It's hit again and again, barely able to keep up with him. He keeps the pressure on, giving it no room to breathe. The demon lets out a bone-rattling shriek of pain. It throws itself at him again with a furious scream. He dashes in without flinching. The creature looms behind him, one more attack already loaded up. Looking at the glowing core on its forehead, he figures its whole specialty is illusions, and thanks to a mind that resists mental tricks, it's completely wasted on him. My blood is boiling, he mutters, feeling something ancient stir inside him. Deculine's very bloodline, the demon snarls, is what's making it endlessly furious. It screams in pain as the pressure keeps mounting. A hidden trait flickers into view. Attribute Eucaline, a lineage rank with exceptional power for subjugating demons, letting him purify and repurpose demonic mana at a higher quality whenever he's near it. The catch, it warns, is that it also makes him more aggressive, pure hostility toward demons, the legacy of a bloodline famous for hunting them. He is never letting the thing in front of him walk away from this. His eyes blaze crimson with barely restrained fury. This rage, the demon shrieks, terrified of what it's facing now. Magic surges around him in a violent swirl. The demon throws everything it has left into one final lunge. His coat whips around him as he meets the charge head-on. Lightning cracks across the battlefield. One final decisive slash finds its mark. The clearing goes white with the blast. "You filthy creature," he says coldly, standing over it, spilling filth even at the very moment of your death. The appearance of a demon like this, he thinks, signals that things are only just getting started. He turns away from the wreckage, the night sky pressing in dark and heavy around him. Under a cold full moon, he stands alone over the fallen demon, the forest gone completely silent. It's a signal he realizes that the game without the player is finally starting for real. She stirs awake with a jolt, one eye snapping open like she is fighting her way out of a nightmare. Somewhere out past the courtyard, the academy sits calm under a clear sky, like nothing happened here last night at all. Then she bolts upright, screaming bloody murder, scaring the poor nurse half to death. "You're awake, Luna," the nurse says gently. Ephraim just blinks back, totally blank. Last thing she remembers is standing in the woods. "Right, you probably don't remember any of it," the nurse admits. "Turns out a demon showed up in the mountain of darkness last night. She fainted cold on the spot, and the whole mountain got locked down while the magic tower digs into what that thing even was. Turns out she had been bewitched by the demon the whole time and got hauled off to the clinic afterward. Oh, and by the way, Professor Deculine was the one who saved her." "Ah, what day even is it?" she asks. 36 hours, apparently. She has been out cold that long. It is Wednesday, and the second that sinks in, her whole face just drops. "I'm late." She is out the door faster than that demon could ever have caught her. She tears across campus in an absolute blur, praying she still has time to make it. A couple of classmates just about jump out of their seats as she rockets past. Gasping for air, she skids into the room just in time, barely. "Effie, over here." Julia is already waving her down like it is a rescue mission. "You okay? I stopped by the clinic but you were out cold," Julia says. Ephraim just shrugs it off, joking that all that forced sleep left her feeling better than ever. Over breakfast, Julia mentions the whole campus feels off today, figures there must be some special lesson going on. Turns out she is onto something. Deculine strides in with a new face in tow, a young mage lugging a box of books behind him. The whole lecture hall clocks him instantly. Who is that exactly? Deculine does not waste time on mystery. "This is Alan, he'll be my teaching assistant." That lands like a bombshell. Everyone thought Deculine was strictly a one-man show. "Yeah, I heard he's never taken on a teaching assistant ever," someone whispers down the row. Landing that gig would be huge for anyone's resume, which is exactly why nobody figured Deculine would ever hand it out. Ephraim's thoughts drift somewhere darker. That is basically how her own father clawed his way into being a researcher at just 30 years old. So why is Deculine suddenly handing this kind of opportunity to some mage nobody has ever heard of? Something about it does not sit right with her. Class kicks off with a curveball. Today's lesson is learn by doing. Solve the assigned task in 3 hours flat. Timers get passed around the room like party favors nobody asked for. Ephraim glances down at the green bracelet on her wrist, her father's one and only inheritance. It has become her spellcasting vessel now, but she cannot stop wondering what her father ever really meant to Deculine. Why wouldn't the man give her father even a shot back then? Why is Deculine suddenly playing nice with everyone now? No, forget it, focus on the actual task. Except her brain will not cooperate, she needs a spell and fast. Every stray thought keeps crashing the party at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, over at the next table, Alan and the class star both wrap up in under half an hour flat. That class star is Sylvia, and she just conjured a whole blooming flower from nothing before anyone else even got started. Of course it's Sylvia, someone mutters like this is just a Tuesday for her. One classmate breaks a nervous sweat just watching her work. Dekillian does not even blink. Perfect, you may leave. He looks the finished spell over like it is exactly what he expected. Sylvia flashes a spark of pride at her own handiwork. Around the room, everyone else is still scrambling to catch up. Sylvia just smirks, clearly enjoying every second of being the best in the room. Efren, meanwhile, is sweating bullets and nowhere close to done. Damn it, I need to get this done too. She practically throws herself back at the problem. One by one the room clears out. Julia, you may leave too. Lehen, Roten, Kane, the dismissals just keep rolling in. Eherin gets the green light too, and Drent is not far behind. Somewhere down the row, a classmate finally speaks up. Professor, it's been 3 hours. Let's leave, the last few stragglers murmur, filing out of the hall. Which leaves exactly one person still sitting there in the dark. I'm done for, she thinks. Her face says it all, total humiliating defeat. Not only did I not beat that damn Sylvia, she thinks bitterly, I'm the only one in the whole class who couldn't finish. Why am I like this? The question just will not let her go. Am I really this stupid that I can't manage something this simple? She answers her own question before she can stop herself. Yeah, probably. Revenge, my ass, she scoffs at herself. I never even went to this academy properly. I can't compete with any of them. 5 hours and 47 minutes, she is still sitting there stuck. A voice cuts through the dark. How long do you intend on making me wait? She freezes, then forces her legs to move. Dekillian, of course it is him. He has been out here waiting this entire time. I'm sorry, she manages as he closes the distance, footsteps echoing. Even if someone laughs at you, he begins, cool as ever, even if someone is ahead of you. The person you resent is right in front of you. That one lands like a punch to the gut. Does he actually know? You must stay cold and logical at all times, he continues, unbothered. She trails after him in silence, unsure what to even say back. You'll never reach my level, he tells her flatly with such a weak mind, he finishes, finally turning to face her. I'm disappointed, Efren. I honestly thought you were better than that. He walks off, leaving her alone with that insult burning in her chest. Silence, just her, a clock, and a whole lot of pride left in tatters. She slams both hands down on the desk and plants herself right back in the seat. His words keep looping in her head, over and over. Her fist tightens around that green bracelet like it's the last thing holding her together. So what, she growls under her breath, let him be disappointed. Magic starts curling up around her fingers, raw and unstable. I can do this, she tells herself, gritting through it. Whether he's impressed or not is honestly beside the point now. Sweat and magic both are pouring off her in equal measure at this point. No matter what it takes, she screams, throwing everything she has got into it. The spell rips loose in a blaze of green light, and for once it actually feels like her power. Whatever she just pulled off, it's enough to light up the whole room and leave us all wondering exactly what she conjured. Night settles over Dekillian's chambers in an eerie green glow. He stands motionless, turning something over in his mind. This much shouldn't be a problem, he tells himself. He's already spent over 6 hours pouring effort into Efren. It was a necessary cost, he reasons coldly. He needs her to grow for what's coming. Because of a demon that appeared on the mountain of darkness, he's learned something chilling. The main quest is about to begin. Once the age of overwhelming evil arrives, named heroes of good alignment will rise to meet it. And among those heroes, he's certain, will stand a far stronger Efren. Right now she's still rough around the edges, lacking a mage's discipline and nerve. But once she pushes past that, he predicts, her growth will be nothing short of overwhelming. Fate, Dekillian muses, is just a religion for people who refuse to put in the work. He believes in one thing only, himself. That's Dekillian's whole deal, honestly a personality far too calculating to let some newcomer just catch up to him. He strides down a moonlit hallway, then pulls up short. Efren startles at a sudden noise nearby, her hand snapping up on reflex. Footsteps echo down a grand, empty corridor as someone hurries along, bag in hand. An awkward silence stretches between them, then Dekillian simply turns away without a word. Alone again, he raises a hand, and a magic circle blooms to life at his feet. A soft golden light unfurls around him like a conjured flower as he works late into the night. Deculine pores over paperwork bearing Ephraim's likeness, grading her performance line by line. He mutters that she perfectly displays every flaw you'd expect from someone who never went through the academy. However, he says, pen hovering, already reconsidering. The results, he has to admit, are good enough to contest for first place. A soft chime rings out as a status window flickers into view. Side quest complete, your path, store currency +1. Beneath the castle spires at night, Deculine decides now that Ephraim's back, it's time to head to his own residence. But before he gets far, a booming voice calls out of the dark, spotting him. "Oh, head professor." It's Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, all silver hair and swagger, roaring with laughter. "Hey ha, long time no see, professor." Deculine's smile doesn't reach his eyes. What is he doing here, he thinks, dread creeping in. This is Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, head of the Freyden household, and not a man you want stopping by unannounced. Elsewhere under the Freyden roof, a lone figure watches events unfold from above, ponytail catching the light. Zeit is the current head of the Freyden family, and Julie's own older brother, the one who personally pushed for her engagement to Deculine. The scene flickers to a long, candle-lit dinner table, a preview of the very meal now being arranged. And most importantly, he ranks third in the entire realm for raw combat strength, right above the monster known as Gainsha. A named character famous for absolutely wrecking people, exactly the kind of guy you don't want knocking on your door. Deculine can't shake the question gnawing at him. Why would someone like that come looking for him? Could this be about Julie's stolen snowflare stone? He swallows hard. Could this be a death flag? Because right now he's got zero countermeasures against this particular monster. Zeit claps him on the shoulder like old friends. "What a pleasure to see you. I heard you and Julie haven't been getting along, so I got worried." "Is that so?" Deculine replies flatly. Zeit barrels on anyway. He's arranging dinner this week and Deculine is absolutely coming. Deculine forces a diplomatic smile. Lucky for him, this walking disaster still seems friendly for now. Dinner is fine by he starts before a hand clamps down hard on his wrist, cutting him off. "Ha ha ha, love a man who decides fast." Zeit booms, "I've already picked a menu just for you, so just show up." As the two walk off, someone else quietly resolves to see this through and take full responsibility for what's now set in motion. Zeit flashes a grin that doesn't quite reach friendly. "Well then, let's meet, Professor Deculine." Footsteps fade into the dark. Dinner is officially non-negotiable now. Every instinct in Deculine screams at him to refuse. But he knows better. Zeit holds his household above absolutely everything else. Refusing was never really an option. Who knows what happens if he actually gets in the way of Zeit's plans, he thinks. Better not find out the hard way. In the dark he sighs, there's no getting out of this appointment now. The wind howls through the trees as the scene rolls from that night into the next morning. The next day at the Freyden household, a voice cuts through the air. "I don't want to." "Why are you so opposed to it?" Zeit demands, exasperated, outside the family's grand estate. It's Julie, silver-pink ponytail whipping as she shouts back, "We both hate each other. Besides, I'm busy training the knights. I don't have time for him." Zeit's grin turns needling. "Are you sulking just because someone swiped one measly snowflare stone off you?" A dark-haired figure watches the siblings' spat unfold from a distance, silent and unreadable. Julie doesn't back down. "Why else would he buy metal? Only good for forging a weapon, if not for me. If he actually gives me a sword, then I'd break off the engagement on the spot," she snaps, daring her brother to test her. "The engagement," she repeats, jaw set, refusing to blink first. Something darker flickers behind a pair of narrowed eyes nearby, watching the standoff intently. A chilling red glow bleeds into the air. "Julie, think carefully," Zeit warns, all humor gone from his voice. Jagged crimson energy erupts around him, a monstrous aura clawing at the air, a glimpse of exactly why he ranks third in the realm. Julie stands her ground against the pressure, back straight, refusing to flinch away from it. "I told you the other day," Zeit says coldly, the threat unmistakable now that doing this would be foolish. He needles her further as far as he knows no man loves her that much. Or is there someone she's actually taken a liking to? There isn't anyone like that, Julie mutters, looking away. Are you really this worried about Deculine's track record? Zeit presses. It has nothing to do with that, she fires back too quickly. Then just why? Julie asks quietly, trailing off into silence. Just make sure you're on time, Zeit tells her. If there's a problem, we'll settle it then. Julie turns and walks off, footsteps echoing, leaving the argument unresolved. Later, in a quiet courtyard, two figures walk beneath the archways as the wind picks up. Somewhere nearby, someone chokes back a startled gasp, the dust still settling around them. Julie throws herself back into sword training, blade cutting the air with a sharp cry. She screams with the effort of the swing, pouring every bit of frustration into the blade. Hair whipping, eyes blazing, she keeps swinging like she's trying to cut through more than just air. Steel meets steel with a sharp crack, sparks scattering across the training yard. Her grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles white, the blade shrieking with each strike. A cloaked figure watches her from a distance, quietly taking in the display. Your sword is rather turbulent, my liege, the figure observes calmly as she lowers her blade. She turns to him. Veron, she says, and we finally get a name for her ever-present knight, all dark hair and unsettling calm. I've shown you a disgraceful side of myself, Julie admits, embarrassed by her own outburst. Veron's red eyes stay fixed on her, unreadable as ever. Not at all, my liege. To begin with, I don't believe that abominable man is suitable for you. For the head of the household to force this marriage on you is... Enough, Julie cuts him off sharply, spinning to face him. It doesn't suit a knight, she tells him, to speak ill of someone behind their back. She walks off without waiting for a reply. She presses a hand to her temple, exhausted, as Veron falls into step quietly beside her. Don't dirty your hands for my sake, she tells him softly, I'm fine. Her armor catches the light, a small, gleaming reminder of the duty she refuses to set down. Veron says nothing back, just a quiet, unreadable, as the cross at his collar catches the light. Julie's footsteps fade into the distance as she walks away alone. Veron watches her go, red eyes lingering, saying nothing at all. My liege, he murmurs, watching her shrink into the distance below. I've finally found the answer, he says, something unsettling creeping into his expression to all this anguish and suffering. I've found a way to prove my loyalty as your vassal, he continues. It's something only I can do. His grip tightens on his blade, resolve hardening into something far darker. I will make you happy, he vows. Miles away, Deculine walks past the estate, completely unaware of the storm quietly being sworn in his name. His footsteps fade into the night as the chapter closes on that ominous vow. Word spreads that a demon has shown up at the Mountain of Darkness, and that kind of news does not stay quiet for long. It reaches all the way up to the Bercht Assembly of Elders, the ivory towers where the Empire's top mages actually run things. Their reasoning is old and simple. Magecraft itself was built using forbidden arts, specifically to crush anything demonic. Since demons have appeared, we must also take action, one elder rules. Send a letter to the 12 sorcerers. The council falls into a hush as everyone waits to hear who will actually answer that summons. And with that, a sealed letter goes out, calling every one of the 12 sorcerers to Bercht. Elsewhere, our reincarnated genius is doing some very unglamorous inventory management. Equip Rufferan's ring for mana recovery, plus an ancient rune necklace to stockpile the stuff. But there is one problem, he frowns, and you can practically hear the game menu music stall out. Runes flare to life around his hands, but the single most important item on his list is refusing to cooperate. He will stash the rest of his loot in a vault on his advisor Gainsha's advice, just so no thief gets any bright ideas. He never expected to activate the Frostflame stone right away, honestly. But he also did not expect it to sit there completely inert, no matter how much telekinesis he throws at it. In his old life it was too expensive to even touch in-game, so all he ever did was window shop it, which means right now he has zero idea how it actually works. Then it hits him and his eyes go wide. He goes quiet, turning the idea over in his head. A famed sword must be tamed, he recalls, picturing a legendary blade in his mind's eye. That process has a name, communion. Could that mean actually forming a bond with the weapon itself? If that logic holds for a sword, he figures, why not for a gemstone? He reaches out and lets his magic surge all in. Light floods the room and he grits his teeth, straining to hold the connection. Something answers back hard, and he flinches in genuine shock. Power crackles up his arm in jagged blue streaks. His fist clenches around it, refusing to let the surge shake him loose. The whole room goes white with raw magic for one long, blinding second. When the light clears, the readout is brutal, comprehension at a whopping 0.1% for 2,000 mana burned. At this rate, it will take a full year just to finish the job. Is this really the best I can do right now? He mutters, unimpressed with himself. He shakes it off, time to actually get dressed and go out for the evening. Running through his schedule, there is the dinner his aide Zeit arranged for tonight, and something on an old rune chart catches his eye, freezing him mid-thought. He stands there in silence, turning the discovery over. There is also an event that was already locked in before he ever took over this body, one circled in red on the calendar, scheduled 3 days from now. The label on it stops him cold, the death anniversary. The sky outside burns orange and pink, indifferent to whatever grim memory he just uncovered. That night he arrives at a grand estate with his friend Gainsha in tow. "Thank you for coming today," the greeting goes, and Gainsha mentions Julie already headed in ahead of them. She should be waiting inside then. He steadies himself at the door, all business as usual. Gainsha spots her first. "Oh ho, you look gorgeous dressed up like that," he grins, then just says her name, Julie. And there she is, the knight who basically lives in armor, hair down in a stunning white gown that stops the whole room cold. Gainsha looks awfully pleased with himself, admiring his own handiwork. Dekilin, for once, is at a total loss for words. "I didn't know she always wears armor," Gainsha thinks, "but she's gorgeous like this." No wonder even Dekilin fell for her. Of course, he brags out loud, "You have no idea how much effort I put into this." "So you came too," he adds with a grin, still riding high on having helped pick out that dress. Dekilin just stares back, speechless. But he was not expecting to run into her tonight of all nights. A voice cuts through the room, "Josephine." There she is, dark hair with that pale streak up front, dressed like trouble and looking every bit as dangerous as her reputation. Officially, she is just the big sister tagging along to her sister's marriage meeting. Unofficially, Josephine is never just anyone's sister. She is the one person Dekilin has been warned, in no uncertain terms, to fear more than anybody else in this world. Because Josephine will use absolutely any means necessary to get what she wants. Plain and simple, she is a sociopath. She also happens to own Shadow, a covert spy network running half the Empire's secrets, and her raw strength is said to rival Zeit's. But there is exactly one person in this world Josephine actually, truly cherishes, her little sister, Julie. The two of them share a rare, playful moment together, sisters first, killers second. Which is exactly why Dekilin still cannot figure out one thing: why hasn't Josephine killed him yet? The moment he steps into that dining room, he can already feel it. Josephine looks dead at him and radiates pure murderous intent, no subtlety about it whatsoever. The whole family is seated and waiting, an ominous red haze practically hanging in the air over the table. His hands clasp tight behind his back. This whole situation, he realizes, has been manifested by his own villain's fate. If he can feel a sociopath like Josephine's killing intent this clearly, that tells him exactly how lethal this death flag really is. Bottom line, he needs to convince this table that he is dead serious about Julie, or he does not walk out of this danger zone. The family head wastes no time. Let's get straight to business before the meal arrives. "Professor Dekilin, when would you like to hold the ceremony? It has been 3 years since the engagement, hasn't it?" Someone at the table nearly comes out of their seat at that. The adults are talking, someone tells Julie dismissively, and she just goes quiet, blinking back tears at being talked over about her own engagement. "Yes, please, speak your mind," the family head presses, all eyes swinging toward Dekilin. The air goes ice cold. Julie stares down at the table, bracing herself. Josephine just leans back, amused, watching him squirm like it's the best show she has seen all week. I will leave this relationship entirely in Julie's hands, Dequilline says carefully. If she does not believe in this marriage, then I am prepared to dissolve our engagement, he finishes. Julie flinches like she has been struck. The table erupts. You would speak of dissolving the engagement that carelessly, the family head snaps. Is it because you two have grown distant recently? Someone presses as Julie trembles, clearly overwhelmed. If so, you should be working on the relationship instead. Breaking an engagement is no small matter, and the family elders certainly would not approve. Josephine's hair falls across her face as she finally speaks up directly, family head. Let the two of us speak in private, please, she requests. Dequilline goes utterly silent. The family head considers it for a moment, then nods. Very well then, let's go, Josephine. Okay, Tilda, she chirps, entirely too pleased with herself. Well then, I hope the two of you have a nice chat, Tilda, the family head calls after them from the doorway. And just like that, Dequilline finds himself alone at a table with the single most dangerous woman in the empire. What are you trying to pull this time? Josephine asks without even turning around, and his sharp eyes narrow right back at her. His hand drifts to the amulet at his throat, the moment hanging heavy. A chill rolls through the room. He starts, choosing his next words very, very carefully. Josephine sips her drink, unbothered, every inch the woman who could end him without spilling a drop. She watches him over the rim of her glass, golden eyes glinting, clearly enjoying making him sweat. Silence stretches between them, thick enough to cut, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The chapter opens on a tense private dinner. From somewhere in the room, a voice cuts through the quiet. Just what is it that you want? Dequilline settles in across the grand table from her, the air between them stiff enough to choke on. A single tear slips loose, even as she fights to hold her composure. But they're not alone tonight. Behind a nearby door, someone's set up shop to catch every word. That someone is Josephine, Julie's own sister, sipping wine with a satisfied little smile. She's caught every syllable. She'd made a big show of laughing her way out the door earlier, but that was just cover for planting her wiretap. Like she was really leaving. A glowing eye flickers awake somewhere in the dark, the magic behind her spying humming to life. But for once, Dequilline's a step ahead of the sister who usually terrifies him. This works in his favor, he thinks. She has no idea he knows she's listening. Moments earlier, Dequilline had lingered at the door, throat tight, gulping down his nerves before stepping inside. If he plays this right, he tells himself, he might just dodge this death flag entirely. He finally speaks up. Julie, he starts, then falters. His hands fold over the candlelit table. I simply spoke my truth, he says quietly. From her hiding spot, Josephine says nothing, she just watches. Julie's eyes narrow. Your truth, she echoes, daring him to explain himself. As you can see, I can't dissolve this engagement even if I wanted to, he admits. There's nothing either of us can do about it. Things have gone too far, he adds. Her jaw tightens, and so, under the table, his fist clenches. She leans in. You promised to make it right with our family's elders. Remember what you said to convince me. Julie is all he manages, her name catching in his throat. Her temper flares. Fighting is dangerous, she snaps, throwing his own warning right back at him. She's not done. Her hair whips as her anger keeps boiling over. Because of that, you made me give up the imperial order, then had the nerve to suggest I take command of the Order of Hadecane under your own family's thumb. She slams her hands on the table. And when I refused, you spread every nasty rumor you could think of about me. Through a haze of fury, an old scar peeks out beneath her bandage. Just what, she growls, are you trying to start now? Dequilline just watches her, silent. He already knows all of this. He'd mistaken his own obsessive need to keep her close for something like affection. The truth is uglier than that. Dequilline did unforgivable things, and no one understands Julie's hatred for him better than he does. Her grip tightens on her silverware. I won't do, she starts. Is that an amour? I won't fall for it, Dequilline cuts in quietly. I know I've been holding you back. She blinks, thrown off. What? He goes on. I'm aware that what I've done is wrong, he finishes. Julie freezes, eyes welling up at hearing him actually admit it. But I'm not the only one to blame. Your elder sister and brother have gone too far as well, he says. No, she cuts in, defensive. If that weren't true, he reasons, they'd have no reason to fight dissolving our engagement. Was that not purely to protect the family's reputation? She fires back. You'd have to leave your family behind to chase your dream of becoming a defender, wouldn't you? He asks. We cut to Julie in full plate armor, blade drawn, chasing the rank of defender, an elite knight answering to no house but the empire itself. Somewhere nearby, her sister Josephine flinches hard. "Oh, how do you?" she gasps, realizing he might be onto her. "Julie, I have neither honesty nor loyalty in me," de Killeen says plainly. She frowns, thrown by the sudden shift. "What have you even been talking about?" "I'm the exact opposite of everything decent you strive to be. I'm not right for you, just get to the point already," she snaps. "There's really only one thing I can offer you," he says. "We stay engaged, but we never marry. I want with everything in me to set you free," he admits, "but with how tangled our family's interests are, I can't. So use my name as your shield for as long as you need it," he offers. Julie, stunned. Why say all this now?" she stammers. "It's not that I expect anything in return," he says softly, "but if I could hope for just one thing, it'd be for you to smile at me, just once a month." The grand dining hall goes quiet around them. "That's really all I want," he murmurs, a little embarrassed by his own honesty. For once his composure slips just slightly. Julie's whole face goes red, completely caught off guard. "What?" she yelps, flustered beyond words. Before she can recover, he reaches out and tilts her face toward his, her whole body trembling at the sudden closeness. Watching her fluster over his own words, de Killeen can't help but enjoy it a little. "Why would you ask something like that out of nowhere?" she sputters. Privately, he thinks she's never looked cuter. He is all he says out loud, but inside, he can't deny it any longer. Because the love de Killeen once held for Julie has quietly become someone else's. It's become the narrator's own, in fact, the man now wearing de Killeen's face and living out de Killeen's life. Anyway, Julie clears her throat, trying to salvage what's left of her dignity. I won't fall for that. I'll never fall for your little schemes," she insists while he just chuckles to himself. "Why are you laughing? I said I won't fall for it," she huffs, cheeks still burning. Elsewhere, Josephine grimaces at what she's just overheard. "Ugh, though I guess I get it," she mutters, a little embarrassed herself. Should I keep listening a little longer? She wonders, unable to tear herself away from the scene. Somewhere in the system running his life, a notification chimes. Death variable avoided, reward earned, 2 units of store currency banked. And with that, the scene quietly fades out. 3 days later, a car rolls quietly down a forest road. De Killeen sits alone in a dim study, arms crossed, lost in thought. The death anniversary has arrived. He walks the cemetery grounds, thinking to himself how quickly those 3 days went by. Just setting foot in a graveyard is enough to stir up feelings he'd rather not deal with, the atmosphere alone doing the work. Sunset light spills over the weeds and every crack running through the tombstones. He stops in front of one particular grave. "This is the place that holds," he begins. "In my memories," he finishes, not de Killeen's. For a flash, a completely different face stares back, one that doesn't belong to this world. Sunlight catches the pin at his collar, and the words carved into the headstone in front of him. This grave doesn't belong to de Killeen at all. It belongs to the man he really used to be before any of this. A memory surfaces unbidden. A woman with warm brown hair laughing without a care from a life that isn't his anymore. Before we get back to the fight, a quick detour. A young office worker stares out the blinds, hatching a plan. "I'm going to put an Easter egg in," he says. His coworker nearly chokes on her coffee. Let's rewind. It all started late one night at the office. One of the writers, bursting with excitement, pitches padding out their villain's tragic backstory a little. He's just their game's miniboss after all, and hey, the original author already gave the okay. Not everyone's thrilled though. The team's already pulling full night shifts and extra lore nobody's paying for is a tough sell. "Don't bother, it'll just pile on more work," a teammate grumbles. "We're buried in overtime as it is." "Why, this is actually important," she whines. The team leader just sighs. "Here we go again." We've got to put our hearts into the game after all, she grins, and honestly, who could argue with that face? Surprisingly, the team leader comes around. I think it's a pretty good idea, he admits, not pointless at all. Dekulin, he decides, deserves a tragic backstory, a fiancé he lost long ago. His own smile fades the second the words leave his mouth. That idea hits closer to home than he expected. His mind drifts to a coworker named Yu Ara who always lit up just like that whenever inspiration struck. He still wonders what she found so exciting about it. He remembers her needling him about looking out for the team and him gruffly pretending he wasn't the considerate type. Now he can't help but wonder what secret joke of hers is buried somewhere in that game and what exactly made her laugh so bright. Because to recover his own memories as Kim Woojin, he has to follow every trace she left behind. He sits with that thought a long, quiet moment. Was what she did brilliant or just plain cruel of her? Honestly, he cannot decide. At her grave he finds words carved into the stone, always grateful for you. Why, he wonders, would you engrave your own name on a memorial that was never supposed to be yours? See, the villain Dekulin was modeled directly after Kim Woojin himself, his own creation wearing his own face. So why would Yu Ara slot her own name into the game as Dekulin's bereaved fiancé? And just why leave a message like that, carved in a script only he would ever come looking for? Was she actually thanking him? One single word carved into cold stone. And somehow, it's enough to shake his whole body with feeling. For a moment, it's almost like he can hear her voice again, whispering just for him. He remembers her bashful smile every time she praised one of his sketches. The night she wrapped her own coat around his shoulders when he was shivering in the cold. The way she once held him close and told him plainly that she loved him. How she'd always pick him back up whenever he was worn down, 7 whole years of it. Always right there by his side. Those, he realizes, are the only memories of her he has left. He bows his head at her grave one more time, grief still raw even now. Smoke curls up quietly from the incense he lights for her. That's when a voice cuts through the quiet, cold and furious. I've finally found you. Back in the present, footsteps echo through a forest bathed in blood-red light. Dekulin straightens up, that aristocratic sneer sliding right back into place. Old habits die hard and right now they're useful. A shadow closes in fast and he snaps around on guard. A familiar face steps out of the trees, someone he clearly wasn't expecting to run into again. Lockhart, yes, Dekulin greets him icy calm while dark power coils around the man like it's alive. Dark runes crawl up from his boots, thick and hungry. You know about me? Lockhart murmurs, almost amused. How unexpected. How dare an arrogant, conceited mage say that to my face? Lockhart snarls. Dark red mist creeps off him like smoke, curling hungrily through the air. Lockhart's whole reputation as a mage killer comes down to one nasty ability: magic nullification. The air detonates around them, and Dekulin barely has time to react. Just like in every game he's ever built, a flat-out nullification stat is basically a cheat code. And Dekulin feels it land hard. Worse, Lockhart's version doesn't even need contact, it just switches magic off. Inside his range, spellcasting simply stops working, period. Lockhart laughs, closing the gap and going straight for a beatdown instead. You stupid mage, magic doesn't work on me. But Dekulin doesn't so much as flinch, meeting him blow for blow. Lockhart spins into another vicious strike, dead sure this one finishes it. The two of them collide face to face, fists already flying. Instead it's Lockhart who goes tumbling backward through the air. Most mages would be shaking in their boots the second Lockhart shows up. Dekulin, not exactly the trembling type. Dekulin roars, throwing everything he's got into the next swing. It connects hard enough to draw blood. Lockhart reels, genuinely stunned for the first time all fight. He crashes down hard, completely caught off guard. For a second it's Dekulin who gets sent sprawling too, catching his breath. Lockhart spits blood and curses him through gritted teeth. You son of a bitch. The fight rages on in a blur of fire and dust, neither one backing down. But Dekulin has a trick up his sleeve that Lockhart has no way of seeing coming. Days earlier he'd scraped together 10 coins of store currency and spent every last one on an upgrade, improvements in mana quality. Blue mana surges through him, crackling with newfound power. A small tweak, sure, but it sharpens his control over mana considerably. Testing it out solo beforehand, shirtless and lifting weights with a little magical help, he mutters, looks like I'll need to recalibrate. I only meant to lift it a little. Turns out the same amount of mana now packs a much bigger punch. Improvements in mana quality level 1 officially applied. The upgrade reaches further than he expected to. Well then, he says, let's get back to the routine. His grip strains against the bar, mana crackling faintly at his fingertips. Smoke billows out of nowhere. What just happened? He keeps lifting unfazed. That's right, he mutters to himself. It's a bit of an exaggeration, he admits, but it really does raise a person's whole baseline. Back in the fight, the stakes just got very real for someone lying broken on the ground. Dekillian stands over him, unreadable as ever. A hidden system flickers into view. Villain's fate overcame a death variable. Store currency +2. Knew it, he thinks. That mana upgrade really did the trick. And it applies to my whole stat sheet too, he realizes, allowing himself a satisfied smile. Lockhart grits through the pain. Damn it, I should have been able to wipe him out. This fight went nothing like he planned. You damn rotten mages, he spits, and Dekillian just watches on, cold as ever. Years of hatred come pouring out of him. You accursed mages, apostates, traitors against God, Viusum burked the whole magic tower, you're all lunatics. Pinned down, he keeps snarling, you're nothing but worms who can't do a thing without magic. It's an ability strong enough to be a straight-up cheat, wrapped around a burning hatred of every mage alive. And that look on his face, Dekillian recognizes it instantly. Pure apostasy. Lockhart, you are of the red film race, he finishes, calm as ever. Lockhart's whole body goes rigid with shock. You. How do you? Lockhart can only tremble as Dekillian simply turns and walks away, leaving the question hanging in the air. Something glints quietly in the dark forest behind him, one last warning that this is far from over. Every blood shroud is born wrapped in a blood-red shroud of film, which is exactly where the name comes from. Their bloodline traces back to the demons of ages past, which in this world makes them an enemy just by being born. For generations, they've hidden their identities all across the continent, blending into crowds mages would never suspect. Magecraft itself was forged specifically to fight demons, so the Bloodshroud race became the natural opposite of every mage alive. That ancient grudge between mages and the Bloodshroud isn't just backstory, it's basically the engine driving this whole world. That rivalry is about to get personal. Time to rewind, because what you're about to see shaped the man Dekillian became. Step into the past with him. Cleansing, the polite word for wiping out a Bloodshroud family, could be happening literally anywhere right this second, young Dekillian thinks grimly. Lockhart, I understand you, he says quietly. The oppression you've lived through is genuinely awful. But if you kill an innocent mage in return, he warns, you become the exact monster that's been hunting you. Lockhart is not having it. Shut up, what do you know? He screams. Quit the bullshit and just kill me already. Dekillian doesn't flinch. I know, he says, because the Bloodshroud race is innocent too. That line lands like a gut punch on everyone listening. He just stands there with his back turned, letting the silence do the rest of the talking. A pink-haired woman nearby can't believe her ears. Wah, what? What did a mere mage just say? I am Dekillian of House Euclean, he states plainly. That name belongs to nobles who never lost their dignity, not even to this war. She's still fuming. Are you trying to sound noble right before you kill me? This, he narrates, is the night he faced his very first demon. He drops down without warning, and Lockhart actually flinches. The Euclean bloodline has hunted demons since ancient days, he explains, nodding at old carvings of horned beasts. Our blood is bred to boil the second we see one. It is basically an instinct you cannot fight, he says. So tell me, Lockhart, did I lose my composure in front of you? Lockhart just stares, thrown completely off guard. What? Or did I flinch at every insult you threw my way? Dekillian presses, unshaken. The pink-haired woman wipes her eyes, shaken. Did I go berserk like I was seizing up? She asks herself. Lockhart finally gets it. You are humans, he murmurs, not monsters, not prey, just people. His fist clenches, and for once he has nothing left to scream. "You can trust me," someone says, and just like that we snap back to the present. Voices cut through the trees. "Over there, hurry, a chase is on." Someone gets dropped hard, blood spraying. "Whoever's running tonight isn't getting far." Then "Stay still and let yourself be arrested," comes the cold order, and the fight finally drains out of him. Enter Inspector Ropa, saluting like his life depends on it. "I am Inspector Ropa." "That kick of yours was incredible," he gushes. "Exactly what you'd expect from head Professor Deculin." An officer eyes the beaten Lockhart on the ground. "This murderous bastard want me to kick him again?" Deculin waves him off. "It's fine, leave him be." "Ah, yes, sir." Later, Deculin moves fast, a flare of blue magic crackling to life around him. The spell detonates in a blinding column of light. To think magic could be this impressive, Inspector Ropa breathes, watching him work. The officer beside him is still catching his breath. Turns out Lockhart naturally cancels out magic, which explains every slippery escape he's ever pulled, and why the enchanted radar never once found him. "You're here awfully early, were you patrolling?" the officer asks. Deculin just blinks. "Pardon." "We came because of a report." "It wasn't you who filed it, was it, Professor?" "It wasn't me," he says flatly. "Must have been someone else who heard the commotion." He shrugs. "I'll be off then, good work." And just like that he's gone, leaving the officers to wrap things up. "Yes, sir." Later, alone, Deculin can't shake the feeling that traces of that old conversation are still sitting with him. "I never wanted to hurt anyone," he admits quietly, to no one but himself. He walks off alone beneath a full moon, the weight of that old promise still on his shoulders. The next day rolls around fast. Word arrives that Bercht is calling a meeting for the first time in 15 years, and it's happening right at the Euclid estate in Deculin's own training room. "You came all this way just to hand me a parchment yourself?" he asks, mid-training and shirtless. "Since you clearly don't care," she shoots back, "I had to come deliver it myself." Isn't looking after the family the whole point of being reciting head? "And seriously, when are you putting a shirt back on?" she adds, thoroughly unimpressed. A new prompt flashes into view. Main quest, Bercht's call. "In a week," she says, tossing him a cloak. "With one guard, that makes two of us going." "You need a guard? Should I just call Jeff? He used to be a mercenary," Deculin offers. "There's no need," she cuts in flatly. "Especially not a guy who's spent more time gripping a steering wheel than a weapon lately," she adds, and somewhere across town, Jeff sneezes for absolutely no reason. Sheesh, she mutters. "Still, you can't just go without any guard at all." "I know what I'm doing," she says, hand on hip and plenty confident. "The road to Bercht is one where nobody can promise you'll come back alive," he warns her, dead serious. She goes quiet for a beat. "Are you actually worried about me?" As if, "Don't say something so gross," she snaps, blushing hard. "I just can't have you dying before I officially get the reciting head title off you." "Leave the guard problem to me," she decides. "I'll hire it out somewhere trustworthy." That trustworthy somewhere turns out to be the Order of Freheim's post. Recruits are mid-drill, blades clashing, sweat flying everywhere. "Nice, that's the right attitude, maintain focus," their trainer barks. That trainer is a sharp-eyed knight with silver twin tails, and she does not do gentle encouragement. Elsewhere, an older officer of the order looks genuinely troubled. "What should I do?" "What do you mean?" comes the reply. Somewhere in the shadows, a pair of red eyes glow beneath dark hair, unreadable and more than a little unsettling. The vice captain finally spits it out. "There's a commission that's come in, a big one, but something about it bothers me enough that I don't know whether to accept it or not." "Don't sit on it alone, bring your worries to the captain," someone tells him. "It's hard enough just bringing it up to her in the first place," he sighs. The captain herself, red eyes unblinking, cuts straight to it. The commission is to guard Deculin. The vice captain's whole body goes rigid. "Technically it's to guard the whole train," he clarifies, "but let's be honest, they only worded it that way because they knew we'd refuse a job that was just about him." "Take the commission," someone decides firmly, cutting the debate short. A younger knight is already sold on it. Guarding an entire train isn't something just anyone can pull off. If we succeed, our order's reputation shoots up overnight. Plus, it would do wonders for our finances. We are a private order after all. But the captain and Deculin know, someone cuts in flatly. Our captain would never let personal feelings anywhere near a mission, comes the firm reassurance. Whether that's actually true is a different question entirely. Footsteps echo down the hall as Deculion arrives, and the vice captain does not look thrilled to see him. The captain says nothing at all, just stares silently into the middle distance. Something about the way her hand rests near her blade says this reunion is far from simple, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. Way up north, at 3,500 meters, there's a mountain range called Bercht and Yech. Mages just call it home. Every school of sorcery on the continent bows to this place. Every idea, every ruling gets rubber stamped by the elders who live up here in the clouds. The magic tower is a given, but whatever gets decided at Bercht outranks even the tower. Everyone falls in line. That kind of pull makes Bercht the backbone of the entire magic world, and getting summoned here is a very big deal. Problem is, the summoning assembly only happens once every few decades. Getting an invite is basically a lifetime achievement award. It's the kind of honor that gets you settled into a cushy study with your feet up, basking in everyone's respect. Which makes it an even bigger deal when a summons actually shows up at your door out of nowhere. And that's exactly what's happening to our guy right now, runes blazing around him, sweat on his brow, as Bercht itself reaches out and grabs him. See, there's a reason people also call a Bercht summons a mage's grave. Cheerful nickname. Anyway, next stop, the train station. Under the station's big glass dome, snow drifting past the lamps, travelers bundle up for the long ride north. You've made thorough preparations, right? Someone asks, eyes sharp with worry. Of course, don't worry, comes the calm reply. He's coming, a voice murmurs through the crowd, anticipation building on the platform. Our silver-haired heroine, Ephraim, waits tensely beside an older escort with a neat gray mustache, both watching the crowd. Nearby, a young boy clings to his coat and gapes at the snow. It's April, but look at all this, we really are up north, Professor. Footsteps echo across the platform as the group crosses toward the train. Thank you for coming all this way, someone offers warmly. Our leading man's expression stays flat and unreadable, eyes scanning the crowd like he's already bracing for trouble. Word comes down that the Order of Freheim will guard the first half of the train from here, and one guard does a double take, muttering a startled Julie, like he's mistaken her for someone else. Ephraim stiffens up in her coat, awkward as anything, while Deculion just blinks at her, utterly confused. It all traces back to one demand he made of her: show me your smile once a month, no exceptions. Ephraim goes red and freezes solid, completely thrown by the request. Cue a full meltdown in her head. What do I do? Should I smile now? Should I really? How wide? Maybe just a little grin. The poor girl is spiraling. Meanwhile, the old captain just watches her face contort through a dozen expressions, visibly baffled and a little concerned. Word around the platform is that despite absolutely loathing the man, she's still going all out for his sake, and honestly, that kind of loyalty earns her some respect. A new face steps up briskly. My name is Veron, she says, all business. I've been tasked with guard duty this time, Veron adds, sizing up the situation. Tall, dark-haired, and clearly no stranger to a fight, Veron cuts an imposing figure crossing the platform. She and the captain trade a look. Something about this pair has both of them on alert. A skilled man, Veron notes, clocking Deculion's posture with a professional eye. Her eyes flash. She's not taking any chances. Just in case I should check with sharp eyesight, she decides, activating her skill to read him. I don't sense any special energy from him, she admits. Am I just overthinking it? Standard procedure, she explains. Every mage on this trip gets an escort, one per cabin. I'll take charge of the cabin you're in, Professor. I'll be in your care, Deculion replies simply. The rest of the group makes their way down the platform, boots crunching through the snow. Well then, that's it for me, someone says in farewell. I wish you a safe trip. Deculion reaches a hand out, and for a second Ephraim just stares at it, unsure what he wants. Then it clicks, he wants that smile. She forces her face into the widest, most strained grin she can manage, and honestly, it's a lot. Off to the side, Veron catches sight of it and turns to the captain, half startled. Captain. Deculion just smirks, quietly amused by the whole spectacle. So you've kept your promise, he thinks to himself, watching her struggle. Cold on the outside, sure, but he noticed. With a hiss of steam, the train finally pulls out of the station, bound for Bercht. Several hours later, the journey rolls on, the halls of the train car quiet and still. Yes, then I'll sleep just a bit, de Kulin decides, settling into his seat. The train rattles on through the countryside, mile after mile. Nearby, young Alan sits fidgeting, clearly still buzzing with nerves about the trip. De Kulin can't quite relax though. That grim old nickname keeps rattling around his head. A summons from Bercht really is called a mage's grave. There's a reason for that morbid reputation. Something unexpected always seems to happen whenever the summoning assembly rolls around. They call it the train attack. It's one of the many ways the original de Kulin met his end in this story, and dodging it comes down to a straight-up game of wits. The safe move is simple in theory. Just pick the right train out of all the ones heading to Bercht. If you want a shortcut, you can buy insider info on exactly which train gets hit, straight from some very shady contacts. The original de Kulin absolutely would have gone that route. But not this de Kulin. Flashback, the moment he took over this body, he went in swinging, ready to cut every one of those dirty connections loose. Because I severed every one of those dark connections the second I possessed de Kulin, he reminds himself. No shady shortcuts for him. So instead, he stacked the deck his own way, like mastering the legendary fighter Estran's entire martial arts style just by studying it through his comprehension skill. Back on the train, he glances over at Alan, out cold and sleeping soundly, despite how wound up the kid was earlier. Flashback a few days prior. Alan, will you come to Bercht with me as my assistant? It's dangerous, you're free to say no. Alan just breaks down sobbing with gratitude. Thank you so much, Professor, it's such an honor for someone like me too. If snot starts dripping down your nose, I'm not taking you with me, de Kulin warns flatly. Turns out our villain's a bit of a germaphobe. Still, back in the present, he can't shake how unexpected it was. He genuinely didn't think Alan would come, knowing full well how dangerous this trip is. Could he be more ambitious than I'd thought? De Kulin wonders, studying the sleeping boy's face. The train pulls into another bustling station along the route, travelers streaming across the platform below. Inside, the cabin sits quiet, rows of empty seats stretching down the aisle. Now the only station left is Bercht, de Kulin thinks. Nothing's happened so far, did I actually pick the right train? He wonders, half convinced all his prep is about to go to waste for nothing. Cut to a very literal readout, Jorg's suit jacket fully enchanted. Turns out he's spellbound, his entire outfit, suit, pants, dress, shoes, all of it juiced up with extra defense. Before leaving, he even used his Midas touch skill on a renowned master's old gear, and stashed enchanted wood steel shuriken all over himself for good measure. He didn't stop there either, he reinforced wood steel plating hidden all through the train car itself. He even Midas touched Alan's robes just in case. Every scrap of gear on this train has been buffed to the teeth, and still, de Kulin can't quite wipe that uneasy look off his face. No, he tells himself, preparations are preparations, but it'd honestly be best if none of it actually gets used. The train car stays calm and quiet, seats undisturbed. De Kulin finally lets his head fall back, exhaling, phew. I hope things just stay peaceful like this, he thinks, letting himself relax for once. The train presses on through the snowbound mountains, tiny against the endless white peaks. Then out along the tracks, something starts to glow, a flicker of fire where there really shouldn't be one. Streaks of flame rip across the sky, way too fast to be anything good. A massive explosion rocks the train dead in its tracks. Looks like the train attack just found him after all. See you next chapter. Picture this, two guys stuck on a train and one of them will not put his book down, not even for a second. Rewind a few days, to right before de Kulin set off for the Bercht summoning assembly. Cut to dinner, where a young mage named Sylvia is grilling her father about just how brutal the magic tower's workload really is. Her dad just laughs it off, of course she works harder than anyone, she's got archmage dreams. Sylvia admits she's already missed a few classes just trying to keep up with the assignments. If she can't even manage that much, she frets, how's she ever supposed to become an archmage? Her father waves it off, Efren isn't what's actually worrying him here. Sylvia just wishes they'd stayed a little longer. She wanted to soak up more of de Killian's lectures. They could have left a few days later, so why the rush to Bercht's summoning assembly? Sylvia wants answers. Turns out this trip has a grim nickname. People call it the Graveyard of Mages. Sylvia figured that was just an old ghost story. Her father's answer is blunt: it's not. Every time Bercht summons the great families, he says, a few mages don't make it back alive. The image says it all, a reaper-like figure looming over a pile of screaming skulls. 15 years ago alone, 11 people died on this trip. Long ago, getting summoned to Bercht just meant your family had made it big. Get chosen as one of the 20 prestigious families and actually show up, and your name gets carved into history. But skip the assembly after being summoned, and your family gets permanently erased from the register. And picture that empty seat because the second one family falls, another rises to fill it. So here's the real question her father poses: what's the easiest way to knock a prestigious family clean off that list? He compares the whole trip to walking on thin ice. Anyone hungry to become a new prestigious sorcerer has one obvious shortcut. And that ice doesn't just crack, it shatters completely. Just aim for the lives of the families already holding those seats. Sylvia's face says it all. She's horrified. She can barely get the words out "that's" as the full weight of it lands on her. Her father admits that's exactly why they are rushing, and since he's bringing her along, he wanted to play it as safe as possible. Still, if word gets out that he's onto the plot, there's bound to be serious trouble. He resolves to finally lay out the full truth for Sylvia. She's about to see exactly how cruel this world can be. That's exactly why they're rushing. He's gotten intel that a group is scheming to attack the very train leaving later. Of the 12 so-called traditional families, he wonders out loud, were any of them ever really traditional to begin with? If anyone deserves punishment for what's coming, he mutters, it's every sorcerer in that room. Somewhere else, a chilling smile spreads across a face at the very thought of deaths along the road to this assembly. Back in the present, the train rattles on, de Killian and Alan riding it together. Everything looks calm, until a strange spark flickers along the tracks outside. Then it erupts. A full-blown explosion rips through the train. The blast keeps tearing through the cars, one violent burst after another. De Killian's face goes rigid the instant he feels that something is very wrong. Alan's head snaps up from his book, eyes wide with alarm. Whatever's happening outside, it's moving fast and it's headed straight for them. Elsewhere, Sylvia's face goes pale with shock as she registers what's happening. Students scramble, pointing frantically. Professor, look at this, they cry. The train, someone gasps because somehow the entire train is airborne. The whole train hangs suspended in a swirl of blue magic, clear of a collapsed bridge and a fireball below. Sylvia's father lets out a breath. What a relief. De Killian, drenched in sweat, just pulled off next-level telekinesis to keep everyone alive, and the system flashes up that he's mastered it on the spot. He credits Estran's martial arts for part of it, but says it's the telekinesis he memorized before they left that really saved them. Someone lands hard nearby, boots hitting the wreckage. This fight isn't over yet. The hooded attackers can only stare in disbelief. Our head professor's just built different. Glass and ice shatter everywhere as de Killian turns the fight right back on his attackers. He sends one of the hooded assailants flying, their own chain weapon whipping uselessly through the air. More of them go tumbling through the wrecked train car. De Killian moves through the chaos like he's barely even trying. Morons, he mutters, not even bothering to raise his voice. Shards of ice conjure out of nowhere, ready to finish the job. Unfortunately for you, he says coolly, I've already expected this much. One attacker goes down hard, crying out in pain. Another shrieks as the ice tears through, while onlookers can only watch in shock. Alan can barely process it. Just what is this? As de Killian stands over the carnage. De Killian gently but firmly benches him. Rest for a bit, Alan shoving him clear of the danger. Blood on his face, de Killian reaches out, sensing something else is off. He orders the rest of the passengers evacuated without a second thought. Veron, was it? He asks a cloaked figure. Take this kid somewhere safe. And check the other rooms too, he adds. There could still be passengers in danger. Someone leaps off the train's exterior, plunging toward the snowy peaks below. For a moment, de Killian just stands there alone amid the wreckage. Something about that contact felt off to him, too soft, exactly the kind of detail sharp senses would catch. Perhaps, he thinks, deciding to shelve the suspicion until he's wrapped up the fight. Facing down the attackers, he asks flatly, "You started this, so you must already know what's coming, right?" There are natural deaths too, he warns, a not-so-subtle threat about how this could all quietly disappear. The hooded figures loom, utterly unnerved by him now. Alan reaches out toward him across the snowy wreckage. Someone carries an exhausted Alan off to safety. Out on the train's exterior, a lone figure keeps up the fight, magic circles flaring. Phew, Deculene breathes, the last of the magic circle finally fading out. The wreckage settles into an eerie, bloodied quiet. Slumped in a train seat, Deculene admits that was way more exhausting than he expected. Softening the explosion's damage while fighting at the same time drained his mana reserves down to almost nothing. He reports that he's already moved the rest of the passengers somewhere safe. "Good work," Veron replies, "then we should." Someone watching nearby narrows their eyes. This guy. Veron's gaze on him feels different somehow, sharper than before. "Well, I was pretty taken aback by the attack myself," Deculene says, "so he must also be surprised." Before he can even finish, rage and fire erupt across Veron's face. Crimson lightning crackles through the air. Something has just snapped. Veron's whole body ignites with a monstrous, blood-red aura. Deculene's internal system flashes a warning he never wanted to see again, a villain's fate flag. A blade flashes, catching the light like a warning shot. "It's a relief you survived," Veron says. "But I have to kill you myself." Veron advances, wreathed in that same crimson, murderous aura, blade in hand, and that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging. Down on the platform, the red-haired knight reports in cold and clipped, "Passengers evacuated, mission accomplished. Too bad the next part of her job is a lot bloodier." Then she turns on our professor himself, blade lit up with intent. "So it is now your turn to die," she tells him, cold as the mountain air. Her whole silhouette goes up in a wash of crimson light as she lunges in for the kill. Bleeding and cornered, he doesn't fight back right away. He just asks her straight, "Is somebody ordering you to do this?" He starts naming the person he suspects is behind it. Is it Jull? He manages before he can even finish it. That's as far as he gets before she's screaming for him to stop and swinging hard enough to draw blood. "Say my master's name again and I will not forgive you," she snarls. She's an honorable knight, she'd never plot something like this. "Cease your foul imagination," she spits, "you will die by my hand." Watching her reaction, he quietly reconsiders. This really doesn't seem connected to the person he was thinking of. Word ripples through the rest of the order. This is a man everyone here trusts completely, and watching him get cut down rattles every one of them. He does the grim math, 10 mana left, and she's rated a talent even by order of Freheim standards. The odds are ugly. "Then my guard duty ends here," she declares, and throws everything she's got at him. The blow lands with a force that rips clean through the train car around them. He grits out a pained groan and forces himself back up. There's no way through this except forward. Elsewhere on the train, someone else feels the shockwave and goes rigid, sensing something's gone very wrong. He answers with a blast of ice blue magic of his own, carving straight back at her. Then comes the gamble. He screams for telekinesis to cancel outright, and the whole mountainside seems to shudder in response. Meanwhile, somewhere a lot cozier, a knight offers up the local specialty, permanent snow ice cream, apparently the pride of Bercht. The blonde girl waves it off, sick of the stuff by now, and the knight just laughs it off with an easy aha. Meet Sirio, the Alade family's guard knight, apparently on permanent ice cream duty as well as bodyguard duty. Sirio muses that, besides 2 absent names, pretty much everyone's here today, then wonders aloud if the girl's actually waiting on somebody. Waiting on who exactly? The girl blinks, then flatly shuts the idea down. Nope. Sirio isn't quite buying it, giving her a long, unconvinced hum. With a final "call me if you need anything," Sirio heads out, leaving the girl to her own devices. Alone now, her easy smile fades into something a lot more thoughtful. "I didn't mean to see it," she admits to herself, gathering a bundle of white lilies. She makes her way through the quiet cemetery grounds, flowers in hand. The headstone reads simply, "The proud mage Gilthian's wife and the lovely Sylvia's mother." It's the day she always visits her mom for a chat, just another normal day, or so she tells herself. The name carved into the stone, Icelia von Elliman Alade. How have you been, Mom? She asks softly, settling in for their one-sided catch-up. She gripes for a bit about Professor de Kulin and his brutal pile of assignments. Seriously, does he think she's only taking his class when a strange rustling sound cuts her off? She freezes at what she's hearing and further off among the graves spots a distant, familiar figure. Someone's hunched over, shoulders low, in front of a different headstone entirely. Even from just the curve of his back, something about his bearing feels unmistakably noble. There's no mistaking it, that's Professor de Kulin. She can't picture it, the arrogant professor mourning anyone at all. So why is he out here of all places? She watches quietly from a distance as he stands motionless in front of the grave. She holds perfectly still, not daring to make a sound. Then she sees it, a single tear sliding down his face. Her whole body goes rigid with shock. That one tear hits the ground, and it might as well be an earthquake given how it rattles her. The man who never shows a crack in his composure was, unmistakably, shedding tears. Later, wandering the evening streets, she can't stop turning the moment over in her head. Honestly, it was kind of fascinating. She'd always written him off as an insufferable, holier-than-thou professor. Turns out even he's got someone he lost and still grieves. Those tears, falling like little shooting stars, just would not leave her alone. It's bothering her more than she wants to admit. Meanwhile, word had already reached de Kulin. Intel that a group was plotting to hit the train leaving later that day. Still, she can't shake the image, turning it over again and again. Then, remembering something from one of his lectures, an idea clicks. There's something she's been wanting to try. Maybe, just maybe, it could actually work. See, origin-type magic draws on the caster themselves as the source, and her own magic happens to be built from all three primary colors. She pours it all into a mana stone, using it as her medium. Slowly, unmistakably, the swirling magic starts pulling itself into a shape. I did it, she breathes, hardly believing it herself. A tiny golden bird, glowing and impossibly soft, nuzzles right up against her nose. She's just pulled off primary colors creation, conjuring actual life out of pure magic. From now on, she tells it, your name is Swift. And just like that, she's got herself a brand new, very glowy best friend. Fly, she tells it, and Swift takes off without a moment's hesitation. Fly and show me what you see, she says, and somewhere out there, a bond snaps into place between them. Cut back to the mountains, where the train that left earlier is now a wrecked mess clinging to the tracks. Inside, a bloodied de Kulin staggers through the wreckage, barely keeping himself upright. Small mercies, the train held on and didn't plunge straight off the mountain. He figures he's cracked a few bones, though his Iron Man skill should patch him back up soon enough. He plants his feet and calls his strength back up, blue energy crackling around him. Blood on his face, jaw set, he's not done yet. The fight tears back into motion, red steel flashing through the dark. A blade catches him off guard and draws a fresh line of blood. He throws up a defensive surge of magic just in time, teeth gritted. Their two forces collide in a violent flash of blue against the dark. Protective Kai, she gasps, clearly not expecting him to still have tricks left. You sure are persistent, she mutters, eyes burning red with irritation. They trade blow after blow, neither one giving an inch. Steel screams against steel as the fight rages on. He answers back with another burst of ice-cold magic. Their swords lock again, sparks scattering into the dark. In the middle of it all, he's forced to admit it to himself. Right now, he's simply not as strong as she is. Even at full strength, he's not sure this is a fight he actually wins. Still, however bad the odds look, his trait resolute kicks in, the kind of will that refuses to bend no matter how hard it's broken. De Kulin will never bend in a situation like this, he grits out, forcing himself back to his feet. He surges forward again, power crackling around him like a second skin. She presses the attack harder, refusing to let up. Her blade comes in close enough to taste, and for a second it's anyone's fight. His eyes stay locked on hers the whole time, refusing to blink first. Blades meet again in a shower of white sparks. Blood trickles down his cheek. Shit, he mutters, not exactly professor language. A heavy blow slams into him, sending a shockwave rattling through the stairwell. Her blade rises above him, and for a moment everything goes still. If that sword actually connects, does the game just end? Would he open his eyes back in some office chair like none of this ever happened, or if not? If not, this might be it, and the blade comes down. Blood sprays clean across the stairwell. But right at that instant, a streak of gold cuts through the snow. Swift, finally arriving, see you next chapter. A blade comes screaming down out of the dark, aimed straight at him. His back is to us, rain hammering down, bracing for a hit he can't dodge. His face says it all, bloodied, exhausted, and staring death down without blinking. It's over, and someone starts to say before a pair of sharp, triumphant eyes cut them off. Then reality itself seems to crack open, and everyone freezes. What? The space is wavering. Whatever this is, nobody planned for it. A fist clenches tight as blood sprays across the floor. The tables are about to turn. Rewind a bit, a cloaked attacker puts a man down hard and fast, blood marking the kill. A hand crackles with raw red power, charging up for something ugly. She screams in fury and pain, right in the middle of the fight. Through the chaos, his mind is racing. I don't know what just happened, but this is my chance. Mana surges past 3,000 as he turns pure defense into a brutal counterattack. His attacker reels back with a pained grunt, caught completely off guard. They crash down hard, debris flying everywhere. The cloaked fighter won't stay down, launching right back in through a burst of blue light. A fist tightens around a blade, knuckles white with blood and resolve. Somewhere or someone else, a sword flashes on a snow-swept cliff, the fight raging on in the storm. Someone stands over a fallen figure right at the cliff's edge, footsteps closing in. A man in gray stands amid swirling snow, arms wide open, gathering something powerful. Feet balance on the edge of a blade like it's nothing, show off. And that's chapter 24 proper. Our cloaked fighter drops right back into the fray, blade first. Face to face at last, the attacker admits he doesn't even fully know why, he just knows he has to kill Dekulin. Dekulin, for his part, swears he doesn't recall wronging this guy at all. Why? The attacker snarls, I remember the evil you did to my liege. Dekulin pushes back. Is this really for someone named Julie, someone who never even asked him to do this? The accusation lands somewhere it shouldn't. Dekulin looks genuinely thrown. What is Julie to you that you'd go this far? The question hangs heavy between them. Sweating, shaking, the attacker growls that Dekulin could never understand. The scene drifts into memory, a sunlit path and a voice gushing thanks for being saved from something awful. A grand manor courtyard, guests gathered, the past pulls us further back still. A boy struggles against a guard's grip, shouting that he never started the fight. A furious mother demands to know how dare anyone touch her precious boy. Turns out her boy is the smug troublemaker smirking behind her, black eye and all. Real victim energy. The accused boy, soaked and furious, snaps back with a threat way too dark for his age. Do you want to die? The mother won't let it go, dragging a second kid into the blame game too. She points a finger like a weapon, hand him to the police, make him beg forgiveness. Assault, trespassing, she's already building the whole case in her head. She grabs for the other kid too until someone finally steps in. Hold on a bit, madam. A quiet exchange, a reluctant yes tilde, and somehow the whole situation gets talked down. He's hauled off still struggling while someone mutters not unkindly that he's far too skinny. A knight steps in properly this time. I'll take the child to the police myself, you should go rest. He keeps insisting he was only defending himself, that none of this deserves a police cell. They set off together down a quiet, golden-lit path, leaving the chaos behind. Something about walking together shifts the mood, a small, wordless moment between them. Someone mutters that his family's name carries a bad reputation. He doesn't let it slide. It's not partly true, it's not true at all. He shouts back, indignant, refusing to just take the insult lying down. Later, carried through the night forest, he's told gently that hitting people still isn't the answer, whatever the excuse. He looks caught off guard by the kindness, like he's not used to anyone explaining instead of just punishing. Further back still, a girl, clothes torn, clearly been through something rough. She stares back at him, wary and silent, sizing him up. You're gonna feed me, right? Bold much, but hey, it works. The two of them share a quiet sunset by the water, the start of something that'll define both their lives. That, he tells us, was how he met his liege for the very first time. Time skips forward in a flash of steel. Their story wasn't all sunsets. Afterward, he joined the Night Order just to stay by her side. But between his rough childhood and rougher personality, fitting in with the other knights never came easy. The other knights sneer behind his back. He walks off alone, thinking of the one person who ever actually cared, right as she catches up to check on him. Everything's all right, he tells himself. As long as he's near his captain, it always was. Someone cheers like they've just won the whole world. Being at her side was apparently that good. In battle, she was always the one out front, leading the charge without hesitation. Off the battlefield, she's the type helping little old ladies, no cameras required. And she does not let injustice slide, decking a swindler and sending his stolen coins flying. Watching her, his respect quietly deepens into something more. Under a sky full of stars, he finally admits it to himself in silence. That admiration had become love. They ride into battle together, side by side, again and again. Back in the present, he knows his feelings are a burden to her. He says it anyway, then follows it with, "I have to kill you. You'll be the ruin of my liege someday," he insists, dead certain. De Culleen just takes it, bruised, quiet, thinking it over instead of arguing back. And here's the twist, De Culleen privately agrees with him. Every disaster in this story really has traced back to something De Culleen did. But out loud he pushes back, "You're wrong. I'm going to change what De Culleen has done," he vows. He stares down his own reflection, the villain he's supposed to be and the person underneath who refuses to just play the part. "I'll make sure this story doesn't end in ruin." A hand yanks his attacker down by the hair, blood on the ground. "Hold on, Veron," he says. "I will not harm Julie, no matter what." "Trust me," De Culleen says. Veron has no answer for that. He reaches toward a source of light, something building just beneath the surface. That's when a new player crashes in. Red hair, furious eyes, absolutely done with all of this. Everyone freezes at the sudden arrival. "You don't intend to change your mind," she says. "It isn't a question." She swings in with a blade wreathed in red light, no hesitation at all. "No, I will not change my mind." The whole scene lights up red with the impact. "I will kill you no matter what," she promises, and she means every word. From somewhere in the dark, a cold voice mocks the choice he's just made. "It will torment Julie forever." The threat lands exactly where it's meant to hurt. The blade lands hard. Someone's eyes go wide with shock. Whatever just happened, it wasn't in the plan. A flinch, a held breath, tension nobody on this side of the story can explain yet. Meanwhile, far from the fight, "Captain, are you feeling unwell?" Julie brushes it off. "Ah, it's nothing." Her companion guesses right away. She's worried about Veron again. "He can take care of himself," he shrugs. The knights march on through the woods, none the wiser about what their captain's knight is walking into. Back in the fight, the red-haired attacker finally goes down, and her last words aren't a threat. They are a wish: "I hope you will be happy." Snow blankets the mountains as a lone hawk cuts across the sky. Something has gone very wrong down below. Along a snowbound mountain rail line, a security team combs through the aftermath of whatever just happened here. Word is already spreading that De Culleen killed his own guard, that the man fell right off the cliff. "No, that's not quite right," comes the correction. "It was the knight who tried to kill De Culleen first." "There you are, Lady Sylvia," a companion calls out. "Let's head back, the assembly is about to start." She only manages a quiet "okay." Left alone with her thoughts, Sylvia stares out at the snow. De Culleen, will he even make it back in time? Elsewhere, Security Bureau agents snap to attention as their vice chief arrives at the wreck site. "It's an honor, Vice Chief." This is Lilia Fremion, Vice Chief of the Security Bureau, and she wants straight answers. "There was an explosion and an attack," she asks. "Yes, but incidents like this aren't unusual with the Burkt summoning assembly so close." A guard shrugs it off. "I see. Any casualties?" Lilia presses. "None injured, but..." The guard hesitates. "Two people are missing, a guard named Veron and head Professor De Culleen." Lilia's face goes rigid. "You can get the details from the survivor over there." Someone points toward a shaken witness in the snow. "Some knight saved me," the survivor stammers. "The whole train was lifted into midair, and when I came to, it had already gone down. I think the assassins tried for a second attack," he adds. Midair, Lilia repeats, stunned. Here I actually got a photo, it was so shocking I just snapped it. The photo shows the wrecked train car, scorched by some kind of blast, hanging off the cliffside. Lilia stares at it, speechless. Did he really lift an entire train with magic? How absurd, she mutters, though the reports keep piling up around her. The verdict comes in the night Veron is dead. I don't know why, but Veron tried to kill Deculene and failed. The head professor survived. What? Lilia flinches. I'm picking up a telepathic message from somewhere. The search team fans out through the snow and Lilia narrows her eyes. Then she finds him, Professor Deculene. He doesn't answer right away, just stands there bruised and silent, staring past her. In his head, he's still replaying it. If not for a strange stroke of luck, he'd have died to a knight who wasn't even a name he recognized. Without help from someone he still can't identify, he knows exactly how this would have ended. I'd be the one at the bottom of that cliff right now, he thinks, staring at his own bloodied hand. I can't believe how powerless I am. The thought won't let go of him, just how powerless he really is. Who was it that saved him back there, he wonders right as Lilia catches up. Head Professor Deculene, glad to see you're safe. I'm Lilia Fremian, Security Bureau. I do have some questions about the incident, she says. Deculene blinks at her. What time is it? Not exactly the answer she was expecting. Pardon, it's 3:30, she manages. He goes along with her questions well enough, but something about all this still bothers him. About the knight who was with you, Lilia continues, is this train really the only route to Bercht? No, comes the answer. There's also a road route and a sea route on the other side. Let me ask you again, please hear me out this time. The knight who was with you. Before she can even finish, the wind kicks up sharply around him. And just like that, he's gone, nothing left behind but a swinging strap and a very confused. Wasn't the head professor just standing right there? One guard blinks. Guess he used acceleration magic. Lilia can only shake her head. He blocked a derailing train with telekinesis, fought off assassins and a rogue knight, and still had mana to spare for high-level accelerate magic. Just how much mana does this guy have? She mutters. So that's the Deculene everyone's been talking about. Just one name crosses his mind as he walks off. Lockhart. Deculene's next stop is the Bercht Assembly, the grand gathering where the 12 sorcerers convene. Robed dignitaries fill the hall, trading uneasy glances while they wait. Sylvia stands tense beside her escort. It's almost 9:53 the time the stars gather, she murmurs. The seat reserved for Deculene sits conspicuously empty. He's still not here. Before the assembly, a massive beast skull looms over the altar, lit in ceremonial magic. A robed elder addresses the hall. I express my humble gratitude to those who answered the summons. Runes flare to life across the floor as the ritual begins to hum with power. A jolt of purple lightning rips through the chamber and gasps ripple through the crowd. One sorceress broods to herself. Deculene was once the closest anyone had come to becoming an archmage. If she wants that title, she'll have to match a man everyone insists is finished. Her eyes narrow, unreadable in the low light. Once attendance is confirmed, we begin, the elder announces and the roll call starts. Gilthian of the Alade family, here. Ethensel of the Brand family, here comes a quieter answer. Burun of the Viorid family, yes, I'm here. Ihelm of the Rewind family. Here, then the elder moves to the next name. Next, Deculene of the Euclene family. Silence, the Euclene seat stays empty. Euclene isn't here yet. Down a corridor, a lone figure approaches the great doors without a word. I'll assume he did not answer the summons, the elder says. He will be struck from the 12 sorcerers. Whispers spread fast. Euclene's elimination, that's huge, they were first summoned 200 years ago. Heemp, hasn't everyone seen this coming? One sorcerer sneers. The current reciting head's talent never held a candle to his ancestors. Laughter breaks out. Just how has Deculene lived his life? Someone wonders aloud that not a single person here is worried about him. How pathetic, the mockery keeps coming. One woman in the crowd isn't laughing at all. It bothers her more than she'd like to admit. The beast skull glows over the altar as the elder prepares to make it official. Euclene's reciting head, Deculene. One of the sorcerers scoffs through his teeth, already savoring the disgrace. Euclide's reciting the announcement catches in the air. Her eyes well up before anyone finishes the sentence. Something shifts in the hall, and every head turns as she gasps. Wind rips through the chamber like a door's just been thrown open. A figure lands in the aisle, and a stunned murmur goes up. Dekilin, someone finally shouts his name. And there he is, battered coat, dead calm, walking in like nothing happened. Every footstep echoes through the silence he's just created. Euclide's reciting head, Dekilin, has arrived, the elder confirms, and the whole hall has to eat its words. The woman who'd been on the verge of tears breaks into a stunned, relieved smile. His footsteps carry him straight into the chamber he was almost erased from. Dekilin of the Euclide family has arrived, and he looks nowhere near finished. His cloak settles as he takes his place among the 12 sorcerers once more. The council chamber goes dead silent, then the real business kicks off fast. First item on the agenda, a demon that showed up at the Black Mountain. A green-haired councilwoman cuts in. This one is bigger than the demon that hit the capital. Every school needs to fall in line with the church, and mages need eyes on every shady corner of the empire. That one at least got wrapped up fast. Ethensel, the reciting head with the so-called divine touch, weighs in, and with no family pushing back, the whole thing wraps up in record time. A hooded official calls for a short break. Apparently even world-ending politics needs a coffee run. Dekilin exhales like a man who has not slept in 3 days. This is exhausting, he mutters. Turns out he sprinted the entire way here, mana and stamina completely tapped, just so he would not be late. His own stats are so absurd it is almost annoying, even the universe seems to be commenting on it. A crowd of students spots him and starts shouting for the professor. Then he sees it, Alan, his star pupil, in tears right in the middle of the crowd. Alan checks if he is okay. Dekilin just apologizes for being late. Alan explains he was not even allowed into the meeting once it started. Dekilin waves off the worry, insists he is fine. But in his head, Dekilin is already recalculating. He cannot call this kid innocent anymore. Something about Alan's identity just does not add up, and Dekilin cannot quite explain why the thought will not leave him alone. For what purpose, he wonders, walking beside the boy in total silence. A line from a movie back in his old world pops into his head as he looks Alan dead in the eye. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, he thinks. Better to keep this one exactly where he can watch him. His resolve hardens, dark energy curling around clenched fists. Alan, he thinks, I will find out exactly what you are, no matter what it takes. The words just hang there, cold and certain. Breaks over, the council settles back in, and the room goes quiet again. Next on the docket, and this one is heavier. The topic on the table, what to do about the Bloodshroud sorcerer who has surfaced. A sensitive topic, to put it mildly. This one is not going to wrap up as easily as the last. Vethin, head of House Viored, does not hold back. The Bloodshrouds are like cockroaches, he spits, breeding in secret and rotting the empire from the inside. His name card drops in like a mic. Vethin, head of the Viored family, just in case anyone missed the tantrum. The green-haired councilwoman fires right back. What evidence, exactly? They do not even have a way to tell a Bloodshroud from anyone else. Ethensel proposes something calmer, find a real way to identify them using the race's own traits. But someone in the room is already talking about wiping them out with the Imperial Magic Tower. Watch your words, Vethin, someone snaps. Eradicate, did he really just say that out loud? Ethensel watches the room fracture and thinks, yeah, saw that coming. Vethin will not let it go. The Bloodshrouds are recognizing each other, gathering, and he is certain they have got a leader now. We do not even know what they are planning, he presses. That is pure speculation, Vethin, the councilwoman shoots back, and he practically spits the word right back at her. He bares his teeth, literally, and blames her for every mage who died 60 years ago because of her indecisiveness. He looms right over her, and for a second she looks genuinely rattled, though she does not back down. He just keeps ranting, spit and all. An older council member with amber hair cuts in with a pointed question. So what does Dekilin of Euclide think about all this? Your family, he reminds Dekilin, was the great house of exorcists who once led the charge against demons. The demons from long ago, Dekilin repeats flatly and says nothing else. He has seen enough of that old hatred to know exactly where it leads, nowhere good. But politics aside, he says, hunting down the blood shrouds is just not right. Even if he cannot stop it outright, he can buy time, because the real threat to this world was never the blood shrouds. Long ago, he admits, the blood shrouds really were the enemy. But dig into the actual records, the councilwoman adds, and the whole thing traces back to one giant misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Vethin looks about ready to combust. Dekillian just says yes. 237 years back, during the Rodran witch incident, an innocent woman was branded a witch, and the crackdown that followed slaughtered blood shrouds by the dozen. They struck back, and the cycle of bloodshed just kept spinning, though it has finally gone quiet in recent years. As for the incident 60 years ago, Dekillian adds, that one was just politics, a mana stone mine turned up on bloodshroud land. Politics? Vethin scoffs, not buying that a Euclean who profited off that very mine would call it anything else. He is screaming now, certain the blood shrouds are born with demonic energy, insisting a demon-slaying family like the Eucleans should know it better than anyone. The blood shroud are demons, he declares, like that settles it. He is practically foaming at this point. He storms off in a huff, shadows and all. One last mocking look over his shoulder before he stalks away. Someone finally challenges him, can you actually back up what you just said? And Alan, watching nearby, is not taking any of it well either. Do not call humans demons so casually, Dekillian says, cold and final. Say something like that enough times, he adds, and you might just turn into it yourself. The demon, he finishes, and lets it hang in the air. So round one ends in a draw. The whole bloodshroud question gets kicked to the next day. New scene, a party. A Burkt family kid gets her hair done while her dad recites the family rule, one Burkt per room, no exceptions. You will be fine alone, right? She is not thrilled. Normal kids her age get their own room without the lecture, she points out, and dad gets a little misty about it. He will see her tomorrow, he says, then drops a warning. Burkt blood runs heavy with mana, so strange magic can happen at night. Read the hotel rules. She promises to be good, no need to worry. The hotel regulations, it turns out, are written in some dense, borderline unreadable magical script, bedtime reading at its finest. She figures the rules are just there to scare kids, curls up with a book and calls it a night. The room settles into darkness. Then something flickers by the window, a strange glow blooming near the flowers. Her eyes snap open. She is up, standing frozen in the pitch-black room, and something in the air feels very wrong. The air itself starts crackling with energy. Lightning tears sideways through the room like the walls themselves are peeling open. It just keeps ripping wider. She is flung clean off her feet, crystal shards exploding around her in a blast of light. The space itself has warped into a hallway that was not there a second ago. Shaken, all she can think is, did I do something wrong maybe? Footsteps echo down the new corridor, and they are not hers. Her face says it all, pure wide-eyed terror. Some places actually spell out their rules for you. Lie down in bed and don't you dare wake before morning, or you might just wake up somewhere else entirely. Turns out that warning wasn't just flavor text. A girl bolts upright, clutching a page, gasping she can't leave this bed until sunrise, and that horrifying thought is exactly why she's stuck like this right now. She remembers a quieter hall from a few days back where nothing like this happened. So why now? Maybe being this close to the assembly of elders is thickening the mana in the air. She admits it to herself through tears. She got complacent, actually thinking she'd be fine as long as she never left her own room. Problem is, she never left her room, and here she is anyway. All she can do now is repeat it like a mantra, calm down, calm down. Then something starts writing itself into existence right in front of her, jagged bleeding characters clawing across the dark like the room itself is spelling out a threat. The strange script keeps bleeding across the walls, and her face says it all, whatever this is, it is not friendly. A jagged burst of alarm cracks the silence. Something is in the room with her, and it's getting closer. She takes off running with no idea where she's even headed. Where should I go? Wrong question when every hallway looks exactly the same. Somewhere in her head the rules replay themselves. This place, the so-called Rosary Hotel, is only 1 story tall. Whatever happens, do not take any stairs that suddenly appear. Keep running, keep breathing, and if a door swings open along the way, for the love of God, do not look inside. Do not enter that room, do not even glance at it. I mustn't panic, she tells herself, collapsing in a heap that says otherwise. Every rule in her head is screaming, but her body just screams back, help. And if someone knocks on your door, you do not answer, you do not so much as breathe. Alone in the dark, all she can manage is a whisper, someone. She keeps running down a hallway that never seems to end, begging into the empty air, anyone please. Please, her voice finally breaks completely, and for one horrible second it looks like nobody's coming. Then a hand catches her attention, and a familiar, unbothered voice cuts straight through the nightmare. Have you lost your way? Sylvia, of all the people to come strolling through a haunted hotel like it's just another Tuesday, of course it's her professor. Deculin, somehow, is the one who can actually open the door back out. Real, convenient timing for a guy who's usually more interested in books than rescues. Sylvia's whole body just deflates with relief, tears finally spilling over now that the terror has somewhere to go. Thank you, she manages. Come in, is all he says back, like he didn't just casually stroll through a monster's playground to find her. I'm sorry, Sylvia says once she's safe. I got up from my bed and next thing I knew I was out in the hallway. Rule number 1 broken already. Deculin doesn't even blink. Wild magical phenomena are just part of the package at Berkt. Plenty of spirits up here have lost themselves entirely to the sheer density of magic in the air. You should have read the rules properly, he adds, dry as ever. Then his tone shifts. Something about this place has a never-changing appearance, and an unwavering. It hits her, he was the one who opened that door. Before she can even process it, a low growl rumbles out of the dark and her blood runs cold all over again. Something ghostly peels itself out of the shadows nearby, wisps of purple smoke curling like reaching fingers. A shrieking, skull-faced spirit lunges out of the smoke with a scream that could wake the whole hotel. A jagged burst of shock, the thing is right on top of them. Deculin doesn't even raise his voice. Stay still, he tells her, already moving. A streak of blue lightning magic rips through the smoke, and just like that, the fight is basically already over. He spins the spell around the creature like he's done this 100 times before, because he probably has. The monster lets out one last strangled sound as it dissolves into nothing. All that's left behind is a small, dark crystal drifting gently in the air, whatever that ghost used to be, distilled down to something you could fit in your pocket. Those roaming ghosts really kill people? Sylvia asks, shaken. You needn't be shocked, Deculin says. It's simply a type of magic specialized for killing, nothing to be proud of. Magic was never meant to be a weapon in the first place, he adds, and for once he sounds like he means it personally. Sylvia just goes quiet, turning that thought over in her head. Fast forward, and this whole terrifying night has somehow turned into a private study session. Deculin, reading by the fire, tosses out a spell name like a pop quiz, that is Flowing Flame. Correct, he confirms, barely even glancing up from his book. Lightning, she answers next, magic crackling around her fingers. Good. Materialization, indeed. This is Goblin Fire, once again good job. She's basically acing every question and yet she's still annoyed. Tusk, he didn't even look at it, she grumbles, unimpressed by her own unimpressed teacher. You've done well, he starts and Sylvia perks right up. However, he continues and there it is, the catch. There's a bit of instability in the air magic circle you embedded into the fire. Busted, mid-spell magic circle glowing right under her hands. Then what's my weakness, Professor? She asks, bracing herself. You should figure that out yourself, he says flatly. But you told Ephraim what hers was, she protests, and honestly, fair point. Ephraim found that out by herself, he says, unmoved. Sylvia doesn't have a comeback for that one. She just stands there quietly, the sting of being compared to someone else written all over her face. Something in her flinches, just a beat of hurt she can't quite hide. Cease your impatience, Sylvia, he says, gentler than she's used to hearing from him. Time is on your side, as long as you keep at it you will improve. Coming from him, that lands a lot harder than it should. You are one of 3 people in this world who possesses this kind of talent, he tells her plainly. Something about hearing it from him actually gets to her, a lump in her throat she wasn't expecting. She's heard some version of that line her whole life. Talent, she's fated to become an archmage, so strong at such a young age she has a bright future. Oh my, such astounding. Flashback to a smaller Sylvia peeking around a doorway while the adults gush. That's what I heard constantly growing up, she thinks. Insincere, stale compliments. But something about tonight feels different. Why do Deculine's words feel different? A question she clearly doesn't have an answer to yet and maybe doesn't want one. The moon climbs, the night rolls on, and the chaos of the evening finally settles into something quieter. Sylvia finally sleeps safe under the moonlight, with no idea how close disaster actually came tonight. Meanwhile, Deculine is still hunched over his desk deep into the night. The man does not appear to believe in rest. Elsewhere on the mountain, someone else picks up on a strange surge of energy. What is this? He mutters to himself. He heads out alone into the dark forest, footsteps crunching through the underbrush. His own detection skill, which he calls wealthy magnate, just went off, and that's not something he ignores. He reasons it through. Outside of the Bercht assembly, this mountain path is basically off-limits to everyone, which means whatever set off his skill might be rarer than he expected. Something stirs in the dark ahead of him, and it does not feel friendly. A wailing, purple-clawed spirit erupts out of the mist, howling right in his face. He doesn't even flinch, just studies the thing like it's mildly inconvenient. It keeps howling and grabbing at him, and he keeps standing there completely unbothered. These wandering spirits clearly don't scare him one bit. He's dealt with worse. He grabs the thing by the wrist and asks it, calm as anything, "Did you happen to see an item carrying a lot of magic?" The spirit recoils, letting out a startled shriek at actually being spoken to. It thrashes and wails something unintelligible before yanking itself free of his grip entirely. He just watches it flee into the trees, unbothered. What's up with him, he mutters, more curious than concerned. Then he spots it, a scorched, glowing branch half buried in the dirt. I found it, he says, and for the first time tonight he actually sounds pleased. He reaches into the fading embers around it. This is exactly what he was hoping for. He lifts the glowing fragment free, hardly believing his luck. A status window fills him in. A mana tree fragment struck and purified by lightning, rare enough to count as a genuine prize. Ever since he landed in this world, he's trained and researched without a single day off. Stuck in a rut, if he's honest, always measured against Deculine's so-called ordinary talent. But holding this fragment, he allows himself a rare, satisfied thought. Maybe this is exactly what speeds his climb back up. Somewhere above it all, Bercht's snow-capped peaks sit in silence, keeping every one of these secrets to themselves for now. Welcome back to the Senate floor, where a red-faced noble named Vethin is one popped vein away from a stroke, screaming that having demon blood in your veins is basically a confession. Deculine fires right back, cool as ever, even with his voice raised. His counter is blunt. Add salt to water, he says, and you don't suddenly start calling the water salt. Blood alone doesn't make someone a monster, and the whole hall of sorcerers is rattled by how heated this has gotten. Around the room, the murmurs start. Wait, is Deculine actually siding with the enemy here? Off to the side, Sylvia narrows her eyes, wondering just what picture Deculine is trying to paint here. She can't shake the feeling he's steering this whole meeting somewhere very specific. She's sure everyone in this room, her own father included, is sizing him up the exact same way. Her father stands quietly beside her, and for a moment neither of them says a word. Enough, someone finally booms over the crowd. Deculine is only saying what should be obvious. Vethin just about combusts at being told to pipe down. With no consensus in sight, the chair punts the entire bloodshroud question to the next meeting. And just like that, they move on to the next item on the agenda like nothing happened. Everything else on the agenda actually moves fast. Days later, the meeting finally wraps. Deculine heads out, trailed by the handful of people still willing to be seen with him. On his way out, he shoulder checks Vethin without even breaking stride. He admits it to himself. This is exactly the outcome he wanted for the bigger plan ahead, but it's cost him more allies than he'd like. Cut to the city of Bercht, sprawling in quiet under a pale sky. Deculine ducks into a cluttered little shop, shelves stacked with skulls and raw crystal. He's on a mission, hunting for the perfect material to carve a wand out of a magic tree. He browses the counter, clearly not leaving without exactly what he came for. He's decided, before he leaves Bercht, that wand is getting made no matter what. Before he can even pay, a kid's voice cuts through the shop. It's Alan, his own bookish little assistant, practically vibrating with excitement, calling his name over and over. Alan points across the street, gushing that the person over there is basically his hero, the one who got him here safe. De follows his finger, and his expression goes very still. Turns out that hero is Lilia Premian, and De decides the least he can do is treat her to a meal. It's a thank you for getting Alan home safe, and Lilia, sharp in her officer's cap, isn't about to turn down a free dinner. De doesn't let the meal stay small talk for long. He knows it's rude to bring up work at the table, but the investigation just wrapped. He wants to know exactly what happened to Veron, the knight who was supposed to be escorting him. The three of them settle in to actually eat while he waits on her answer. Veron is dead, Lilia says flatly. Ambushed. De just nods, giving nothing away. But privately, he's turning over just one question: what actually makes this case any different? Cut hard to a name barked into the dark: Lockhart. Under direct imperial order, the Security Bureau has already handed down his sentence. Lekordak, the Empire's worst prison for killing innocent mages, got anything to say for yourself, they ask him. Once they are alone, Lilia doesn't want an apology out of him, she wants to see his power. Activate it, she orders, flat and cold. He just smirks back at her. Then he lets it rip, and the room floods with crackling violet light. A single glowing eye of magic tears open in the dark, sparking wild. The whole surge balloons out way bigger than anyone in that room was ready for. It slams straight into Lilia, and she has to fight just to hold it back. She's left gasping, shaken by just how much power he's been sitting on this whole time. You absolute idiot, she snarls at him the second she catches her breath. He just laughs it off, head tipped back. And here's the twist nobody saw coming. Lilia warns him that if it ever gets out he's one of them, it's her career and her neck on the line too, because she's a bloodshroud herself. He needles her back. Is playing house in this empire even worth it? Only if nobody clocks you, she fires back. She admits it flat out, she's thought about killing him before. He snaps back that bloodshrouds aren't the only ones ever born with power like this. And he throws out De name too. They're already keeping an eye on the whole Euclid family. His whole kind gets branded different the second they're born, he says. Not demons, just power everyone else is too scared to understand. She circles back on why he goaded De in the first place, warning that if he keeps stirring trouble, there's no reason left not to kill him. De is the real deal, she says, no need to kill him, for now they're just watching, don't touch him. She's got a list of his crimes deep enough to bury him, she reminds him. He just goes quiet. But Lockhart can't shake one memory. De once telling him flat out that bloodshrouds are people, not demons, and meaning every word. Eyes with no doubt in them, only conviction. If there were more nobles like that in this world, he thinks, maybe his people could actually live alongside everyone else. Lilia's caught off guard by how sincere he sounds. She reminds him, coldly, that it was De own Euclid ancestors who led the slaughter of bloodshrouds in the first place. And yet, Lockhart points out, this particular Euclid led him live knowing exactly what he was. He's not naive about that ugly history either, he knows it, he just doesn't think it's the whole story. But treat every descendant of those ancestors the same way, he argues, and you're just proving their point that bloodshrouds are monsters. Lilia looks ready to strangle him for it. She changes tack. The Emperor's health is failing, and once someone new takes the throne, they'll see how the Empire actually treats bloodshrouds. Until then, everybody keeps their heads down. Lockhart is told to lay low in Lekordak and wait it out. Back at dinner, Lilia's still needling De insisting he's really just the same annoying guy underneath all that noble polish. She digs into her plate like she hasn't got a worry in the world. Then someone reeking of booze strolls right up to the table. Lilia recoils, wiping at her face like the smell alone might stain her uniform. The newcomer settles in like he already owns the place. Blonde, grinning and way too pleased with himself, he throws an arm right around De shoulder. What now? Deculin sighs, I've got nothing to say to you. Oh really? The guy grins back because I've got something I want to hear. Deculin just says his name flat. Ilhelm. Ilhelm leans in close, needling him about whatever's hiding in that dark soul of his. Meanwhile, clear across town at Order of Freheim headquarters, a very different kind of trouble is brewing. Someone just got hit with news that stops them cold. Say that again, they demand, because surely they misheard. The vice captain shifts awkwardly, dreading having to say it twice. Veron is dead, killed on the mission. The order's captain just goes silent, stunned. Then she snaps out of it, everyone gear up right now. She's got one demand once Deculin gets back. She wants a full explanation, no excuses, and back at that dinner table he has absolutely no idea what's about to hit him. In a sunlit hall back in Bercht, the head of the Rewind family strolls in for a private meeting with our professor, and he's not here for small talk. Over dinner, a sharp-eyed hostess in uniform sizes up his dinner companion, already bracing for trouble. This person, she murmurs, the current head of the Rewind family, even she can hardly believe who's sharing this table. The Rewind heir admits our professor's move at the last meeting caught him completely off guard, and he still can't wrap his head around why he did it. He leans in and needles. Why go out of his way to help while staying this wary of a rival magic family? Then he drops the real question, quiet and pointed, are you siding with the Bloodshrouds now, Deculin? Our professor doesn't flinch, calmly cutting into his dinner like the accusation barely landed. The question lands like a bomb at the table. Their waiting hostess nearly drops her jaw. Deculin doesn't answer, he counters instead, reminding the Rewind heir that his old paper trashing the Bloodshrouds as unworthy of life is still sitting in the university archives. That shuts him right up. Turns out throwing stones gets a lot less fun once you're the one living in a glass house. His companions leap to his defense, sputtering that it's outrageous anyone would dare insult their guy, conveniently forgetting who threw the first punch. Deculin isn't done. He wonders aloud whether that precious research came from an actual enslaved Bloodshroud. Alan looks ready to throw hands on his behalf, but Deculin waves him off, dabbing his mouth clean and cool as ever. His brain's basically rotten cheese at this point, Deculin mutters so honestly that take tracks. Savage, utterly savage. The Rewind heir plays it cool, then needles him about his looming research deadline, 6 months, or is it 3? He clearly wants him sweating. Let's see if all that big talk is more than just hot air, he sings, practically daring the professor to fail in public. Their hostess stays quiet, watching him go. Word around the table is simple right now, Deculin trusts absolutely no one. Word's already spreading through the room, other diners whisper his name like they can't believe he's actually here. Then someone mutters a name that shifts the mood entirely. Lockhart. Is what you said really true? Someone presses, clearly rattled by whatever story just got shared. The gossip trail leads back to a cozy little spot called the Merry Night Pub. Rumors travel just as fast over ale as they do over fine dining. The next day, before heading back to the Empire, Deculin tracks down a specialty workshop he's had his eye on. He's commissioned one of the most sought-after named craftsmen in Bercht to build him a brand new wand. Clearly, he's expecting to need it. A notification flashes, subquest complete. He's walking away with a wand crafted by the legendary Rockalock himself, plus a little pocket change to boot. The long train ride back to the Empire begins, cutting through snow-blanketed mountains 1 slow mile at a time. Turns out he's sharing a carriage with Vethan, a hot-tempered rival who's never bothered pretending to like him. The glares are constant, but somehow nobody throws a punch, progress of a sort. Even the people around them can feel the tension crackling like an open flame, and wisely say absolutely nothing. Deculin buries himself in a book for most of the ride, quietly relieved this brutal trip is finally winding down. Night falls somewhere along the tracks, city lights finally starting to blur past the window. They roll into another crowded station, one stop closer to home. Alan stretches out the stiffness from hours of sitting, clearly done with trains for one lifetime. We'll finally see something other than snow soon, Deculin promises right before Alan reminds him there's still one more transfer to go. They finally pull into the Empire, stepping out onto a hushed, snow-dusted platform. Dekulin spots a familiar face waiting for him, Julie, and something in her expression makes his stomach drop. She'd heard about the ambush, she tells him, and she's just glad he made it out alive. He keeps his expression carefully composed, giving nothing away. For a beat, neither of them says anything. The silence says plenty on its own. Thank you is all he manages to say back. Privately, he puts it together fast. This news obviously came straight from Veron. Behind them, a cluster of Order Knights mutter darkly, clearly not thrilled he's the only one who walked away from that ambush. Julie says she read the reports too, that he'd worked with someone to save the other victims, and gently asks how that person is doing now. She watches him closely, waiting on an answer he isn't sure he's ready to give. He just doesn't answer. The silence stretches uncomfortably long. Around them, the station keeps moving, snow, footsteps, strangers, all completely indifferent to the weight of this conversation. Truthfully, he'd planned to tell her everything. That Veron came at him with intent to kill, and the wreckage of a fight that followed is exactly why he's standing here bruised. At the very least, he'd promised himself Julie deserved to hear it straight from him. But now that she's actually standing in front of him, he finds he can't force the words out. Should he even tell her the truth at all? He's honestly not sure anymore. Because the truth, plainly, would be too cruel to hand her. If she ever learns the full story, he's certain she'll tear herself apart over it. She's exactly the type to claim her subordinate's crime as her own and punish herself for it without mercy. So he settles on it. The right call here is to keep the truth from her, full stop. Even if it means everyone else keeps glaring daggers at him for it. A station announcer bellows over the crowd that the 4th train to the Empire is ready for boarding. Passengers surge toward the platform as evening settles over the station. It's difficult to say. He finally offers Julie, which really answers nothing at all. She notices anyway. Whatever he's not saying, it's clearly rattled him. She studies his face a moment longer, like she's trying to read between every carefully chosen word. She lets it go for now, thanking him and letting him know they're off to see him so he can finally rest. She turns and disappears into the snowy crowd with her group, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The memory claws its way back anyway, the icy wreckage, the fight for his life, all of it. He almost laughs at himself after everything. He still can't get a solid grip on his own feelings. Alan, less diplomatic about it, grumbles that the Order Knights staring them down are just plain rude. We're victims too, you know, the way they're looking at us is distasteful, Alan huffs. Dekulin just shrugs it off, they're simply being foolish. Then a new voice cuts in, asking him flat out why did he hold back. He turns to find Sylvia striding up through the snow, clearly not here for pleasantries. Hold back what exactly? He asks, playing dumb badly. Sylvia doesn't buy the act for a second, while Alan just looks between them, completely lost on what's going on. I do not know, Dekulin finally admits, and honestly that might be the most honest thing he's said all day. Everything about this trip has been exhausting, he thinks, right down to the very last mile. All he wants now is to get home and collapse into bed. Is that really so much to ask? Yes, Professor, Alan chirps, and the train finally rolls out toward home. The train winds on through green countryside, leaving all that snow and drama behind for now. During the first ambush, Professor Dekulin handled it himself and pulled every survivor out safely with the help of Sir Veron. But then a second strike came out of nowhere, and this time the entire train flipped upside down. Sir Veron didn't make it through that second hit. Dekulin, though, somehow ended up hanging off the cliff edge, alive by sheer luck, while everyone scrambled to sort out who actually saved the day. One rescued survivor finally gets a quiet moment to say thank you, safe and warm at last. Out at the wreck site, a grim-faced officer works a healer's glow over the wreckage while colleagues comb the frozen debris for anything worth saving. Someone on the recovery team wonders out loud if they should grab a few personal items from the wreck. The answer's a flat no. There's no time for souvenirs when nobody's figured out who's actually behind this ambush yet. Someone else steps right up to the cliff's edge, snow swirling around her boots. She looks out over the wreckage and says it plain. She just lost her most reliable right-hand man, and it stings to think he might have died for nothing. Her face barely moves, but the silence says everything. "You foolish bastard," she mutters under her breath at a man who can't hear her anymore. Meanwhile, clear across the city, someone is absolutely losing it, screaming Deculine's name loud enough to rattle the rooftops. That yelling is coming straight from the Euclid estate, apparently. Deculine's young ward is mid-meltdown, practically breathing fire, while a poor butler begs her to calm down. Turns out somebody wrote another fat check on the family's dime, and she's not about to let that slide. At this rate, the whole household goes broke in 2 months flat. Deculine actually takes it seriously. 2 months of runway left is no joke, and he knows he needs a plan fast. His ward, somehow already composed again, cuts in with a plan of her own to bring in some cash. That gets a genuine what out of him. She leads him deeper into the estate, past marble staircases that have definitely seen better financial days. Turns out her big plan starts in the trophy room, stacked wall to wall with gold and glittering keepsakes. Shields, crests, trophies, all of it dripping in gold leaf and old money. Deculine clearly has no idea where this is going. She points out the obvious: every last piece here is stuff he bought just to show off. Her plan is simple: sell it all back. She even lectures him on speaking more ladylike mid-crisis, and he snaps right back that she's the one who bankrupted them, leaving the butler caught in the crossfire. Turns out there's a very good reason those auction pieces feel so valuable. They're practically radiating the energy of old wealth. Deculine always figured he was just buying pretty art. Turns out there might be more to it than that. Then it clicks: he actually knows a way to turn these trinkets into real money, using a trick from his own bag. He calls it exactly what you'd think it's called: Midas touch. Whatever he just did, it lights the whole room up gold. His ward, predictably unimpressed, just assumes he's lost his mind standing there with his hand out. He's not fazed at all. Job done, he tells the household to call an appraiser and get these back on the auction block. That earns another shocked what? She thinks he's finally lost it. Selling barely used antiques for a fraction of what he paid sounds like a terrible plan. Deculine just waves the butler over to get it handled, leaving the poor man to sort out the chaos. He stands there next to his prized vase, looking awfully pleased with himself. That thing is glowing like it just won the lottery. Because it turns out Midas touch didn't just make it shiny, it actually woke up the vase's hidden magic, marking it the work of some legendary master craftsman. Now it apparently grows flowers that never wilt and quietly heals whoever's exhausted enough to need them. Oh, and it's worth 2.5 million elni now, no big deal. Naturally, now that it's basically a magic lottery ticket, Deculine suddenly doesn't want to sell it anymore. He fusses over the servants carrying it out while his ward just stares, completely done with him. She tries to pin him down about going broke. He just tells her not to worry, they'll make the money back, then strolls off to work like he didn't just detonate her entire afternoon. Meanwhile, over at the university's magic tower, tucked away is a little room nobody important cares about, the so-called Ordinary Magic Exploration Club. Inside, it's card night, and the whole club's crowded around the table. Ephraim calmly lays down a full house, kings high, like it's nothing. The whole table lets out a collective groan of defeat. 3 wins in a row now, and she's already cashing in her prize, a full week off cleaning duty. Someone whines about the one card that never came, gets roasted for it instantly, and Ephraim just cackles through the whole thing. Laughing this hard with people who actually like having her around still feels almost unreal to her. She thinks back on where she started: minor nobility, never even properly attended the academy as a kid, always the odd one out. The professors here never made that any easier, looking down their noses at her from day one. There'd been plenty of ugly incidents before this club ever existed. But she's not the same girl who used to just take it quietly anymore. Because now somehow, she's actually got a whole club full of friends who want her around. The room practically glows with how normal, how easy, this all feels for her now. She blurts out loud just how much she loves this ordinary little club, and Julia immediately shoots her a look. Julia hisses at her to keep it down since this club is only ordinary on paper, and Ephraim sheepishly apologizes. Then footsteps echo down the hall, and a voice mutters something about ignorant kids right before spotting exactly what they've been up to. Efren freezes for a second, then squares right up. It's like I already told you, Professor. Two very unimpressed professors are standing right there, arms crossed, clearly not buying it. Professors Relin and Beck sneer that these low-class commoners are just wasting good space in the magic tower on pointless nonsense. Efren's honestly exhausted by how often these two make a whole production out of commoners just existing. Relin even scoffs at the club's name outright. This is ridiculous. Hey, I asked what you're doing, he barks, and Efren just stares him down, completely unbothered. She figured a visit like this was coming eventually. Fine, she'll handle it properly. We submitted a club creation plan and got approved, she says flatly. We're an official club. That does not land well at all. What? Who the hell allowed this stupid club to be formed? You again, he snaps, and Efren's eye just twitches right back at him. Lowlife, he spits, sneering that she's got some nerve glaring at her own professor, while everyone else in the room quietly prays not to get dragged into this. He rounds on her and a clubmate both, snapping at them to avert their eyes. One of her friends grabs her arm, worried, half whispering her name. The professor just grinds his teeth, practically vibrating with rage. Fine, if you're so confident, then tell me, he snarls. There's no way any professor actually signed off on a club like this. Footsteps echo down the hall behind them, slow and deliberate. Efren's whole face changes the second she sees who it is. The professor's already gloating. See, I knew it, no professor allowed, when a voice cuts him off cold. It was me. Deculin steps out and owns it outright. He approved the club himself. Got a problem with that, Professor Relin. Relin's whole face just drains of color. Someone gasps his name like they can't quite believe he actually showed up. Efren just stands there, eyes brimming, completely caught off guard that he came through for her like that. We open cold on Deculin, the university's ice-cold head professor, mid-glare. Something's already ticked him off before the chapter even gets going. Somebody upstairs pulls rank on him. I allowed it. Got a problem with that, Professor? Deculin's face says yes. His mouth, for once, stays shut. A voice calls him by an old nickname, Relin, and the door swings open on the source of his headache, the university's fussy senior administrator, already mid-meltdown. Down the hall, three of his students, golden-haired Sylvia, sharp-eyed Efren, and cheerful Julia, catch the commotion. Deculin, unbothered, just asks what all the fuss is about. Do I need your permission to? He deadpans back. Turns out the old man's real problem is getting harassed by someone named Uriel, and he's come crying to the one person scarier than that. Cue the flashback, fire, sparks, sweat. Whatever Uriel did to him left the poor guy a smoking mess, and of course, the second he clocks in, he's already whining. He's still shaking from it, sweat dripping, nerves completely shot, hardly the picture of a distinguished senior professor. Professor Deculin, he stammers, backpedaling fast, then glances around and mutters that the hallway seems awfully empty today. What he meant, he insists, was just that the Imperial University's magic tower could use better equipment. He only lost his temper because the whole thing was so unfair. Deculin plays along, oozing fake enthusiasm. He'll personally take responsibility and upgrade everything. The silence that follows says nobody's buying it. The old man practically melts with relief, gushing about Professor Relin's generosity while eyeing the shabby furniture. Deculin, smiling through gritted teeth, promises to handle it personally. With that settled, the old professor totters off down the hall, still shaky on his feet. The second he's out of earshot, Deculin's polite mask drops. Cockroaches, he thinks, always act like cockroaches. Without another word, he turns to leave, done wasting his morning on office politics. Someone nearby watches him go, saying nothing at all. And just like that, the Empire's most powerful professor vanishes down a darkened corridor, headed somewhere he can't fake his way through, the classroom. Cut to a packed lecture hall buzzing with gossip. What the hell happened over there? Someone whispers. Nobody's got a clue. Sylvia chimes in. Apparently it made the wizard's journal. An entire train lifted clean into the air. Wild stuff even by mage standards. Someone flips through that same journal, wondering out loud if their professor will actually explain what really happened. A single snap of his fingers and the whole room goes dead silent. class is officially in session. Dekulin steps up front, a piece of glowing chalk hovering at his fingertips, and announces today's topic, pure elements and magic interference. He looks out over a hall packed with the Empire's brightest young mages, every eye locked on him. Interference, he explains, means one mage muscling in on another mage's spell mid-cast, ripping control right out from under them. It's a rare, difficult skill, and today every single one of them is going to try it on him. Before the theory, though, there's a practical first, and a nervous assistant hauls in a box that is very clearly the props. With a flick of his wrist, a crate of glittering magic stones lifts into the air, drifting apart under his telekinesis. One by one, a glowing stone drifts down to hover in front of every student in the room. Awestruck stares all around. Free magic stones definitely aren't pocket change. Students reach up on pure instinct, hands hovering just shy of the floating prizes. One student in particular locks onto hers with unusual, quiet focus. These stones, he reminds them, run 3,000 elni apiece, and he'll be using nothing but telekinesis to hold them. The challenge: interfere with his spell, rip a stone free, and it's theirs to keep. One kid practically levitates off his seat with excitement at the words "yours to keep." The whole room psyches itself up together, fists clenched, nerves buzzing. Mildly irritated, he adds that defending yourself would honestly serve them better here, then tells them to try it anyway. He locks the spell into place, the stone glowing steady and untouched in his grip. Solid, unshaking, textbook control. A ripple of magic surges through the hall as every student throws their will against him at once. Row after row, blue light flares as 150 mages all try to crack the exact same lock at the exact same time. Off to the side, one student, the same one who quietly stopped a runaway train not long ago, reminds herself she's barely had this spell memorized. Time to actually use it. She's curious herself how her self-taught telekinesis holds up against 150 properly trained mages. And there's another reason she's watching the room so closely. This university only takes the best of the best, and even among the new debutantes, a few are clearly a cut above. She can't help the bitterness creeping in either. Her scholarship funds are nearly drained, and here he is just handing out magic stones like candy. Meanwhile, some starstruck classmate practically swoons, gushing her thanks to Dekulin for the freebie. Watching her quietly work, Dekulin can't hide a flicker of real respect. Everything she knows, she taught herself. Nearby, Sylvia grits her teeth, sparks crackling around her clenched hands. She is not about to let anyone else take this win. Green and gold magic collide as the two of them push right up against their limits. Ephraim's hand closes tight around the light. Not everyone gets so lucky. One unfortunate classmate gets flattened by the recoil. And through all of it, Dekulin doesn't so much as blink. 150 mages throwing everything they've got, and he's not even breaking a sweat, drawing odd murmurs from the crowd. Privately, he admits he's a little rattled himself. He genuinely didn't expect the new debutantes to fail so hard. Some of them gave themselves nosebleeds trying. The stone barely trembles in his grip. Then something actually moves it, and his composure cracks for half a second. Sylvia's the one who did it, gasping for air but grinning, stone finally clutched tight in her hand. Off to the side, Ephraim and Julia are still locked in the fight, refusing to give up either. Sylvia can hardly believe she actually pulled it off. "Good work, Sylvia," Dekulin tells her, "first place." She nods, still catching her breath, clearly proud of herself. Dekulin admits he saw this one coming. Sylvia was always going to be the one to crack it first. He's about to wrap things up, figuring nobody else stands a chance. Then he stops himself. Someone else actually pulled it off too. A hand pushes free of the green light, trembling but triumphant. Ephraim grins, stone in hand, already mentally spending her hard-won 3,000 elni. Sylvia's jaw drops. Turns out she's got competition after all. And Dekulin, watching quietly from the shadows, files that little detail away without saying a word. Picture the whole class white-knuckling through a brutal magic drill, ice shards spinning in the air while everyone strains just to hang on. Then a voice cuts through the storm. "Stop." Someone's already gasping in pain, and the professor in charge is done watching this go sideways. The aftermath is rough kids stumbling into each other in the hallway, one poor guy hurling his guts out while somebody helpfully points out he's pathetic. Tough crowd. Dekulin just pinches his temple like a man who's seen this exact disaster 100 times. Let's take a break, he says, make sure to clean up the mess around you. From way up in the stands, someone finally asks the question everyone's thinking, Efren, how did you do it? I couldn't do it for the life of me. Julia sprawled flat on the floor groaning that she nearly died too, and her tongue has gone completely numb. Priorities, people. Efren just says it plain, but I had an epiphany. Cue the entire group whipping around to shout an epiphany, like she just announced she can fly. She tries to explain. She doesn't know much about telekinesis, but when she pushed against Dekulin's magic, something inside her just gave way. Julia can only sigh that she's jealous. Of course, not everyone's celebrating. In the shadows of the crowd, the whispers start. How does the girl who ranked dead last suddenly land second place? Surely no special favors were involved. Sure. The rumor mill keeps grinding. Turns out it's true that Dekulin's been personally coaching Efren, staying late to do it. That kind of gossip spreads through this university like wildfire. One particular blonde classmate takes it hardest. Tears welling up, she can only wonder, did Dekulin lie to her? Elsewhere, a jealous classmate clutches a leftover shard of mana crystal like it's treasure, muttering that it's his and grumbling about what's so great about that halfwit anyway. A pink-haired onlooker just stares, saying absolutely nothing. Sometimes silence is its own kind of judgment. Another classmate grits her teeth and mutters two words that sum up the whole mood in the hallway. Arrogant Efren. Class is back in session. The grand lecture hall fills back up, rows of students settling in for round 2. Dekulin wastes no time. In that warm-up practical, he says, you guys did your best to perform magic interference. Efren and Sylvia both lock eyes on him as he adds that the ones who actually pulled it off might already have an idea what they did. He drops the name on them. That method is actual mana interference. The words hang in the dark like a spell of their own, mana interference. Somewhere in the crowd, a jaw drops. Dekulin lays out the theory. Unlike the usual method of just blocking a spell outright, this one is about actually understanding your opponent's magic and unraveling it from the inside. So why doesn't everyone use it? Big limitation. One student mutters the obvious problem out loud. Mana interference only works if you already know a ton of magic circles. Dekulin confirms it. You can only interfere with magic you personally understand, and honestly, he doesn't even recommend trying it. Normally, he explains, you just throw up a barrier for defense or counter with different magic of your own. Mana interference is the hard mode option. But as he puts it, no pain, no gain. Today, everyone's getting a crash course in mana interference whether they like it or not. The real trick, he says, is figuring out the central circuit hiding at the heart of a magic circle. In other words, find out exactly what circuit your opponent is running and then interfere with that. Get familiar with mana interference, he promises, and picking out the central circuit gets a whole lot easier. So he's about to walk them through it, one magic circle at a time. Then he actually shows them. Purple energy crackling off him in a display that makes it very clear why he's the professor and they're not. First up, a circle called the Storm Blade All. Destructive type magic, he explains, will always have a circuit built to combust from the inside out. Pens scratch furiously across notebooks as the whole class tries to keep up. Nobody wants to be the one who missed this part. Next up on the list, support magic. A couple of students trade a look, clearly hoping this one's easier to remember. 2 hours later, the sun's shifted, and the lesson is still grinding on in the greenhouse-lit hall. Next, Dekulin starts, then glances at the clock. Although there's still a little more content to go through, time is up. You can practically hear him add, "You're welcome." As he heads for the door, he tosses one last warning over his shoulder. Remember what they learned today because it's going to matter. A couple of stunned students barely manage an awe, and a goodbye as he strides off without so much as a wave. And just like that, the door swings shut behind him. Professor's out. The murmuring starts almost instantly. Why'd he leave without even finishing? What is wrong with that professor? One student compares it to stopping halfway through a bathroom break, which, sure, great mental image. Someone else just groans, how are they even supposed to process all that? Julia stretches with an exaggerated groan about being stiff all over, and Ephraim just laughs along. But underneath the small talk, Ephraim's still turning it over in her head. Today felt like a genuine epiphany, and honestly, it's hard to even put into words. That's when Sylvia comes striding up, calling out to Ephraim, the rep of commoners, and you already know this isn't going to be friendly. Sylvia doesn't waste time. She accuses Ephraim of bringing Professor Relin around before and says she's clearly been itching to pick fights with their group lately. Standing beside her, a smug classmate, let's call him Beck, piles on. It's because you guys are showing off too much for commoners. Ephraim, what the hell did you do to go from the bottom of the class to second? Ephraim doesn't even flinch. I shouldn't care, she says flatly. She starts to answer anyway, Heemp, even if I tell you. Before someone cuts her off with the real accusation lurking underneath all this, did she bribe him? That lands like a slap. Ephraim's whole face goes rigid with shock, then fury. She's on her feet in an instant. What did you just say? Beck doesn't back down. What? It's true, he shoots back. He keeps going. Everyone knows you're getting private lessons from Professor Deculin. Ephraim can only manage a stunned what? Sylvia, tearing up, insists she never started that rumor herself. I have never. Then just as fast, then explain. Beck twists the knife with a fake innocent grin. Did Professor Deculin go easy on you? He probably wanted to give you that mana stone as a gift. That I can understand. Then he goes for the low blow, since you have no home or parents. That's as far as he gets. Green energy flares up around Ephraim's clenched fist as she growls out a warning. You, say one more word. Her face twists with pure fury, magic blazing bright enough to light up the whole hallway. Her fist crackles with power. Do you think I won't? She snaps. For a second, the two of them are frozen in a standoff, close enough to feel each other's breath, neither one backing down. Beck just smirks wider, practically daring her. Yeah, so go ahead and say it. Right as things are about to boil over, a hand shoots out and grabs Ephraim by the wrist. It's Julia, let it go, Ephraim, she says quietly. What are you going to do if you're punished for this? Ephraim goes quiet for a long moment, then mutters something almost like an apology to herself. Mages always have to be cold. She turns and walks off, one hand wrapped around her bracelet, visibly forcing herself to breathe through it. Julia catches up with a curious, and Ephraim finally softens. Thank you, Julie, she says. You're right, I was a little worked up. Julia practically lights up, throwing an arm around her. Ephraim admits, half laughing, that she thinks she went a little crazy there for a second. For a moment there, I was trying to have a conversation with an idiot, Julia teases. It's okay, you're back now. Somewhere behind them, Beck is practically vibrating with rage. He can only sputter, what? As the two girls decide they've had enough of him. Julie, let's get something yummy to eat on the way, Ephraim says, sure. Sylvia and Beck are left standing there, completely deflated, yelling after them, hey, where are you guys going? But Ephraim and Julia are already halfway down the aisle, not looking back for a second. Sylvia lingers behind, looking a lot less confident than she did 5 minutes ago. Somewhere outside, an angry foot stomps the pavement. Tusk, someone's still fuming. Ephraim admits to herself she held back thanks to Julia, but she's still stewing over what to do about Beck. She's furious enough that she's not sure she can just let this slide anymore. What the hell am I supposed to do with that elitist bastard? She grumbles, walking off with Julia at her side. Then a familiar voice stops her cold. Sylvia, there she is, standing alone, looking uncertain. Ephraim walks toward her, unreadable, giving nothing away yet. Sylvia finally speaks up, quiet and nervous. Can we talk? And that's where this chapter leaves them, two girls about to have the conversation that's been a long time coming. Out on the university grounds, Sylvia catches up to Ephraim and stops her cold. Let's have a quick talk, she says, and from that tone alone you know this isn't a friendly chat. Ephraim turns, wary. These two have about as much chemistry as oil and water, and Sylvia's already squaring up for round 2. Ephraim doesn't even blink. If you're trying to pick a fight, she says flatly, your timing's awful, just go. Sylvia narrows her eyes and needles her. Is Deculine secretly tutoring her on the side? Because that would explain a few things. That lights the fuse. Sylvia goes full volcano, screaming that Ephraim's just picking another fight complete with actual flame effects because subtlety was never her thing. She rants that they have the worst relationship in the school and that Ephraim doesn't know a thing about her. Ephraim just fires back, "Did you call me over to talk bullshit?" Sylvia throws up her hands, groaning that everyone's trying to start something with her today. Ephraim deadpan, "I think she is." "Fine, whatever," Ephraim shrugs. Sylvia looks like she's about to short-circuit at being brushed off that easily. Then Sylvia drops the act. 3 years, she says. Deculine hasn't set foot in that lab once since her father died. She scoffs that of course he hasn't. Deculine could never do a thing without her father's genius propping him up. Ephraim turns that right around. Does Sylvia know he's been going to that lab every single day for the past 3 months? Not just visiting either. He cleaned the place out, picked a new assistant and brought in fresh equipment. Whatever he's doing, he's serious about it. Sylvia goes quiet, the bite gone out of her as the two walk on together, the question clearly eating at her. "No way," she breathes, staring at Ephraim like the ground just shifted under her. Her mind races to the worst place. Is he going to dig into her late father's research all over again? But then again, Deculine could never continue that research on his own, could he? Her fist clenches at her side, the worry she won't say out loud written all over her. For a second, all that hard-edged bravado slips and you catch her looking almost vulnerable. She brushes it off and walks away. She just wanted to see if Ephraim already knew, she says. Now she does. Ephraim watches her go, and for once she's not glaring. She looks genuinely unsettled too. Left alone, Ephraim just stands there in silence, turning the whole thing over in her head. A few days pass. It's lecture day again, and the university's towering halls loom over campus as usual. A crowd of students shuffles in, grumbling about why they even bothered showing up for this one. Julia catches up with Ephraim at the door, wondering out loud what Deculine's cooking up this time. The whole gang, Julia and the usual crew, files in together, bracing for whatever's coming. Deculine calls for silence, and just like that the lecture's underway. He reminds everyone this is the last practical before midterms, no pressure. He raises a hand, magic crackling to life at his fingertips. Today's lecture will be. He lets that hang in the air a beat too long, building the suspense on purpose. The whole hall seems to hold its breath waiting for the other shoe to drop. "A public practical," he finally says, and the crowd stretching out below makes it clear just how public. Ephraim and Julia gawk at the sheer size of the audience. Wow, how many people are there? Deculine lays it out. In front of everyone watching, they'll all demonstrate actual magic combat. Using whatever magic they've got, they'll fight each other one-on-one, and each fighter has to pull off at least 3 different kinds of elemental magic. He hopes they'll all use this as a foundation to build on, then adds that Professor Relin will supervise, so no safety restrictions this time. Professor Relin, picture a cheerful old mustache with a teaching license, waves it off with a hearty laugh and tells him to leave it to him. Class begins. First up, a kid named Urazen. He steps forward with a nervous yes, as Deculine tells him to pick his opponent. The 2 fighters take their places across the arena floor, and the crowd goes quiet. Deculine watches from the sidelines. Now then. "The match will now begin," he announces, and the air itself starts to crackle. Fire erupts from one side in a wall of raw heat. A glowing green magic circle answers back, energy spiraling upward. The clash turns into a full-blown magical brawl, a monstrous burst of green power slamming into the flames. One by one, the matches roll on, messy, chaotic, but everyone's actually landing real spells. The sky over the arena flickers with the aftershock of spell after spell as bout after bout burns through the day. Fire flares again in another matchup, the crowd's cheers rolling with every hit. Then it's Sylvia's turn, and she wastes 0 time putting her opponent flat on the ground. Sylvia wins, the ref calls. A couple of smug nobles in the crowd snicker that it's just another commoner loser, joking he'd be better off cleaning gardens than showing up here. Ephraim's eyes go razor sharp watching it happen. Cruel bastards, she thinks, and she's not wrong. Not that anyone could actually beat Sylvia anyway, she admits to herself, ever the realist. She jogs over to check on the guy who lost a knight in training named Parrot and tells him it's okay, he did good. Dequilline calls the next name, Beck. Then it's Ephraim's turn. Dequilline says her name and every eye in the place turns her way. She tenses, hair falling across her face, steeling herself for what's coming. Off to the side, Sylvia murmurs to herself that this is for the better, though it's hard to tell if that's concern or a dig. Ephraim walks out alone to the arena floor, footsteps echoing. Her opponent, a smug noble, can't resist a jab. Will she be okay out here, seeing as there's no one around to secretly tutor her? Ephraim just sighs, again with this bullshit. Then she fires back, cool as anything. Is talking trash just basic manners for guys like him? He splutters, completely blindsided, as the crowd reacts to her getting the last word in. A green magic circle blooms around her hand. The match is on. Her spell gets brushed aside a little too easily, and things go south fast. He sneers, calling her vermin, then says something truly ugly that he'll help her go meet her parents. Real classy guy. A blast of gold magic tears through the air straight at her. It catches her clean, sending her flying. Her name rips through the crowd as she crashes down, everyone bracing for the worst. He struts around, gloating, "Ha, what a dumbass," already celebrating like it's over. Then his own magic circle sputters weird underneath him. Green energy surges up out of nowhere and grabs him. Turns out she was far from finished. Eyes glowing green, Ephraim tells him there's an old saying that comes to mind once you've been through the magic tower and you already know it's not going to be flattering. A massive surge of green magic erupts underneath him like a fist from the earth itself. It launches him screaming straight up into the sky. He crashes back down hard, and the crowd below watches it happen in stunned silence. Julia cheers her on. "Nice one, Ephraim," though there's genuinely no such old saying. She made that up on the spot. He groans face down in the dirt, utterly wrecked, wondering what just hit him. Ephraim stands over him with a smirk. "How's it feel getting destroyed by me?" Dequilline strolls over to look down at the damage, unreadable as ever. The guy on the ground mutters bitterly about lucky-ass commoners, never one to just admit he got outclassed. From the sidelines, Sylvia sniffs that the match ended too fast because her opponent couldn't hold his ground. Not exactly the show the audience paid for. The ref calls it anyway. Winner, Ephraim. Ephraim isn't satisfied though. Wasn't the assignment to use 3 kinds of pure elemental magic? She points out she only needed one because her opponent folded that fast. The match ended before it even really started. Dequilline actually agrees. She never got a real evaluation out of that fight. Ending it here would be illogical. "Very well," he says, "choose anyone from here." She looks straight up at him. "Professor," she says, and you can already tell exactly where this is going. With a bold grin she drops it. "I want to fight you." The moment hangs there, crackling with tension, as the chapter cuts out right on the challenge. We open outside the university at night, and Ephraim beelines straight for Professor Dequilline like she's got nothing left to lose. "Professor," she says, dead serious, "I want to fight you." Her grin is unhinged, half thrill and half dare. This is not a girl asking permission. The crowd loses it. "Take a look at this crazy girl," someone shouts, and honestly, fair. A mustached professor mutters that she's clearly lost it, while a blonde classmate just stares, stunned into silence. Dead quiet for a beat, then the whole courtyard erupts into gossip, exactly the reaction Ephraim expected. Dequilline doesn't even blink. Inside, he's already calculating this reckless request is actually an opportunity. Ephraim's own thoughts are racing too. This is the chance to fight Dequilline she's been dying for, if she can just seize it. Her face is tight with nerves under the bravado. This is the moment she's been building toward. A flustered professor, let's call him Professor Relin, splutters that she's clearly deranged. Dequilline just tells him to compose himself. Dequilline pauses, then makes the call from up on the steps. "Very well, I will allow it." He shrugs his coat back and squares up. "All business now." "I did say you could pick anyone as your opponent with no restrictions," he tells her, "so I'll be the one you fight. But there's a catch. A professor can't exactly go all out against a debutante on equal footing. His terms, he won't attack first, and if she can make him so much as move from his spot, she wins outright." Ephraim locks eyes with him. "Yes." The courtyard goes still as he steps into position, mist curling around him. Behind her, green light gathers. Ephraim's magic is already spinning up. I've yearned so desperately for this, she thinks, and you can hear it in every line of her stance. A match against Deculin, the man himself just watches, calm as ever. Begin, he says, and that's it, the fight is on. Ephraim doesn't hesitate, hurling a blast of green magic straight at him. She knows the truth going in right now, she's simply outmatched. But she grins anyway, fully aware she's up against someone far stronger than she is. Deculin just stands there, arms crossed, letting her magic howl around him. He knows this whole match is reckless and lets it happen anyway. Because what she really wants is this, a chance to measure exactly how big the gap between them is. To find out once and for all how far she still has to climb. She throws everything she's got into the next cast, both hands blazing with green light. And then something unexpected ignites fire, curling into her spell. A pillar of flame roars upward, way bigger than anyone expected. Deculin actually flinches, caught off guard, while Ephraim just smirks. She surprised him, savor it. The flames catch at his collar. He's not walking away from this one clean. He actually cries out as the fire connects. Turns out the crazy girl can land a hit. Riding the high, Ephraim presses harder. I can do more. She layers on a third element, earth, and the ground detonates in a wall of dust. Deculin's thrown back through the smoke, for a second actually on the back foot. The blast leaves a ringing silence behind it. Professor Relin is speechless, and Sylvia can only manage a stunned whoa wow. Ephraim keeps the pressure on, another glowing circle spinning to life in her hands. Rock and fire crack and splinter through the air around them. The barrage keeps coming, wave after wave. But Deculin's already adjusted, standing calm in the middle of floating molten rock, fully back in control. Arms crossed, composed, the scare was brief. Ephraim grits her teeth, straining. Her combo isn't landing anymore. So she throws caution out entirely, projectile strikes, a full barrage all at once. Deculin calmly points out her magic gets easier to read the bigger her movements get. She feels it happen, her spell sputtering. Magic interference again, she realizes. She tries to shout her next spell, but doesn't even get to finish before she's thrown back. She scrambles, reaching out, trying to force the cast anyway. Nothing happens, my magic isn't activating, she realizes. Did he do something to my circuit? You can no longer use magic in front of me, Deculin tells her flatly. He's shut her spellcasting down completely. Her eyes narrow. This fight isn't over just because her magic is. However, she declares, magic combat isn't done just yet. With her spells useless, she just charges him head-on, fists first. She barely gets a startled gasp out before things go sideways. She's sent flying, a blur of motion across the courtyard. She's hurled clean across the yard, tiny against the cathedral looming behind her. Still airborne, still not down for the count. She crashes down hard. Deculin just watches, unmoved from a distance. Though even he lets out a small groan of pain, turns out he didn't walk away completely unscathed either. In his head, he's already breaking down what she just pulled off, a clean combination of the pure elements wind and fire. Plus using earth to trigger a dust explosion on top of it. Her instinct for magic, he admits, is incredible. But instinct alone isn't enough without the control to match. She can't fully execute what she's reaching for. None of this should even be possible for someone at her level. It comes down to Ephraim's rare talent vessel. That bracelet on her wrist lets her wield every element at once, no matter what she casts. It's the kind of gift most people would kill to have, and if we're honest, even Deculin looks a little unsettled watching her use it. Maybe even a touch jealous. Still, he can't help but be satisfied. If a talent like hers is trained properly, there's nothing left to ask for. Exhausted, Ephraim finally steps back toward him. Clear, he announces. With that being said. It wasn't bad, he tells her. Coming from him, that's basically a standing ovation. She collapses right there, completely spent. But the look on her face says it all, shock, then something close to joy. With that, the public match wraps up and the debutantes move on to prepping for midterms. The crowd can't stop whispering. Wait, was that the first time Deculin's ever said something like that? Yeah. Turns out her earlier match was apparently a total snoozefest, so this comeback hits even harder. Someone in the crowd goes quiet, and Ephraim, overhearing it all, breaks into the biggest smile she's had all chapter. Did I, she thinks, almost afraid to finish the thought, get acknowledged. Her classmates swarm her, cheering that she's their pride and joy. She earned every bit of it. Cut to somewhere far from the university, a coastline, a ship on the horizon, and someone in a wide-brimmed hat watching it come in. Aha, here they are, comes a voice from the dock, spotting the new arrivals. Down on the pier, a familiar face greets the crew. Leo, Carlos, Tilda, it's been a while, how have you been? Didn't you miss me, she teases. The reply comes low and dry, a little maybe. She laughs it off, easy and warm. And there's her name, plain and simple, Yuria. Looks like we've got a new player on the board. We open on a ship deck, and somebody's already yelling that this is basically child abuse. Turns out it's just a captain smothering a girl called Ria with way too much affection, apologizing through her yelps of pain. She shrugs it off with a laugh, sprawled out and grinning despite the rough love. Then everything goes dead quiet, streaks of light slicing through the dark. Blinding flash swallows the whole scene whole. Somewhere else entirely, a girl's eyes go wide as that same light hits her. It erases her completely, and every sound of her old world just cuts out, like someone hit mute on her whole life. She comes to sprawled out in a forest, completely disoriented. When her eyes open again, her original world is just gone without a trace, and a group of total strangers is already looming over her. One of them isn't impressed, needling a companion about falling hard for some guy's face and asking if she has any idea what the cancellation fee costs. She realizes with a jolt that these people look painfully familiar, like characters her own team stayed up nights dreaming up. A woman introduces herself flat out, I'm an adventurer, I'm Gainsha, are you Ria? It clicks, this is Gainsha and her Red Garnet adventurers, characters ripped straight out of the game she helped build. Shaking, she starts putting it together out loud. If she's really inside the game, then she's someone else entirely now. I am Yuria, she says, and the words feel strange coming out of her own mouth. And that's how she became Yuria, a character stitched together from the very story she wrote. Cut to Gainsha in her element, blade raised on a ship deck, this world's undisputed best adventurer. Yuria decides fast, if she wants to survive this, sticking close to Gainsha is her best shot. Overwhelmed but resolute, she vows to herself, survive first and find a way back home after. Cut to a grand estate, sunlight pouring over the architecture, as word comes that a delivery has finally arrived. Dequillin opens the box himself, unreadable as ever. Inside sits a stunning, glowing wand, custom forged specifically for a Euclid. It can store an insane amount of mana and naturally boosts any spell cast through it. He just stares, beautiful. It even learns alongside its user and shifts color to match whatever they are wearing, a genuinely rare piece of craftsmanship. He decides the color suits him perfectly, and yes, it's got a bonus item trait on top of everything else. He turns it over in his hands alone in his study, quietly pleased with himself. The real kicker, it's built around the Euclid bloodline trait, extraordinary power meant for exorcising demons. He does the math out loud, 9 million elni suddenly feels like a steal for something with this kind of quality behind it. A servant calls up, that dinner is ready, master. Very well, he says, I'll head down. A lavish table is already set and waiting for him. He sits down and eats in total silence, alone as always. A memory surfaces, someone insisting they needed the funds, asking if the antiques they'd been told to sell ever actually went. An old butler and a much younger Dequillin recall yes, and they were popular pieces too. Every single item at auction had bids the second it went up, so many that it nearly caused problems for the auction house itself. The young ward and old Roy the butler remember practically pinching themselves. They'd finally raised more than enough to stop worrying about the estate for years. Roy hands over a token of thanks on the lady's behalf, gratitude passed down the chain. Back in the present, Dequillin sits with that old memory hanging over him as a faint burst of magic flickers off the new wand. His ward, all grown up now, sits across from him at the table, satisfied. It's good, she says. Then quieter, so you know, whatever she just figured out about him, it clearly lands. The two of them share dinner in the grand hall together, the usual tension between them finally easing off. Later, elsewhere in the university, we drop into another professor's office. Stacks of exam question submissions sit piled up, waiting to be reviewed. He takes one look and groans, "What an absolute mess." He mutters about that uncouth bastard Deculene while digging in midterms are coming up fast. He's determined to put real effort into writing fair questions of his own. To get ideas, he pulls up Deculene's past submissions for reference. Immediately regrets it. They're impossibly difficult, way beyond anything a first-year debutante should face. He can practically hear Deculene's voice dripping with ego in his head. "I'm the high and noble Deculene. I'm an amazing mage now." Despair looking at my exam questions, he imagines bitterly. Honestly, all he can feel is he's pretty sure the original Deculene just mistook impossible for brilliant. That's exactly why these ridiculous questions exist in the first place. He swears he won't repeat that mistake. He wants to write good questions, instead the kind that actually mean something. Questions with a real process to work through, ones that leave you proud once you've cracked them. As a professor, he reminds himself every choice he makes could shape how these young mages actually grow. He reaches for the last box, half expecting nothing worthwhile inside. He pulls a sheet out and gives it a look. His eyes go wide. "Wait. It's different," he murmurs. "This one doesn't match anything he's seen before." He keeps staring at it, completely thrown by what's in his hands. Whatever it is, it's got him hooked, genuinely, deeply fascinating. He decides to burn his own comprehension spell just to fully understand the question. The plan: solve it, then pour the solution straight into the exam paper itself. Magic floods around him in a storm of color as he works it out. The spell keeps building, streams of light twisting through the whole room. It swells into a full-blown magical spectacle wrapping around him. A glowing hand reaches out from the middle of the light. "Oh," he breathes as a ghostly figure takes shape right in front of him. Turns out, solving one of Deculene's questions perfectly doesn't just give you an answer, it conjures an actual illustration. The colors represent the elements, and the full solution blends them all together into something genuinely stunning. This one, he realizes, is basically the perfect question for teaching pure elemental magic. But under the awe, something uglier creeps in, a stab of jealousy he can't shake, aimed squarely at the man who made it. He hates to admit it, but the sheer perfection of this question is something even he couldn't have pulled off. Then it actually hits him. Who exactly is this woman staring back at him? A ghostly, white-haired figure lingers in the light, unmistakably real despite not belonging there at all. Elsewhere, official word comes down. The matter of the Bloodshroud race gets tabled for the next council meeting. Word spreads that the council's stance on the Bloodshrouds landed somewhere nobody expected, thanks to unexpectedly strong pushback against suppressing them. Turns out that pushback includes Professor Deculene himself, and apparently it goes for someone else in the room too. A voice dripping with menace cuts through the room. "All of you here." A blonde stranger with striking pink eyes watches it all unfold, giving nothing away, and the chapter cuts out right there. Meet Adeline, chairwoman of the Imperial University's Magic Tower and one of the strongest candidates the Empire has to become its next archmage. She's a mage of terrifying raw power, but stick around because the woman behind that reputation is a lot weirder than the title suggests. Turns out she's shockingly easygoing for someone this powerful, the kind of chairwoman who'd rather gossip than lecture. Case in point, two staffers are already whispering in the hallway about Deculene getting into it with a knight and some poor professor bombing her diet again. Adeline's obsession with gossip isn't just personality, it traces back to a secret about where she actually comes from. Turns out she's half fairy, and that heritage is exactly what fuels her monstrous magic. She grumbles about council meetings every single time, but let's be honest, she lives for days like this. Word reaches her that Deculene has apparently sided with the heretics. Adeline's eyes light up. "How interesting," she murmurs, which from her is basically a threat to go stir up trouble. Cut to Deculene himself, instantly on the defensive. Is someone suggesting the great Deculene Yulkeen is out here trying to impress people? Absolutely not, he insists. Or so he claims, but this time the rumor mill isn't wrong. Adeline, listening in as director of the tower, perks right up at the drama unfolding in front of her. It only ever comes up when he's not in the room, and today the Sorcerer Council has an extra special guest, Lady Luina. Luina, we're told, once went head-to-head with Deculin for the chief professor seat and voluntarily stepped down as a result of his scheming. Word is she's currently back in the kingdom, which raises a very obvious question for everyone in that room. Lady Luina, what on earth brought her back so suddenly? Is she really returning to the Empire? One council elder asks, clearly delighted by the gossip. Well, if she's guaranteed a position, of course she'd come back, another chuckles. The magic tower would benefit plenty from having her again. Lady Luina did accomplish quite a lot for the kingdom, didn't she? A third chimes in, and just like that, everyone's fully invested in the reunion drama. Okay, Adeline chirps. If Luina comes back, I'll give it some thought, already scheming about what to do with this information. She wraps the meeting up fast. That's it for today, I've got things to do, and professors who haven't submitted their exam questions, hurry up. One flustered professor snaps to attention. Oh, right away. Back in her office over a cup of tea, Adeline mulls it over. Deculin's been acting a little off lately, hasn't he? The exam he just turned in is suspiciously well-crafted, way too polished to be entirely his own work. There's no way he made this thing alone, she thinks. A grin creeps across her face. Maybe it's time to mess with him a little, especially if his old arch-rival Luina happens to show up too. Kaya, that would be so much fun. Adeline squeals, already picturing the chaos she's about to cause. A few days later, students are crowded into the exam hall, completely baffled. Is this really a test? One whispers, right, what even is this? Everyone's heard the rumors that Deculin's exams are strange, but this is on another level entirely. Up front, he lets out a long sigh. I'm just going to give up, someone groans behind him. Deculin raises a hand for quiet. Okay, everyone, calm down. I get why this looks confusing, it's not your typical exam. A rattled student blurts out that it really is exactly as described in the rumors, the world's most unhinged midterm. The rules: the exam on understanding pure elemental magic runs a full 10 days, deadline landing at midnight on the final Sunday of the term. Each student gets their own private room to work in, Deculin explains, while Sylvia listens intently from the crowd. And yes, you're allowed to step out for other exams. You can eat, you can sleep, just don't you dare take the test papers outside the room. And to be clear, Deculin adds, it's open book. Julia and Ephraim both freeze. An open book exam that's 10 days long, just how brutal is this thing supposed to be? Then Deculin drops the real hook: score a perfect mark, and he'll personally write you a recommendation letter under his title as chief professor. The room goes dead quiet for a beat, everyone doing the math on what that letter could actually mean for their career. Then it clicks: a recommendation letter from the chief professor. That's huge. The students erupt, buzzing with excitement. Quick refresher for anyone who doesn't follow Archmage politics. The ranks run from rank 1, the legendary Eternal, at the very top, all the way down to rank 11, debutant, and climbing even one rung on that ladder is brutally difficult. This isn't a system where you level up just by attending class or waiting out the clock. Every single promotion demands passing a real exam. And those promotion exams are absolutely no joke, as this poor soul buried in exam papers can attest. So picture this: you're already a monarch, rank 4, and you're holding Deculin's personal recommendation. That's basically a golden ticket, practically a guaranteed promotion. Elsewhere, that news lands very differently. That completely kills my motivation, Ephraim mutters. I don't even want to be associated with him. No. Wait, if she actually pulls off a perfect score and lands Deculin's recommendation herself, then she gets to say it to his face. If only you hadn't written me that recommendation, you wouldn't be crawling under my feet today, you idiot. Her imagination runs wild. In her daydream, Deculin's groveling on the floor. Oh great Ephraim, please show mercy. It is, frankly, a beautiful fantasy. Hoo, wouldn't that be satisfying? She cackles to herself. Just wait, Deculin, I'm getting a perfect score. Julia cackles right along beside her, and Ephraim just gives an awkward, silent, caught red-handed plotting revenge by grades. 4 days into the exam, though, reality has other plans. "This is too hard," comes the cry, echoing across the university grounds. Efren's face says it, all flustered, sweating, and starting to understand exactly what she signed up for. And yet the questions really are brilliant, she has to admit, hunched over her desk at all hours. The process of solving them is agonizing, but the second the answer clicks, it brings a rush of realization she's never felt before. Did de Kulin seriously write this himself? Staring at the magic circle in front of her, she's honestly not sure anymore. It's agonizing, genuinely painful, but she can't put the pen down, chasing that high of figuring it out. "Just you wait, de Kulin," she mutters, gripping the page. "I'm earning that letter." Then, staring at the next problem, "I really don't get this question though, reality check right on schedule. Maybe I should get some fresh air," she sighs, standing up. "My brain hurts more." The longer she keeps sitting here staring at the same line. Out in the garden, someone else is already parked on a bench, buried in the exact same exam. Sylvia's mind drifts back to the announcement: get a perfect score and the professor will write you a recommendation letter. To say it like it's some grand favor, she scoffs, unimpressed as ever. But still, she really does want that perfect score. Not for the grades, and honestly, not even for the letter. For herself, every single question on this exam is beautiful to her, each one a key, unlocking some new piece of understanding. "I know for a fact I'll grow as a mage because of this," she tells herself, hands clasped like a quiet vow. That's when a familiar voice catches her off guard. "Oh, Sylvia." She looks up, it's Efren of all people, Efren. Efren sizes her up, wondering just how far she's gotten. "Hey, An awkward silence stretches between the two rivals, turn something like classmates. "I'm at number 8, Sylvia finally admits. "What, you already solved number 8? Efren practically shouts. "I'm still working on it." "Still, that's fast," Efren admits, a little rattled. "I'm stuck at number 7. Sylvia just gives her a knowing look, letting the small victory sink in without saying a word. Under the night sky, Sylvia can't help but wonder, is Efren actually lying about being stuck, just to throw her off? "This isn't the time to worry about that," Efren says, arms crossed. "I need to get back and finish the test." Sylvia catches the implication and bristles. "No, I was just taking a break," she snaps back, not about to let that slide. The moon hangs over the tower as another long night of studying begins. Meanwhile, back at his desk, de Kulin reads over an urgent report, his expression darkening line by line. "Now it really starts," he murmurs, running a hand over the cryptic script in front of him. The report's final line lands like a hammer: "Emperor Krebame is currently in critical condition. Whatever's coming next, it just got a whole lot bigger than an exam." Late at night, de Kulin sits alone, deep in thought, and that look on his face means something big just went down. Word arrives that Emperor Krebame is in critical condition. He'd always been known as gentle and mild-mannered. That reputation is exactly why he spent his reign trying to keep the peace between the church and the crown. He even went easy on the Bloodshrouds, a group most rulers treat as enemies. The real problem now is whoever just got crowned in his place. Because this new king isn't just some figurehead, he might be the single most important person in the whole world. And de Kulin grimly notes, also the most problematic one possible. Meet the new king, Sophian Yekatera August von Gibrin, crowned in a swirl of blood-red magic that does not exactly scream gentle ruler. De Kulin's read on it is blunt: this world is about to change, and not gently. Cut to somewhere much calmer for now: the Magic University, lit up gold under a fading sunset. A new morning breaks over the same towers, and with it, the fallout from finals week. Because that one word, exam, is apparently enough to leave students looking like they crawled across a finish line. Picture baby ducks trying to keep up with mom. Most of this class is already floundering behind. It's the last day of de Kulin's now infamous marathon exam, and plenty of students tapped out early, though afterward, instead of celebrating their freedom, everyone just sits around comparing notes like it's a badge of honor. Whatever your final score, one thing's obvious to everyone: there's a massive gap between the top of the class and the rest. Word about one particular question spreads so far that even the Magic Tower's own professors go digging for a copy of it. Back on exam day, Efren tears into that final question with a predator's grin, while Sylvia sweats through it a few seats over. Efren mutters at the page, so this damned 8th question is the real final boss of the exam, huh? She's not backing down now, not after all the coffee it took just to get this far. Locked in, sweating, dead silent, she stares that question down like it owes her money. Then, out of nowhere, a startled gasp, something's happening, and it isn't at Efren's desk. A burst of raw magic rips through the air, bright enough to send 2 grown men in the next room jumping out of their skin. Alan comes sprinting, shouting for the professor whatever just happened, it's big. The verdict comes back, someone actually cracked the impossible last question, and somebody already had a guess who. Dekillian's expression barely moves, but he's clearly already halfway out the door to go check for himself. Sure enough, he shows up in person to see the culprit with his own eyes. A hand reaches out the moment of truth. "Congratulations," Dekillian says, and from a man that's stingy with praise, that word alone is basically a standing ovation. "I knew you'd solve it," he adds, and he doesn't sound the least bit surprised. The mystery genius, it turns out, isn't Efren at all, it's Sylvia. Sylvia just stares back at him, caught completely off guard by the praise. Then her magic answers for her, spiraling up in ribbons of blue and gold light. Even Dekillian, a man who's stingy with compliments on a good day, looks genuinely awestruck. It's the kind of spellwork that's practically dripping with raw, undiluted magic. For a long moment, Dekillian just goes quiet. He admits almost sheepishly that even though he wrote the question himself, he could never have pulled off something this beautiful. Turns out that question was hiding a piece of him, a memory of someone named Kim Woojin who once dreamed of becoming an artist. Woojin never had much natural talent for it, but he still wanted his work to make people feel something. So he kept drawing anyway, no talent required, just stubbornness. That's the Kim Woojin this question was built around. Dekillian had quietly woven his own sense of beauty, carried over from his old life, into that very same question. 2 very different people, one who loved beauty and one who just wanted to create it, ended up tangled together in a single exam question. And somehow, thinking it over leaves them both a little more at peace. "Well done," Dekillian tells Sylvia, and thank you, 2 words she clearly never expected to hear from him. "Me too," she answers quietly, "I wanted to thank him too." A small private gesture follows, barely a sound to it. Alone in her room, Sylvia lets her magic pour out freely, an empty birdcage sitting forgotten in the corner behind her. It drags up an old memory, shadowy adults looming over her as a kid, chanting that she had to become an archmage, that she was just so talented. As expected from a family of archmages, they'd coo, never once talking about her, just her bloodline. Back in the present, her spell blazes brighter than ever. "No," she says quietly to nobody but herself. "Magic is beautiful all on its own," she decides. She doesn't need a family name to justify loving it. The hallway outside sits empty and quiet, like the school itself is giving her a moment to breathe. Back with Dekillian, Efren takes the news of who really solved it in stride. "Ah, I see, what a shame," she says, and mostly means it. "You did very well, Efren," Dekillian tells her. "Only 2 people even attempted that question all the way through." Alan leans in, curious. Did Sylvia actually solve the whole thing? "Ha, she's a monster," Efren groans, "I'm jealous." Later, alone with her thoughts, Efren admits that somewhere along the way her worries about recommendation letters just melted away. Even her usual grudge against Dekillian went quiet for a while. What was left, in the end, was just her own curiosity as a mage. That and a real hunger to understand everything put in front of her. "I wanted to answer everything too," she admits. The exam may be over, but that question is clearly still rattling around in her head. She laughs it off with a sheepish little hee-hee. Alan just watches her, quiet, saying nothing. "Efren," he calls out, "good luck, I'll be cheering for you," as the university towers glow under the sunset behind them. She heads out alone, cutting through the quiet campus greenery. Footsteps echo down the empty path as evening settles in. She can't stop replaying the marathon exam in her head. If she'd answered everything, she'd at least have that sense of accomplishment to hold onto. "Huh, I'm so tired," she sighs, trudging on through the dark. But the only thing actually waiting for her at the end of a brutal exam like this is a door somebody's tagged with graffiti and a cold, empty bed, Then a voice cuts through the dark, yelling her name. It's her friends popping out with a ridiculous tada to ambush her on the way home. It's tradition, we always unwind together after an exam. Let's go eat something good, Julia insists, tugging her along. Julie, Efren manages, eyes welling up at the surprise. What's wrong, Effie? You look dumb right now, you know, someone teases. Was the test really that hard? Julia just tilts her head at her, half teasing, half genuinely curious. Guys, since Effie's the whole reason we're out this late, Julia announces she's the one buying. I didn't say that, Julie, hey. Efren protests, and just like that the chapter closes on her actually smiling. Several days later, Efren's cracking open a shimmering portal right in her own room. Guess exam season really does end with a bang. She steps straight through it into a sky full of stars and just stops, breathless. It's beautiful, she whispers, not bad for a homemade wormhole. Someone's calling up the stairs, Efren, are you ready? While she's still starry-eyed from her little portal trick. Cut to Julia, straightening her collar and calling back that she'll be right out. Looks like today's a two-friend operation. The exam's finally over and both girls are pumped for some downtime before their big trip, relaxing while it lasts because it never lasts. They grab an outdoor table to unwind together, Julia matching Efren's exhausted same energy over drinks. Efren's mind drifts back to that exam anyway. Turns out you can take the mage out of the test but not the test out of the mage. Good thing I didn't give up on it, she says. That exam question turned out to be the best magical experience of her life. Then Julia leans in. Efren, have you heard the news? Apparently the whole magic world's been losing its mind over that exam question. Efren has no idea what she's talking about. Word is Professor de Culleen himself got summoned up to the floating island over it. Details are fuzzy, but the timing sure isn't. The floating island, Julia gasps, even she knows that's not somewhere you get invited to lightly. Efren's just as stunned, their scary professor called up to magic's biggest stage. Picture an island that's floated 1,500 meters off the ground since forever. Yeah, that's where this is headed. It's basically a floating city built entirely by and for the smartest mages alive. Magic's answer to Silicon Valley minus the gravity. Legend has it the place holds all the world's knowledge and magic in one spot. No pressure for whoever gets asked to lecture there. Inside, veteran mages are buzzing over something new pinned to the wall. What is that? One of them mutters, completely floored. It's the exam question itself. Mages are calling it a totally new way to experience magic, and just like that, de Culleen's the hottest name on the island. His answer sheet gets propped up like a museum piece for everyone to study. And that's the invite that lands him a spot giving a full lecture on how he cracked it. De Culleen strolls in looking every bit the part. Cool, composed, not remotely nervous about lecturing the smartest people alive. Even he's a little surprised how much traction this thing got. Then his little internal game system pings him a bonus quest for showing up. Mana plus 30 and a lecture fee pushing $1 billion. Say what you want about him, the man never works for free. Staring out at a packed auditorium of mages, he figures maybe he should lean into this teaching thing a bit more. He gets to work sketching out the lecture notes right there on the spot. I'm de Culleen, he opens, a rank 4 monarch mage and senior lecturer overseeing the elements. Humble as ever. Cool, composed, completely in his element, pun intended. Today's topic, that infamous exam question, and buckle up because this is a full 2-hour lecture. Before he even touches the question, he starts from the absolute basics, pure elements 101. Out in the halls, words already spreading. Did you see the question? Everyone's whispering. One skeptical mage isn't buying any of it. It's plagiarized, she scoffs. There's no way de Culleen came up with something that good. Meet Luana, green hair, glasses, and zero patience for hype she thinks is undeserved. Doubts aside, the lecture rolls on smoothly, right up until it's time to actually break the question down. The crowd leans in, hanging on every word. This is clearly not the usual dry academic snoozefest. Now let's look at question 6, de Culleen announces, flipping to the good part. And right on cue, a hand shoots up before he's even finished the sentence. I have a question, I have a question. De Culleen's face does the universal, oh no, one of these students flinch. The girl barrels ahead anyway, rattling off her own theory about differentiating pure elements and types. She's practically vibrating with magical energy just asking the question. Meet Adeline, self-appointed chaos correspondent. The rest of the hall watches this unfold with a mix of amusement and second-hand embarrassment. Her actual question, how do you combine this with spell number 6 to make it as destructive as humanly possible? Deculine just stares, that's a choice. Someone in the crowd smirks that even the chairman showed up for this. Well, this lecture just got a lot more interesting. Deculine weighs his options for half a second and decides, why not? Let's give the kid what she wants. He starts sketching out a live demonstration right there at the board. A full magic circle blooms to life in front of everyone, and Adeline's jaw hits the floor. You just add a central circuit in a linear form, he explains like it's obvious. Adeline's brain visibly short-circuits. Oh okay, I see thanks, she manages, then immediately spirals into a full meltdown of excitement. What's this, what's that, what? Naturally, that just opens the floodgates. Adeline's questions keep coming and Deculine keeps answering, patient as ever. Somehow he fields every single one without missing a beat, showing off just enough to make it look easy. By the end, Adeline's basically fried from information overload, and the rest of the hall is relieved someone's finally cutting her off. Deculine checks the clock and realizes he's burned through most of his remaining time just humoring her. He barely gets back on track before another question lands, this time about question 8 specifically. Someone rises from the crowd, clearly not here for small talk. It's Luina, striding up with the energy of someone about to start something. Confident, sharp-eyed, and not remotely intimidated by the guy who just wowed an entire auditorium. Please explain what you mean, Deculine says evenly, giving her plenty of rope. It's exactly as the question reads, she says flatly. Her name's Luina and she clearly did not come here to make friends. Then she drops it, she wants to know if he actually wrote question 8 himself. Deculine blinks, what? The whole room starts murmuring. Could the star lecturer's genius question actually be stolen? Deculine goes quiet and for once that stillness doesn't feel calm, it feels dangerous. Then the air around him starts crackling with green light and the whole room realizes he's not just going to argue his way out of this. Magic floods the hall in streaks of gold and green, way past anything a lecture normally calls for. All of this, he says, is mine. And just like that, he's not defending the old question anymore, he's writing a brand new one live. He keeps building the spell out mid-sentence, treating the whole thing like a formality. The crowd's jaw dropped, amazing, someone gasps while Deculine casually notes this one's brand new, nothing like question 8 at all. Even the people who were side-eyeing him 2 minutes ago can't look away now. Is that enough to answer your question, Professor Luina? He asks, cool as ever, which is somehow worse than if he'd gloated. Luina's left standing there fuming, completely out of comebacks. That's the end of the lecture, he announces, dropping the mic without actually holding one. He heads out afterward, footsteps echoing through the empty halls. He notes to himself, almost amused, that apparently he and Luina just aren't meant to get along. Nothing really happened today, he thinks, but something's definitely coming. Spoken like a man who's read his own story before. He sighs to himself. Seriously, the man cannot catch a break from people who just don't like him. Then a hooded figure appears down the corridor, and something about her makes him stop cold. Who is she? He wonders. She looks familiar. She's got dark, wine-red hair and a look on her face like she's seen a ghost, or maybe she just found one. Neither of them says a word for a long, loaded moment. Wait, what? Why? He starts, and that's exactly where this chapter decides to leave us hanging. Deculine walks into an old cathedral hall, head down, sunlight pouring through the stained glass around him. He stops mid-step and glances back, like he's sensed someone watching. Nearby, someone's thoughts drift into place. This woman was one of Deculine's old university peers. Deculine steps up and greets her plainly. It's been a while, Charlotte, she freezes, caught completely off guard. Charlotte plays it cool. Gosh, Deculine, I didn't realize we were close enough for first names. The two fall into step together, crossing the sunlit hall side by side. Then Deculine gets right to it. Is Princess Maho doing all right? Whatever history the two of them share, he's clearly not here for small talk, and that question lands like a gut punch. His mind flashes back to what he knows from the story he once read. Emperor Krebame is dying, and soon. That moment is a major turning point after it. Named characters start dropping into life and death situations one after another. One name sits at the top of his mental checklist of people to save, Maho. He pictures her clearly a key figure from the story, with flowing green hair and a gentle face. Her bloodline alone makes her a magnet for trouble, second in line for the throne of the Yurin Republic. And third in line for the Liak Kingdom's throne, on top of that acclaim written in blood, if those burning banners are anything to go by. Right now she's laying low in the Empire, using her studies as cover. But the moment the Emperor dies and she has to leave, she becomes a target. Charlotte snaps him out of it with a dry jab. I see you've still got a knack for making people say cruel things to you, Deculine. He waves off the attitude and turns serious. Don't get worked up. I'll become the lifeline that saves the comrade walking the path of death. Charlotte just blinks, thrown completely off balance by the offer. He presses a glowing communication crystal into her hand. Contact me once you've decided what to do, he says. Charlotte can't resist a jab back. You want me asking a mess like you for help? A flash of memory surfaces, some past plea flatly shot down with that's impossible. Charlotte shakes it off. You're aware of it too, she mutters. There's no time. Deculine just shrugs, but if you still don't like it. Later, Charlotte lets out an exhausted sigh, the weight of it all finally catching up with her. Maho notices right away. Char, you don't look well, she says, leaning in and fussing over her. Charlotte straightens up fast. Princess, she manages. And there she is, Princess Maho, sea green hair cascading down, a soft smile like none of this phases her. It's nothing, Charlotte trails off, brushing it aside. Maho isn't buying it for a second. I know what's going on, she says gently. Don't carry it all yourself, Char. Maho finally admits the real fear. Her half-brother's followers are closing in and they'll either use her or get rid of her for good. Who even cares about the throne anyway? Maho murmurs. Charlotte has no answer for that. I'm nervous, Maho finally admits, the brave face slipping just for a second. But more importantly, it's safe here, she adds, then catches herself. Whoever takes the throne next won't let her go easily. They need to move, and fast. Charlotte can only exhale, ha. Then Maho brightens and shoves a bag into her hands. Here, Char, this is everything I've saved up. Charlotte stares, stunned. Pardon, why are you giving this to me? I know you're short on funds for the escort mercenaries, Maho says plainly. Charlotte shakes her head at once. No. I'll find the money myself, please, Charlotte insists, but Maho cuts right back in. Don't carry this weight alone. Charlotte goes still, caught off guard by the kindness. This money is for all of us, Maho insists. It isn't a waste whatsoever. Charlotte just stares at the bag, quietly torn. That night she makes herself a promise, whatever danger comes, together they can. Elsewhere, a stranger at a window jolts upright, startled. A hooded figure, almost certainly Charlotte, is scaling the wall outside when he spots her. Who are you? He shouts, and she freezes. She bolts, sprinting flat out across the courtyard below. Still climbing hard, she mutters to herself, it's already getting more dangerous. Her feet scrabble for footing on the narrow ledge. If I don't get help, she thinks, the thought trailing off into dread. Meanwhile, across town, a grand estate stands quiet under the night sky, a new place, a new headache waiting. Back at his own turf, Deculine needles a girl buried in a book. You're reading quite a bit, didn't think you enjoyed that. She shoots him a flat look, brother. He keeps needling her, word is she gave a paid lecture out on the floating island. I'm not giving you any of it, Uriel, he says flatly, already 3 steps ahead of her. I wasn't even thinking that. Uriel protests, then he switches gears. An official request just came in. The Magic Tower University's debutantes want to visit their territory, Hyde Cane. Uriel shuts it down instantly. No. At least consider it, he pushes back. Uriel just gestures at the memory of some poor soul hurling rainbow-colored everything across the floor, completely deadpan. Cleaning up after those trips is impossible. I won't allow it, she says, then blinks. Wait, what are you even talking about? Just look at the paperwork, he says. We're getting paid for it and it's a chance to show off the tower. Then his tone flips cold. Leave Uriel, something in that document has him rattled. Now he snaps all business. His whole posture goes rigid, like bad news just landed. Uriel doesn't argue this time. Oh okay, she says, backing off fast. She still shuffles off, grumbling under her breath the whole way. Alone now, Deculine's expression darkens. He pulls out the communication crystal again, already glowing. Speak, colleague, he says into it. Charlotte's voice comes through tight with urgency. I think we need to leave now, there's no time. Deculine's expression hardens as he listens. You're going to listen to every word I say, yes, he says, all command. Does that mean, Charlotte starts, he confirms it, Princess Maho only has one way out. It's a very dangerous route, which is exactly why it'll be safe, he says. What is it, she demands. The crevice canyon, he answers. Charlotte's eyes go wide with shock. What? That place is crawling with demonic energy, she explodes. Of course this is Deculine's idea. He cuts straight through the panic. Do you think an ordinary route stops her from walking toward death? That shuts Charlotte up cold. Trust me, Charlotte, he says, steady and certain. Decision made, they're crossing the crevice canyon. We're back at the crevice canyon, a frozen, howling mountain pass buried in snow. Rugged terrain, thick demonic energy, and a demon's lair sitting right underneath it. Locals swear the things inside still wander out sometimes. It's also neutral ground, which matters. That's the only way out for Princess Maho, Deculine explains. Go through the canyon and she reaches the Urin Republic in no time. He's laying all this out from home, through his glowing communication crystal. I already weighed the advantage of its location, he says, assuming my own family, Eucline, wouldn't be getting involved. Then he ups the offer, don't worry, I'll personally guide you through myself. You will? Charlotte asks, floored. Yes, he says simply. She goes quiet, trying to find the catch. What's the reason why? She starts, needing to know what he's actually getting out of this. Deculine, being Deculine, dodges the real answer. I'm quite interested in politics, Charlotte. Also, I'm more intelligent and perceptive than you are. What? You're talking smack about me out of nowhere? She snaps back. He shrugs it off. I just want your princess to live so my family and territory can benefit from her. I'm not just guiding you, it's a deal, he insists. Don't be ridiculous. When will we rendezvous? Charlotte asks. 3 days from now at the mouth of the canyon. If you can't even get there yourselves, he adds coldly, then you don't have the right to live. Okay, Charlotte answers, accepting the terms. I hope you can back up everything you've claimed. She fires back right as a new quest quietly locks into place in Deculine's system. Cut to something much less life or death. A line of university students hiking out on a field trip, no idea any of that is happening. Destination, Hydecane, the state capital of Eucline, a tourist town built to mimic the best cities from the real world. It's been pitched as a field trip spot for years and Deculine always shot it down. Word is he called the whole idea disgusting. So why the change of heart? His ward Uriel wants to know. His answer, Hydecane happens to sit right next to the crevice canyon. 3 or 4 hours out by horseback, he notes, just far enough to look responsible and close enough to slip away the second duty calls. Where are the debutantes staying? He asks her, playing tour guide. They've booked out a whole floor of the Hydecane Romance Hotel. 4 students to a room unless someone pays extra for privacy. Good, he says, satisfied, while Uriel just smirks at him. As Magic Tower Professor and Lord of Hydecane both, he figures a quick tour covers his hosting duties. So under a dusky orange sky, he addresses the whole crowd of students personally. And the welcome comes with a warning. The moment you dirty the hotel or my territory, you won't be laughing at all in your days at the Magic Tower, he finishes. The students go visibly pale. Dead silence, message received. Behind that threat sits years of quiet work. Deculine's been laying the groundwork to turn Hydecane into his own personal outpost. Case in point, he walks right past his own Magic Tower students bragging about being the best mages around, sizing them up the whole time. Literally, he can spot the golden glow of real talent for sharp eyesight and wealthy magnate skills, and he's already deciding who gets a raise and who gets fired. What? His staff blurt out, none too thrilled their boss micromanages by glowing stat aura. The day burns down anyway, and the sky slides into dusk. By nightfall, the students are gathered around a bonfire, the retreat finally starting to feel like an actual vacation. Then real fireworks go off. Turns out this trip comes with a graded magic assignment after all. As expected of Sylvia Flawless, a professor gushes, 10 points. 10 points for the next group too, while Julia groans into Ephraim's shoulder about getting graded on their supposed vacation. A firework practical out of nowhere, Ephraim mutters, haha I know right, someone agrees. Next up Ephraim's group. They start walking the judges through their spellwork, some mix of ductal and destruction magic, and a professor cuts them off flat. Stop. Pardon, Ephraim blinks. Forget the boring explanation, just do it, he says. Ah yes, she stammers. It goes off with way more bang than planned, and the whole group vanishes into a wall of smoke. The blast echoes out over the whole campsite. Ephraim's is good too, one professor allows. Yeah, another agrees. It made too much noise, grumbles a monocled Professor Relin, unimpressed. Wow, that was pretty, says one judge, then docks them down to 4 points anyway. Ephraim and Julia can't believe it. It's okay, Julie, someone consoles her, right as another judge chimes in with 6 points. The balance between destructive and ductal magic was good, notes a third judge watching from the sidelines. And off to the side, unseen, a hand quietly glows with a hidden spell. 10 points comes the surprise final score. Ephraim's jaw drops, wait, why? A full moon rises over the mountains as the night rolls on. Deculine slips off from the festivities, thinking to himself, good, now he can finally leave. Is Charlotte's group safely on their way too? Is it because of some sort of debt? A voice cuts through the dark behind him. He spins around, stunned. Ephraim. What brings you here at this time? Go back, he orders. Please, she begs, tell me. The disciplinary hearing, the club today, all of it, she presses. Why are you doing any of this? Is it because of my father? He says absolutely nothing. Figure it out yourself, he finally tells her, swinging up onto his horse. You're an independent child. I'm going to apply to be your subordinate, she shouts after him, refusing to just let him ride off. I will do whatever it takes to expose you, she screams into the dark, voice cracking. She needs to know why her father killed himself and why he really did it. I will surpass you, she vows, and become someone greater than you. She's left standing alone on the forest path, watching the space where he disappeared. From a distance, the canyon swallows him whole, and she doesn't move. So, Ephraim's about to become Deculine's subordinate. That's a new wrinkle. But the villain's fate still isn't decided, even for him. He genuinely doesn't know what happens next. Deculine pushes on alone into the misty tree line bordering the canyon. Something in the underbrush warns him off, too much demonic energy ahead. Go back to the stables and try again at noon. He ignores that naturally and wonders aloud whether Charlotte's party has arrived yet, or if he should just check the crystal ball himself. Deculine, a voice calls out, and he turns, caught off guard. Good job making it this far, he tells whoever's stepping out of the mist. It's Charlotte's group, and they are wrecked, bloodied, exhausted, half-carrying Princess Maho between them, but alive. Battered but breathing, the group falls in behind Deculine and disappears into the tree line as the chapter closes. Deep in a black forest at night, a battered little group presses forward, moving fast and moving scared. Shapes flicker between the trees as they push on, exhausted shadows chasing exhausted shadows through the dark. One of them, a composed, dark-haired professor, gently steadies a bloodied, teal-haired girl he's carrying, while the rest of the group nurses their own wounds. He introduces himself plainly, the top professor at the Imperial Magic Tower University, Deculine von Grahenuclein. He'll be the one guiding her out personally, he promises, and the exhausted princess manages a small, grateful thank you. He flicks something off his glove without a word, jaw tight, the calm professor mask barely holding after whatever they just survived. You look rough, a white-haired companion needles him. Tough getting here, huh? You're a mess. Something drops out of his coat and he blinks. Wait, what? Hang on to this, the man says, handing over a sealed letter. It's from the adventure team. Reading it over, Deculine can't quite keep the worry off his face. Will it be okay? He murmurs, half to himself. Yes, thankfully, the princess says, forcing a tired smile. Just make sure you're keeping up. Then something catches her eye and her brow furrows. "We'll be heading off now," the white-haired escort calls, and the group presses on into the night. They plunge back into the dark tree line, putting every bit of distance they can between themselves and whatever's still out there. Feet pound over rock and root as the group races on, and somewhere in the scramble, a name finally comes out: Charlotte. Masked against the cold and the danger, the princess finally asks the question hanging over everyone: what did that letter actually say? Charlotte's silence says more than words would. Then she breaks it. The letter says 37 assassins and something called Dianantes are hunting them right now. Dianantes? Someone echoes, not liking the sound of that one bit. Yes, comes the grim confirmation, the word barely audible over the dread in the air. They're phantoms as much as demons, Charlotte explains. Physical and magic attacks barely touch them, which makes them a much bigger problem than 37 assassins. No way, the princess breathes, the color draining from her face. Worse still, these Dianantes are products of a contract. A contract? Someone repeats, dread creeping in. Dianantes can only be summoned with demon summoning magic, and the ritual burns through human bodies and demon horns to do it. So the dark mages of Ashes will do absolutely anything to run them down, because they are the very ones scheming to seize the throne. A heavy silence falls over the group. However, someone finally says, if there's one thing we can still bet our hopes on. That hope has a name: Eucline, a bloodline Deculine's been quietly carrying this whole time, built to hunt demons. In a fight against demons or anywhere thick with demonic energy, he can purify it and turn it into his own magic, bumping its quality up a full stage in the process. They push deeper into a jagged rift known as the Crevice Canyon. "Isn't called the demon's lair for nothing," he mutters, as if that's supposed to be comforting. "Dense demonic energy, I can feel it right on my skin," he notes while the princess coughs behind her mask. "Most people can barely stand to breathe down here. But for me," a grin creeps in, "this is great." His mana quality spikes straight to rank 4. All that demonic energy choking everyone else is fuel for him, temporarily bumping his own mana up to grade 4. And mana quality isn't a small detail either. A single grade of difference is enough to separate the powerful from the merely competent. There are 10 ranks of mana quality in total. Ordinary commoners sit way down at rank 9 or 10. The genuinely famous names in this world, they're sitting at rank 3 or 4. Rank 1 is reserved to symbolize God itself, and as far as anyone knows, only 4 living people have ever touched rank 2. The short list of rank 3 and 4 legends includes Bercht's Dezekton, the Empire's guardian knight Jeffraid, and the archmage Demerkin. And rounding it out, the chairwoman herself Adeline. "With the rank 4 mana I've got right now," Deculine says, "killing a Dianantes should be easy." As the group pushes through the canyon, someone calls up to him, "Can't they move just a little faster?" "Losing your judgment because you're in a hurry, Charlotte," he shoots back. "Calm down, this is already the best pace we've got." "Can do," Charlotte cuts in, "but if we push it we might end up poisoned by the demonic energy instead." An awkward silence follows. Something in the dark makes her go still, eyes narrowing. "Princess," Charlotte says softly, watching over her charge. "She has such a warm heart," the princess murmurs, watching Charlotte in turn. "I'm sure she's more nervous than me right now. But she's careful never to let it show for her subordinate's sake," the princess adds. "I won't let anything happen to her." Carrying her charge close, Charlotte quietly vows that if anything dangerous comes for the princess, she'll put her own life on the line first. Then it happens, a scream cuts through the dark, over there. A colony of bats," someone shouts as a churning black cloud of them pours out of the canyon walls. The swarm crashes down around the group, wings and shrieks swallowing everything. Bloodied but steady, Charlotte grits out that this was always coming. There was no avoiding it. The group closes ranks around her as Deculine steps forward. "I'll take care of this." The princess's eyes go wide, watching him move. Deculine raises both hands and lets loose a torrent of raw lightning straight into the swarm. One bat shrieks as the blast tears through the entire colony at once. As shredded ice and debris rain down, Deculine just says, "Let's go," like he didn't just erase an entire swarm single-handedly. He walks on through the settling crystal shards, utterly unbothered. Behind him, the group just stares. He killed all those bats in one attack, as expected of Professor Deculin. He's amazing. Yes, someone agrees quietly, still catching their breath. Charlotte doesn't relax, though. Her eyes stay narrowed on the dark ahead like she knows that wasn't the last of it. Something screeches out of the shadows, a new threat and not a small one. The white-haired escort cuts down another small monster, muttering that they keep coming, but they still haven't run into the real danger they were warned about. Deculin glances back over the group, Charlotte tense at his side, both of them braced for whatever's next. A thick purple mist rolls in through the canyon, and something moves inside it. "I'm telling you this in advance," Deculin says, voice ice-cold. "Come any closer and you'll lose your limbs." Charlotte pulls the princess behind her, eyes darting, trying to find where the threat actually is. Deculin goes quiet, watching the mist without blinking. A footstep echoes closer through the dark. "Heh," a voice hisses from the shadows. "For someone who's about to die, your instincts are pretty good." So, Deculin starts, eyes narrowing, clearly done being polite about it. "You know exactly what's about to happen to you," the voice taunts as more shapes step out of the mist, weapons drawn. Steel meets steel and blood sprays as the fight finally breaks loose, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Deep in a jagged black canyon, Charlotte just finishes cutting down one masked attacker, and across the rubble, Deculin's voice cuts through the dark. "Charlotte, take the princess and head for the Urin Republic first," he orders flatly. Charlotte can't hide her shock. "What, boo-butt?" She tries to say she's worried about him. Deculin just shrugs it off, cool as ever. "Thanks, but it's unnecessary." Charlotte snaps that mouth at his attitude, but his smirk vanishes fast. He points into the dark. "Look over there." Both of them go still, eyes locked on whatever's stirring beyond the crystal spires. Deculin doesn't wait to find out what it is. He lashes out with a spear of ice mana, and something in the dark shrieks. The blow connects hard, flinging one of the masked attackers through the air in a spray of blood. It crashes down broken and bleeding, one more of the shadowy assassins hunting them taken out of the fight. Charlotte just stares into the rain, silent, the weight of what's coming pressing down on her. "Have you made your decision?" he asks again. Her answer barely matters to him. "Your job is to get away from here as fast as possible." Charlotte swallows her pride and moves. "Princess, this way," she calls, already thinking past the fight. She grabs Maho and pulls her toward the escape route, the princess startled by how fast things are moving. Something flickers in the haze right behind them. The danger clearly isn't over. A twisted shape rises out of the crevice with glowing eyes, one more of the same nightmares Deculin's fighting. The whole canyon seems to be crawling with them, crystal spires glowing an eerie purple in the dark. Deculin curses the second he gets a good look at it. A Dianant. This just got a lot harder. His companion Ron panics, insisting he can't fight this many alone. Deculin doesn't budge. "Nothing's changed. Get the princess out." A masked escort steps up to back Deculin instead, urging Charlotte to keep running rather than turn back to fight. She tells Charlotte not to feel guilty about leaving once the princess rises to power. That's when she can really repay the Euclid house. Deculin adds he'll send a few wood steel guards to see them safely on their way. Charlotte says nothing, jaw tight, hating every second of walking away from this fight. "I'll see you at the Urin Republic," Deculin calls after them, already turning back toward the enemy. Maho stumbles as they flee, crying out for Charlotte, clearly terrified of what they're leaving behind. Behind them, the enemy gives chase. "Don't let them get away," while something in the dark chuckles, wondering just how far two women can really run. Back in the canyon, the Dianant taunts Deculin. "Plain wood steel and plain magic," it says. "Can't touch something like it." Worse, it gloats. "This whole crevice canyon scatters magic before it can even land home turf advantage." Deculin just raises his hand, unreadable as ever. He's overconfident, Deculin thinks to himself, already 3 steps ahead. Sure, a Dianant's basically a phantom. Normal weapons and normal magic pass right through it, and this canyon makes spellcasting even harder. But Deculin's got his own edge here too. His mana actually gets stronger inside this canyon. His recovery speed climbs too. This place isn't just a curse, it's a buff, and only he seems to know it. While nobody was looking, he'd already quietly infused his signature Mita's touch enchantment straight into the wood steel. So much for no mana. The canyon holds its breath, crystal spires glinting, waiting to see what he's really capable of. Now Dekilin snaps the trap shut. The Dianant finally realizes it's been outplayed. Not yet, Dekilin growls, refusing to let up. A blade of solid ice mana rips clean through the creature's shadowy form. The impact detonates in a blinding burst of light and frost. Crystal shards rain down through the smoke as the dust starts to clear. What's left of the Dianant is caught dead center in the blast. One of the guards nearby practically screams, "Professor, his body's in pieces, sure the thing's finished." Dekilin isn't celebrating yet. "Don't get ahead of yourself," he warns, "it's not dead until we." More crystal spikes erupt from the ground around him. The fight's far from over. He raises his weapon again, mana crackling around his fist. His expression doesn't crack, he's already calculating the next move. Another wave of frost magic surges out to finish the job. The last of the Dianant gets swallowed whole in the blast. Shards of ice scatter through the dark like falling stars. One final surge of light rips through the canyon. The creature is finally run through for good, pinned by beams of frozen light. Its dying scream echoes off the canyon walls as it's wiped out for good. The last of the magic collapses inward, and just like that the canyon goes quiet. One final pulse of light washes over the battlefield. But victory came at a cost somewhere else on the road. Blood hits the dirt. The escape hasn't been clean either. One of the escorts staggers, coughing blood, barely holding himself up on his own sword. Up ahead, Maho stumbles and goes down hard as someone shouts to check if she's all right. Maho gags, forcing out a weak smile. "Aside from feeling nauseous, I'm okay," she insists, clearly not okay. Charlotte's stomach drops, its demonic energy poisoning, and they only just cleared the canyon. She begs Maho to hold on a little longer. Then Maho's head snaps up. She spots a familiar face in the distance. Uncle. It's her great uncle, and Maho practically throws herself toward him. "Well done," he says gently, gathering her in, apologizing for only being able to wait rather than come get her himself. Charlotte waves it off, just grateful they made it. When he asks who she is, she simply answers, "I'm Charlotte." He thanks her properly and asks if she really got Maho here all on her own. "No," Charlotte admits, glancing back down the road, "there were others who helped us." She asks the minister for permission to wait right there for the rest of their group to catch up. He agrees without hesitation. The sky burns orange as the minutes crawl by. They wait together on the path, watching the road for any sign of the others. Charlotte's composure finally slips, eyes wet, thinking about just how much she risked to get Maho here safe. Her great uncle gently says it's time to go. Maho hesitates, not quite ready to leave the road behind. She glances back one more time toward the canyon, hoping the others made it out too. The group starts across the bridge toward safety, Maho still lingering behind. Then right on cue, Charlotte's voice cracks with relief, "You got here safely too." Dekilin just laughs it off, typically unbothered. "Haha, we're alive." He strolls up looking barely ruffled, with Ron limping right behind him, grinning like an idiot despite the bandages. Someone shouts both their names across the road, Dekilin, Ron, and just like that everyone's finally actually safe. Under a blood-orange sky, Dekilin flatly announces he is heading back. Charlotte is not letting him off that easy. The girls are bruised and running on fumes, begging him for a breather, but he waves it off. He is already done here. He tells them to get the rest of the story from someone named Ron, and just like that, he is done talking. Charlotte cannot help thinking back. The first time they met, she was sure this cold, calculating man just wanted a fight. But tonight proved her wrong. Dekilin threw himself into real danger to save both her and the princess. Cloaked and masked, he tore through the fight just to buy them a window to run. Whatever his reasons, she owes him a real thank you this time, Dekilin. He is bandaged and bloodied but still standing tall, unmistakably him. Charlotte reaches out to shake his hand and Dekilin shuts it down cold, informing her she is simply too grimy to touch. Some things never change. Somewhere else entirely, word of his little stunt reaches a furious young mage, and she just about breathes fire. As the sun dips low, Dekilin starts the long walk home, Charlotte watching him go. Someone calls his name and he cannot help but groan. Apparently being thanked is just so annoying. Take care, Charlotte tells him. I'll repay you, she promises, and she means every word. Maho and Charlotte wave him off with a cheerful thank you, professor and all. Deculin does not look back, his expression as unreadable as ever. And just like that, he disappears down the road, one more debt quietly paid off. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a quest notification flickers to life. Mission complete, a little extra currency and mana banked for his trouble. Later that night, Charlotte turns up at the minister's residence and announces herself at the door. She is led inside, alone with whatever news is waiting for her. The minister waves her to a seat, and Charlotte can already tell this is not a casual chat. She cannot stop wondering exactly what he is about to drop on her. Is this about their asylum falling through, she wonders, or does he want something else entirely? She talks herself down. If he meant them harm, he would have shown it by now. The minister finally says her name, and Charlotte braces herself. Then he drops it. The Grand Duke wants Maho's backing. For anyone keeping score, a Grand Duke rules his own duchy outright, basically a king by another name. Charlotte's jaw all but hits the floor. She has got nothing, not one word. Pardon, she finally manages. Are you telling me the princess could actually become the next Grand Duchess? Yes, he says simply, before launching into the reasoning. He suspects the Grand Duke had this plan brewing even before Maho ever wrote to him. It looks like the old man simply does not trust his own grandson. And now this secret belongs to exactly 3 people, Charlotte included. She sits with that in total silence. The princess, who once had nothing to her name, is suddenly one signature away from inheriting a dukedom. All it would take is Maho placing herself under the Grand Duke's wing. Charlotte's mind is racing. This is happening far too fast for comfort. Minister, is there really no one else who knows about this? She presses. What are you talking about? Of course not, he insists. Then he catches himself. Actually, he only just heard it from the Grand Duke himself. Ah, right, Charlotte replies, unconvinced. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a familiar hand reaches for something out of sight. It is Deculin watching the whole situation from a distance. He is quick to insist it is not charity, just a deal. Do not read into it, he says. If a princess with real power one day owes his territory a favor, so much the better. Purely business, he swears. It is like he saw all of this coming. I am, after all, a fairly political person, he reminds her, and smarter than her, obviously. He grumbles about how annoying this all is, while Charlotte wonders in horror if he had already run the numbers on this outcome. Predicted the whole thing. That is not a man, she thinks, that is a monster. Night rolls on, and somewhere far off, a lone silhouette keeps walking. The shadows stretch long across an empty road. Something in Charlotte's composure cracks just slightly. Did Deculin even make it back safe, she wonders. His estate waits quietly under a fading sky. Inside, his bedroom sits dark and untouched. He is not home yet. Eventually he does turn up and wakes after barely 2 hours of sleep, sun still down. Turns out he has got a trait literally called Iron Man that burns off exhaustion in no time flat. Convenient. He gets dressed in the dark, already back to business. Even on a day that was anything but normal for him. Something monstrous seems to hover just at the edge of memory. His freshly rested body practically forces him upright, ready or not. Might as well squeeze in a telekinesis session, the kind of party trick that would make his old modern world self green with envy. He works in total silence, focus locked in. He lets out a long breath. If only he had started training like this sooner. He has spent this whole borrowed life hunting down his own weaknesses and grinding them away, one by one. With death lurking around every corner, this kind of discipline only worked because he had Deculin's body and mind to work with. But even that does not fully explain it, he admits. Routine, competitiveness, sheer force of will. Those traits are exactly what let Deculin live with real purpose. He cannot help but wish he had had them himself once. If only he had done this earlier. The thought just keeps circling back. A face surfaces from somewhere deep in his memory, a young woman he has not let himself think about in a long time. In the memory, he is brushing her off at the door. No, I'm going now, while she just about manages a nervous suture. If only he had been this driven back when he was just Kim Woojin. his real name from a life that feels a world away now. Maybe then he thinks she would not have walked out of his life. Back in the present, he grumbles that a little more sleep would have been nice, but Iron Man had other plans. 22 hours awake every single day. It is exhausting being stuck living inside what he still cannot help but think of as a game. He lets the thought go with a quiet sigh, staring out at the dark. The room settles back into stillness around him. Another memory drifts up, a train pulling into a station somewhere back in his old world. A crowd of old friends grumbles about the trip ending too soon. "I want to come back here with my family sometime," someone says, a simple wish he never got to keep. Elsewhere, a gaggle of wide-eyed kids presses forward, buzzing about all the mages passing by. Turns out it is the university's Magic Tower students returning from their hidecane trip, which begs one kid's question. Why exactly are they hiding, Gainsha? Gainsha's face says everything her mouth is trying not to. "We're just staying out of everyone's way, it's crowded, that's all, we are not hiding, geez," she laughs off. One unimpressed kid is not buying it for a second. The sweat on her face tells a very different story. "Damn it, Deculine's actually here," she mutters, spotting exactly the person she was hoping to avoid. She tells herself it does not matter whether he has changed. Nothing good comes from treating him like unfinished business from her last job. She starts herding the kids away before anyone gets noticed. But it is already too late for that. One of the girls, Leah, has had enough of the cramped alley and decides to just go look for herself. "Wait, no, Leah," Gainsha lunges to stop her a beat too late. Across the way, Deculine catches the commotion out of the corner of his eye. His eyes go wide, he has spotted them. "Gah, we got caught," Gainsha groans, cover well and truly blown. But her attention snaps straight to Leah, who has suddenly gone completely still. "Wah, what's wrong, Leah?" Leah just stares, breath caught, and whispers his name like it means something she cannot explain. Deculine. And out of nowhere, something else entirely surfaces in her mind. A flash of a different place, a different face bleeds into the moment. Her eyes well up before she even understands why. In that same instant, Deculine is hit with his own unbidden memory, a couple holding hands, warm and easy. Why is this coming to mind now? The memory of a life he buried a long time ago flickers back to the surface. A hand reaches out in the memory, grasping at something already gone. Somewhere in that same memory he recalls her laughing it off. He's just a game character. So why, he wonders, staring at a total stranger, does it feel exactly like longing? He has no answer for it. All he can think is how much this girl looks like her. Ara, he thinks, a name he never expected to say again. Golden afternoon light spills across the courtyard as Deculine and Ephraim finally close the distance between them, neither one saying a word yet. For one long, breathless second their faces are inches apart, and that blush on both of them is very much real. Then reality snaps back into place. Both of them flinch and jump apart like they got caught red-handed. Deculine storms off, silently roasting himself for catching feelings over what is, to him, just a character in a story. Ephraim gives herself the same lecture from the other side. "Get a grip, geez," she mutters, "he's just Deculine." A couple of students clock the whole thing from a distance, and one of them throws a fist in the air like she just won a bet. Deculine swoops in to scold them instead for eating messy snacks on the move. Something tells you he clocked more than crumbs and just chose not to say. One of the girls does a double take. "Wait, that Deculine." Several days later, a sleek black car rolls through the city streets. Something big is clearly on the schedule. Inside, Uriel is shaking like a leaf while Deculine sits across from her, unbothered as ever. "Calm down, Uriel," he says. "Stop trembling like a soaked dog," he tells her. She snaps back that they are on their way to meet the new emperor, so of course she's scared. He waves her off. All they need to do at the coronation is bow their heads, no audience with the man required, so quit being so dramatic. He hands her a written breakdown. "What is it?" she asks. "My insight," he says, "deduced by analyzing the new emperor's temperament. Take this into consideration when managing the territory." Classic overprepared Deculine. Uriel dutifully files away every word, documenting the important events just like he told her to. If she actually follows his notes, he figures it'll cut down the difficulty of whatever quests come next. Yes, he's still thinking in quests. Are you a fortune teller or something? She jabs. Stop pretending to be one, he just tells her he'll check in on her. Left alone, Grumbles does exactly what her nickname promises, muttering to herself the second his car pulls away. Members of House Euclene, please head this way, a guard calls and Uriel is ushered into the grand coronation venue. Knights hold their banners high as the crowd packs in, buzzing with anticipation for the big event. Deculine and Uriel arrive together. A lot of people are here already, he notes. Something catches his eye across the crowd, and his brow lifts just slightly. It's Ephraim, and the second their eyes meet, her cheeks go pink all over again. He wonders quietly if she's still tangled up in whatever drama she's got going on with Veron. Drums roll through the hall as he and Ephraim fall into step together. The ceremony is starting. Trumpets blast across the sky, and far off the crown itself glints into view. A royal carriage rolls up a rose-lined red carpet, straight out of a fairy tale. The entire crowd drops into a low bow as the carriage passes. A single golden heel steps out onto the carpet. Here she comes. Every head in the crowd stays bent low as she strides past them all. She makes her way toward the glowing throne hall, the whole procession trailing behind her. A striking woman with fiery red hair walks toward the throne, about to make it officially hers. The crown descends, settling onto her head right there in front of the throne. It's official, the crown is hers now, drumbeats rolling through the hall like a heartbeat. The citizens outside erupt into cheers, thrilled to finally greet their new ruler. And so a new emperor was born. Meet Emperor Sophian Yekatera August von Gibrine, rocking heels on the throne like she invented the look. She yawns through her own coronation like it's just another Tuesday. Uriel clocks it too, absolutely dumbfounded. She's yawning, she whispers. Despite landing a status with basically unrivaled influence, Sophian is perpetually, chronically bored. And honestly, the reason lies entirely in her character design. We don't make the rules. If she'd walked the path of a mage instead, she'd have been an archmage easily. Incredible talent in absolutely everything. But that's exactly the problem, too gifted to ever really care about anything. Of course, someone in this hall has his own theory brewing. Deculine has other things on his mind. There's a bigger problem than that, he thinks. Something snaps him alert out of nowhere. What, he thinks, freezing mid-step. I can feel someone staring at me, he realizes. Who the hell is it? A bead of sweat rolls down as his eyes scan the crowd, trying to pin down the source. Whatever is watching him, it feels a lot bigger than an ordinary noble at a party. Her Majesty's been surveying the nobles, staring around for a while now, Uriel notes. No, Deculine replies flatly. He knows better, she's definitely staring at him, but why? Across the hall, Sophian is just as thrown by her own reaction. Why is she looking at him like that? Dark energy crackles faintly around her throne while Deculine keeps his head bowed low before her. What a boring ceremony, Sophian mutters, knocking back a drink like she's already over it. I expected an ambush, she grumbles, or a bombing, she finishes, and her guard just stands there, wisely saying nothing. That's Charon, Sophian's personal guard, and in her head, one person at this whole ceremony has actually piqued her interest. You said it caused an uproar, she says, despite being nothing but a mere question. I saw its creator, Charon answers simply. That's why I was looking at him, Sophian admits. This should have been the first time he ever laid eyes on her, and yet somehow he seems to know her quite well. Everyone knows your Majesty, Charon points out. No, he's different, she insists. I can't quite explain it, but he was clearly sizing me up. Meanwhile, Deculine sits alone, turning the whole encounter over in his head. His eyes didn't even waver when he realized I was staring, Sophian says. This is amusing, it feels like I've met an old friend. I see, Charon replies, watching her carefully from across the throne room. Now that I'm emperor, I should tend to my work, Sophian decides, starting with clearing out the pointless unwritten rules everyone's been dragging along for ages. She smirks, already looking way more entertained than she has all day. Yes, I'm talking about the emperor's classes, she confirms, eyeing the university looming in the distance. Cut to the university grounds, sprawling and sunlit, blissfully unaware it's about to get pulled into palace politics. Back on campus, it's just another day for Professor Dekulin, hauling paperwork through the halls. Even though the term started, the students are still as clueless as ever, he sighs. His colleague laughs it off, figuring the new debutants just need time to adjust. A couple of students groan under the weight of the boxes he's roped them into carrying. Why are there so many people in front of the faculty door? Someone asks, spotting the crowd. I don't know, Dekulin answers, deadpan as ever. A full escort of armored guards is waiting for him, and that is never a casual sight. He clocks the palace crest instantly. Why does every single imperial family member keep tracking him down? Dekulin von Grahan-Euklin, this is a letter from the palace, Charon announces. Show utmost respect. Dekulin kneels to accept it properly, playing along with the formalities. The scroll spells it out. The imperial family intends to grant the head of the Euklin family the honor of conversing about magic with Her Majesty the Emperor. Turns out he's been shortlisted as a candidate for instructional mage to personally teach Her Majesty, but first he has to prove himself by solving a problem set by the palace mage George. Charon holds the scroll out, waiting on his answer. What is all Dekulin can manage? Looks like the Emperor herself just entered the chat. Tradition in the Empire says a fresh monarch spends one full year after taking the throne learning about the world from outside experts, handpicked knights, mages, and scholars. And so Professor Dekulin, hooded companions in tow, strides through the palace to conduct one of those very lessons. Turns out he's just been named a candidate for instructional mage to Her Majesty the Emperor herself, and to prove he's worthy, he has to crack a puzzle the palace's own mage, George, cooked up. Knights line the hall in full ceremonial rows as he's escorted in. This is no job interview, this is imperial theater. The Emperor chose me? There's never been a development like this for Dekulin, he thinks then with a slow smirk. My interest is piqued. Normally he wouldn't bother with this kind of thing, but drop an opportunity like this in his lap and there's no reason on earth to say no. Quests tied to the imperial family always come with insane rewards, and Dekulin has never once turned down a good reward. On top of that, he might finally figure out just why a mysterious figure named Sophian has had her eye on him. A cocky rival candidate steps up first. Will you accept the challenge or forfeit now if you don't think your skills are up to it? Dekulin doesn't even blink. I accept the challenge, he says flatly. A sealed problem sheet gets handed over. Take this, the exam has officially begun. Dekulin studies the parchment, surrounded by rows of silent knights, cool as ever. The hall goes dead quiet as everyone waits to see what he does with it. The candidates have to solve this just to qualify. The rival needles. Lord George himself called it brutal. Let's see how long the great Dekulin really needs. A crackle of lightning-quick spellwork rips through the air. Dekulin's already at work. Magic surges around him as the rival's jaw drops mid-sentence. In a blink, solved runes blaze to life around his outstretched hand. Congratulations, mage. I'm George, mage of the Imperial Court, the old man says. I'll judge you purely on how long that took. The watching knights can't believe it. Heavens, he solved it already. Yes, comes the flat answer. Dekulin plays it humble for the crowd. It really wasn't easy. I only managed it because I've been buried in rune language research lately. Just fortunate, really. Even so, just how? Someone mutters, still staring at him, stunned. How brilliant, a voice breathes from somewhere in the crowd. Dekulin's mind drifts, that ancient rune script that stumped everyone else. To him, it's second nature, and for good reason. Flash back to another life, entirely hunched over a computer screen, typing out that very same rune font. I was the one who refined the rune language's font, back when I was a game designer, he recalls. Old memories, sure, but with what I remember and understand, a problem of this caliber was trivial, he thinks, eyes closed, completely unbothered. The rival breaks into a cold sweat as an official steps forward. Dekulin von Grahan-Euklin, this is an invitation, straight from the imperial family. Word travels fast to the throne room. He solved it in 5 minutes. Yes, comes the reply. Her advisor isn't sold yet. Still, I believe it'd be better to observe him a while longer. The Empress isn't having it. Him solving a problem George swore was difficult in 5 minutes shows more than enough. Then there's nothing left to consider. We shall go with Deculine, she declares, then turns on him, sharp. Well, you did support the woman named Luina over him, didn't you? The advisor tries to hold his ground. What more is there to even observe exactly? That other mage needed 4 hours to solve it. 4 hours would have counted as excellent if nobody else had done it in 5 minutes, he admits, sulking. But the results are clear. The grumbling isn't over. I believe a more so-called flawless mage would be more suitable for admission into the palace, someone insists. The Empress shuts it down cold. Do not speak to me of rumors. I believe only what I see with my own eyes. Understood, comes the reply. I have decided, she confirms. Deculine is our instructional mage. Do not press further, she warns, and that's the end of that. Business apparently settled, the Empress lets out a bored, theatrical yawn right there on her throne. Talk shifts to the knight side of things. Come to think of it, wasn't Rujadan supposed to oversee the knight examination? Didn't he get injured? Yes, Vice Captain Isak is on medical leave, comes the answer. So that's why there's been no word on the selection. Are there any other suitable candidates? The Empress asks. We're currently searching for one, she's told. A suitable candidate, she muses. Then her eyes light up. Her advisor just stares confused. Surrounded by a sudden bloom of roses, she grins wide. I just got a good idea, never a good sign. Cut to the Order of Freheim, a knight order basking under open sky. A white-haired knight swings her blade through the air, sharp and relentless. From across the courtyard, one knight mutters, isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? The others aren't wrong to worry, her complexion still doesn't look very good, one admits. Well, she's at least holding a sword, another shrugs. Before that, I thought she'd actually collapse, a third adds. The only thing that could raise Captain Julie's spirits right now is probably, a knight trails off. News of Veron, her body's been found. On a cliff, no less, which means the search crews have their hands full. Someone comes sprinting across the yard, breathless, Captain. Fists clench as Julie squares off against a training partner, blade raised, expression unreadable. Up close, her face says everything her training drills won't, raw, barely held together grief. A name gets called, Julie von Dea Freyden. She's just been granted a genuine honor, the chance to cross swords and speak with Her Majesty the Emperor in person. Out in the palace courtyard, a herald lays out the deal. She's officially a candidate for instructional knight. Pass the examination and prove your ability and you'll be the one teaching Her Majesty swordsmanship, he finishes. Julie punches the air, yes. For just a second the exhaustion melts off her face, pure, startled excitement. Later, through falling snow, a lone hooded figure makes their way toward the knight's waiting cabin. The door creaks open to a familiar voice. It's been a while, Julie. The hood comes down to reveal an old face from her academy days. Yes, it has been a while since we've last met, senior, Julie replies. I had a feeling you'd be one of the candidates, the senior grins. Sit, make yourself comfortable. Julie can't help but wonder aloud what the exam will even be like. More familiar faces trickle in. Gathering like this feels like a group project back in school days, yeah, one blonde knight jokes. A sharp-eyed knight with a pale blue bob cuts the mood. I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone. Be prepared, meet the Sacred Star Knight Gwen. Obviously, we're all here for the same thing, the blonde knight shoots back. Meet the Knight of Vigor, Rafel. The room settles into an uneasy, waiting silence. Julie perks up suddenly at something. Someone nods toward an empty seat by the fire. That's probably the examiner's seat over there. They are a bit late. Gwen adds, I heard Vice Captain Isak, who was supposed to be the examiner, is resting due to an injury. So who's coming instead? Rafel wonders. Who knows, comes the shrug right as footsteps echo down the hall. Snow swirls as the door creaks open once more. Julie's expression tightens, a bead of sweat rolling down. Something about this feels off. Footsteps cross the wooden floor, unhurried and confident. Her eyes go wide with a jolt of recognition. And there he is, tipping his hat with a smirk. I am the acting examiner for the instructional knight selection, he announces, Deculine. The room detonates into stunned silence. Deculine. Greetings, he says coolly, strolling in like he owns the place while everyone just stares. He doesn't say another word, just that same infuriatingly calm look. Somewhere in the room, someone finally says the obvious part out loud. A mage came as the examiner for a night examination. Julie can only stare, stunned. Just how, why, then narrowing her eyes. Just what are you plotting this time, Deculine? The door swings open, and in strides the mage everyone's about to underestimate. The room full of night hopefuls goes stiff. You're the examiner? Someone blurts out, staring daggers like they were hoping for literally anyone else. Someone scoffs that a mage has no business judging a knight's duty and gets scolded for the disrespect before he's even started. He doesn't flinch. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage, he says simply, so I'll grade you strictly by the book. Not thrilled that he's the examiner, too bad he's already been named the palace's official instructional mage, decree and all. Surely you're not complaining about Her Majesty's own decree, he adds, and just like that, the objections die in every throat. He's the new instructional mage. The room reacts like someone just put the cat in charge of the fish market. An older official can't resist needling him with a smirk. This exam will be fair, right? No playing favorites, Tilda. I'm just the examiner. Her Majesty makes the final call, he says, dismissing everyone to rest up before tomorrow's real test. The candidates shuffle off to bed, grumbling about sore muscles and an exam that already feels rigged against somebody. One of them lingers on the stairs, muttering that he never actually promised this would be fair, true, but not exactly comforting. Alone now, our mage silently agrees with them. Yeah, this exam was never fair to begin with. But not in the way they think, he tells himself, because he's about to rig it on purpose against one specific person. Her name is Julie, and he's already decided she is going to fail. Meet Julie, sharp blue eyes, long silver hair, and the kind of stubborn jaw that says she is not going down without a fight. Night falls over the training villa, snow piling up outside like the universe agrees this exam is already brutal enough. Watching from the window, he hears the unmistakable clash of steel. The knights, naturally, are already sparring for fun. Of course they're sparring the second they see each other. He mutters, knights really are all the same. Out in the snow, Julie cuts loose with a battle cry, blade flashing, clearly not someone who takes it easy. He watches her through the frosted glass in total silence, giving absolutely nothing away. Truth is, he only agreed to run this exam despite not knowing the first thing about swordsmanship for one reason. That reason is Julie. She cannot be allowed anywhere near the palace right now. Not yet, anyway, not while something is still waiting for her down there. Because that monster is sitting in the palace basement, and he is nowhere near ready to let her near it. His mind flashes back to the mirror, the one thing Julie must never, ever cross paths with. A cursed, blood-red mirror glows in the memory, humming with something clearly not friendly. The rule is simple and absolute. No one gets into that palace until that mirror is destroyed. Julie, he murmurs to himself, and for once the ice-cold genius sounds almost worried. Back in the present, Julie's still out there swinging, fully unaware she's already been marked to fail. Morning breaks and the real exam begins, a test of observation skills and pure stubbornness. He lays it out plainly. This location is stuffed with rare, magic-charged fruits, and each candidate gets assigned one to retrieve. 4 candidates, 4 glittering targets: a heart of ice, a blood-red teardrop, a spectral rose, and Julie's prize waiting somewhere out there. One catch: it has to be that exact item and it cannot be damaged, not even a little. I won't move from this seat, he announces flatly. Any objections? Nobody's brave enough to raise a hand. While everyone's distracted, one candidate slips out early, tiptoeing right past a sleeping guard for a head start. Speak now if you object, he warns everyone once more. You won't get another chance. Nervous glances all around, but nobody objects. Guess they're doing this the hard way. Good, since everyone's agreed, you've got 24 hours, begin. Out in the snow, magic stirs and the exam kicks off for real, and Julie wastes no time heading straight up the mountain. She's already scaling an ice-slick cliff face, hunting for her assigned prize, the elusive ice flower. It's a transparent flower that only grows on high, freezing cliffs, basically nature's way of saying don't bother. 10 of them bloom and wither in a single day, though, so it's not a total lost cause, just a nearly impossible one. Mid-climb, she can't help wondering, Did Deculene really take this examiner job just because Her Majesty ordered him to? Suddenly something catches her eye. Her breath catches, eyes wide, half hope and half disbelief. There it is, a flower carved from pure ice, glowing faintly against the dark rock. Carefully, she reaches for it. One wrong move and this whole climb was for nothing. Here, flower in hand, she heads back down to hand in her prize. He takes it from her without a word, examining it in total silence, somehow more unnerving than if he'd said something. Then it's damaged. Julie's brain short-circuits. Pardon. I clearly said it mustn't be damaged, he says, holding it up. See. No way, there's no way. Julie stares at the flower like it just personally betrayed her. Right in front of her the flower cracks and shatters, gone, just like that. I was careless, she tells herself, jaw tight. I should have checked it more carefully before handing it over. Fists clenched, she says the only thing she can, I'll bring another one. And just like that, she's bolting back out into the storm for round 2. Hours later, I found it. Relief washes over her exhausted face. Then her foot slips on the ice, and she's suddenly airborne over a very long drop. She catches herself just barely, heart hammering, the flower somehow still miraculously intact in her grip. Back inside, he barely glances at it before delivering the verdict again. It's damaged. Julie just goes silent. It's faulty, another candidate pipes up, eyebrows raised, even she's starting to smell something off. That candidate, by the way, already finished her own task hours ago and is currently enjoying a hot meal by the fire. Julie's stomach growls loud enough to hear. She hasn't eaten since this whole nightmare started. Meals aren't provided, he tells her, cool as ever. You eat once you've completed your mission or once you've given up. Julie's answer is immediate. No, she's not quitting and she's definitely not asking for pity food. I'll bring another one, she repeats, teeth gritted, already turning back toward the door. Out she goes again, into a blizzard that's only getting worse by the hour. The wind howls as she claws her way back up the same brutal cliff, for what feels like the 100th time. Panting hard, she admits it to herself, her coat's barely holding the cold back anymore and she's running on fumes. If I don't find this flower soon, she thinks, and then, finally, something glints in the dark. There it is. Her breath fogs in ragged clouds, face pressed against the freezing rock, pure exhaustion written all over her. She doesn't stop moving, even half frozen. Stopping now would mean this was all for nothing. With one last burst of effort, she snatches the flower free. Flower 2 delivered, panting, freezing, but grinning with relief. He studies it in silence again, turning it over in his hands like he's looking for something specific. It's damaged. Julie nearly loses it. No way, there's no way. There's a small crack on the petal, he points out calmly. All she can manage is, how. What is going on, she thinks, jaw clenched, sweat and frustration mixing with the cold on her face. It wasn't damaged when she checked it right outside the villa, so why does it keep breaking the second she hands it over? Her legs finally give out. She just sits there on the floor, completely spent. As he turns to walk off, she grabs his sleeve from the floor. Meanwhile, somewhere behind them, someone else is still happily eating dinner. I'll do one last trip, she says. He actually looks a little caught off guard by that. And she's gone again, bolting straight back into the storm without a second thought. Watching her go, he wonders quietly to himself, did you figure it out, Julie? His hand drifts to the gem at his collar, but he starts and doesn't finish the thought out loud. Out in the dark, the blizzard swallows the little house whole as Julie climbs on, alone against the mountain. You still won't pass this test, he thinks, watching her fight on, not out of cruelty, but because he can't let her anywhere near what's waiting for her. High in the frozen mountains, a lone cabin glows against the sunset, and somebody out there is about to have a very bad day. Inside, the exam officials aren't feeling optimistic. One of them leans back and mutters the obvious question, can Julie actually pull this off? Time's almost up and even the judges aren't sure. All anyone can manage is a tense little HM. Then a shout cuts through the room. She's back, ice flower in hand, calling out for the selector himself. The selector, a sharp-eyed, dark-haired man named Deculene, doesn't even blink. Bring her in, he says, cool as the weather outside. The door swings open on a wall of snow and someone begs her to just come inside already, insisting this attempt won't be the defective mess the last one was. Through the howling wind, Julie presses forward, hair whipping, utterly determined not to fail twice. She knows the rules cold, the fireplace inside will wreck the fragile ice flower the moment she gets close, but she's pretty sure she's found the answer anyway. She second-guesses herself for half a second, surely this could work, before somebody flatly shuts the idea down with one word: no. Something makes her flinch, a jolt of alarm rippling through her as she braces for what's coming. "I clearly said I wouldn't move a single step from this spot," comes the blunt reminder, the exam's cruelest rule spelled out plain as day. An awkward silence stretches between examiner and examinee, neither one budging an inch. In her head, Julie's fuming. Deculene never had any intention of letting her pass, not for 1 second. And yet, she admits he did give her a chance to raise an objection beforehand. It's her own fault for not reading the fine print before walking into this exam. "That's on me," she tells herself, "but I am not giving up here." Something catches Deculene completely off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually unreadable face. Julie unleashes everything she's got, a storm of raw ice magic exploding off her in every direction. Even Deculene's eyes go wide, and the guards in the room freeze up right along with the temperature. Julie grits her teeth through the strain, biting back a pained groan as the spell tears right through her. The roar of unleashed mana swallows the whole room. The entire cabin vanishes under a churning whiteout of her own making. Ice creeps up every wall and beam, cracking and groaning as it spreads. Watching from below, Deculene realizes she's just blanketed the entire villa in her own mana, a brute force fix nobody asked for. However, you can feel the but coming from a mile away. Exhausted and shaking, Julie finally holds up the finished result, a perfect, glowing ice rose. For one glorious second, nobody says a word. Then Deculene, crouched and drained from monitoring the spell, delivers the verdict flatly: defective. Julie's jaw drops and he explains why. Ice flowers turn out to be just as vulnerable to raw mana as they are to heat. Her own overwhelming power, the very thing that should have saved her, poisoned the flower instead. "What a pointless effort," Deculene mutters, staring at the beautiful, worthless flower in her hands. The verdict comes down official and cold: "You're eliminated, Julie." And just like that, her legs give out and she crumples to the floor. Turns out she's genuinely fainted, her body temperature crashed so hard she can't even stand, let alone walk home. Even Deculene privately admits this level of unfairness doesn't sit right with him. He can't shake the feeling that something happened here he didn't plan for at all. Sweat beading, he realizes, for the first time all day, something about this doesn't add up. He rewinds what he glimpsed with his own detection skill mid-spell, and it definitely wasn't normal. A status flashes through his mind: abnormal mana damaged, a literal wound buried deep in her inner core. Wounds like that don't happen by accident. This is not garden variety damage. It reeks of a life-or-death injury from her past, one detail about Julie that, for once, he genuinely doesn't have the answers to. So how is she anywhere near knighthood while carrying it? Down the hall, the rest of the exam staff are just as stumped, muttering that the trial was flat out too hard for anyone, let alone Julie. Even the exam committee admits they never saw the ice flower versus fireplace trap coming. Nobody, they agree, was walking out of that one with a pass. Turns out even the people who wrote the test think it was rigged. Comforting. One of the junior examiners flinches at the direction the conversation is suddenly heading. Someone rounds on the blonde knight point blank: "Don't you have a conscience? This was on you." She's dredging up an old grudge, some botched escort mission back in Merrick that's apparently still costing him. Deculene has no idea what any of this is about. For once, the guy who secretly knows how this whole world story goes is completely lost. Shrugging it off, he presses the blonde knight directly. During their sparring match, did Julie show anything unusual? Raffle admits she was clearly holding back the whole match, full command of her blade, but never once letting her mana burst loose. Someone turns the question back on him. Was this really just a side effect, or does Deculene know more about Julie's injury than he's letting on? He says nothing, he just orders everyone back to their rooms. Business as usual. The moment the failed candidate clears out, the next round of testing carries right on. Exams wait for no one. Morning comes, sun breaking clean over the mountains, a new day, and one very overdue conversation. Down below, a lone figure trudges away from the cabin through the snow. Julie lets out a long breath, bundled up and ready to leave this whole ordeal behind. De catches her at the door. "It's regrettable, Julie," he says, which is about as close to an apology as he gets. "No," she cuts him off flat and final. "You did warn me, that was the test itself," she admits. "I should have read the fine print, my mistake." He goes quiet for a beat, then softer, "Julie. Before you go, there's one thing I want to ask," he says. She eyes him sideways as the selector, or. He finally says it, "The promise I broke before." That promise, she reminds him quietly, got broken a long time ago. In his head, the thought lands hard, and Julie still hates him for it. So why is he still stalling her at the door, hoping she'll say just one more thing, or is he simply not ready to stop looking at her yet? Or maybe he wonders, am I just making excuses for the man I've turned into? He exhales. It's been half a year since everything fell apart between them. "Where do I even start?" Julie murmurs, finally ready to lay it all out. "Back then, I got a letter from the Luna family," she says, "from the grieving mother of a mage under his command who'd taken her own life. And you burned that letter right in front of me," she says. That single moment was what finally made her end their marriage. In the memory, a more desperate De begs her not to go through with the annulment, swearing he'll make it right if she'll just forgive him. That was the deal. He'd finally come clean and apologize properly. So why, she wants to know, is he only bringing this up now? What's even the point of asking at this stage, she presses. Back then the fault was clearly mine, he admits. But the research the dead mage started, he tells her, never actually stopped. He's been quietly continuing it himself this whole time, and plans to list the mage as a rightful co-author when it's finished. Any profit gets split with the family, he says, to help rebuild what they lost, and on the day it's published, he'll finally apologize to the man properly. Julie stares at him. "Why didn't you just say all that back then if you had?" He cuts her off. "Just chalk it up to the fact that the man I was back then isn't the man standing here now." She goes still, caught completely off guard by that. Neither of them moves for a moment, the quiet stretching out between them. Something in the air between them shifts, quiet and heavy. The silence holds a beat longer, thick with everything neither of them is saying. Then quietly, "Julie, from now on I'll try not to love you." Her eyes go wide. Whatever she expected him to say, it wasn't that. "What?" is all she manages to get out. "Let's go our separate ways from here on," he tells her. "I'll even work on burying my own feelings so you don't have to carry the weight of them." "De," she starts, but he's already turning to go. "You worked hard today, Julie. Be careful on your way back," he says, walking off before she can finish. In his head, the vow repeats like he's trying to convince himself, "I'll try not to love you." Behind him, Julie just stands there in the falling snow, saying nothing at all. Snow keeps drifting down over her, and she doesn't move to brush it off. A quiet doubt creeps in. Are you really changing, De? She turns and walks off, shrinking into the white distance. He watches her go, saying nothing, giving nothing away. Because even a man with De iron composure, it turns out, has a limit, and today he's brushing right up against it. 4 days go by after all that canyon chaos, and we cut to a heavy door deep in the Imperial Palace. Something official is about to go down. A notice comes down from on high. The preliminary evaluations are done, and the palace has locked in this era's royal tutor and 4 representative knights. De reads it himself. They recommended a knight named Raffle, but the palace rejected every single candidate. Yes, even fan favorite Julie got the boot. He keeps reading. Next up is who's filling the teaching mage slot, and of course, naturally, it's. His eyes go wide. Whatever name just landed on that page, it was not the one he expected. Cut to the palace's grand hall, all polished marble and gold, and one very unimpressed him escapes him. The scene lingers a beat longer, clouds rolling over the palace spires as the ceremony draws closer. Welcome to the Imperial Palace itself, all gold trim and cathedral ceilings, exactly the kind of room where careers get made or wrecked. De strides in dressed to the nines, ready to play the part of the Empire's newest teaching mage. He approaches the throne, and just as the introductions seem to be wrapping up, there's one more name to announce. The herald calls it out loud and clear: Luina von Schrat McQueen. Green hair, glasses, sharp as a tack. Luina turns at the sound of her own name, and the temperature in the room drops instantly. Deucalion bows before the throne in total silence, giving absolutely nothing away. Inside his head, it's a different story. He can't believe he's about to become a teaching mage standing shoulder to shoulder with that Luina. He thinks to himself, plainly, that Luina is someone who could never feel anything but contempt for him. Part of him was relieved they hadn't crossed paths since some incident on a floating island, but he already knows this new arrangement is going to be exhausting. Luina's expression stays cold and guarded behind those glasses. Whatever history these two share, it clearly isn't friendly. We jump back a few years, right into the professor promotion evaluations that started all this bad blood. Younger Luina strides the university halls, already carrying herself like she owns the place. Colleagues wish her luck while muttering behind their hands that if that arrogant Deucalion becomes head professor too, it'll be a disaster. Typical faculty lounge shade. The crowd rallies around her. Professor Luina, they cheer, practically begging her to beat him, and she thanks them all with a smile. Everyone's rooting for her to land the head professor title. Back then it was just her and Deucalion, two candidates neck and neck. Deucalion, for his part, walks off alone. The guy had the spell interpretation talent, the theory chops, and the family name backing him up. Luina was actually ahead of him in research output, competing on equal footing, or so she thought, chalking the whole rivalry up to a difference in character. Back then, a crowd literally chanted that they didn't like Deucalion, and Luina had more backing from the professors than he did. That's what she believed, anyway. Present-day Deucalion's hand tightens. This memory is hitting a lot harder than he expected. He just stands there in silence, letting the past drag him back in. The memory opens on Luina's family estate under a clear sky, a peaceful shot that's about to get very not peaceful. Somewhere inside, footsteps start pounding down the halls in a panic. Luina catches the commotion and looks up, confused. Something is very wrong. She stops a rushing servant on the stairs and asks what's got everyone so worked up. He can barely get the words out. Other servants are shouting for everyone to hurry, insisting it's urgent. Feet pound past in a blur. Whatever's happening, it's spreading fast. Then the bad news lands all at once. The young master's business is collapsing. Every partner just tore up their contracts. The young ladies had an accident, bandits are storming the estate, and worst of all, the master himself has been seriously injured. Misfortune just keeps hammering this family, one disaster after another. To Luina, the answer to why us, why now seems painfully obvious. She screams the name in her head, Deucalion. She's certain he's behind all of it. Her face twists with fury and fear all at once, teeth clenched. Her fist clenches. If she doesn't act, she's convinced her family will never recover. However, rain hammers down on the estate that night, and somewhere in it, someone is quietly falling apart. A gentle hand rests on her head as her family lays it out gently. They know exactly how much that promotion means to her, but they ask her, point blank, to give it up, to walk away from the one thing she'd worked her whole life for. By the time she really looked around, her entire family was already caving in on itself. Rain just keeps hammering down, relentless, matching the mood perfectly. She runs through the storm, admitting it to herself. She had no choice but to give up her dream. Her family simply didn't have the power to stand up to Deucalion's reach, so she marches straight for his door, guards yelling at her to turn back. She begs to speak to him just once while the guards keep telling her to leave. Guards physically hold her back as she pleads, desperate in the pouring rain. She screams his name into the storm, Deucalion. He finally turns to look at her, and all he's got is a bored complaint about her making a scene outside someone else's house. Her face crumples, soaked and devastated. That is not the reaction she was hoping for. She begs him again just to stop, please. Whatever he's doing to her family, just stop. She just stands there in the downpour, waiting for an answer. He plays dumb completely. Stop what exactly? I have no idea what you're talking about. Her face says it all. She doesn't believe him for a second. She can barely process it. What does he mean he doesn't know? Then he flips the script entirely and demands she apologize to him. Yes, really. He reminds her that her family's only stayed afloat this long thanks to his family's support, and figured she'd come crawling to apologize, not to complain. He tells her flat out that her whole family would have perished without them, so acting ungrateful like a dog isn't going to fly. She owes him an apology, obviously. Every fiber of her wants to scream bullshit right in his face. But all that rage just simmers behind her eyes as she stays silent, shaking. Those words cut deep, genuinely damnable words she never saw coming. She'd naively thought giving up her dream would be enough to end this nightmare. But that demon-wearing Deculine's face wanted a full apology from someone whose entire life was crumbling because of him. Something shifts, a beat of hesitation, however. She drops to her knees right there in the rain. And she says it quiet and broken, "I'm sorry." The wind whips through the courtyard as the whole humiliating scene plays out. "I will apologize," she says. She had no other choice. No matter how humiliating it was, she had to protect her family, and he walks off looking satisfied with himself. But apologizing wasn't the end of it. He looms over her and she flinches back in fear. She cries out in pain. He grabs her, sneering that she's nothing but a mangy dog from a family with no name and no history. How dare she try to climb above him, he says, without knowing her place. He calls her revolting, filthy, and she just takes it, wincing. His parting shot: if she wants her family to recover, she'd better never show her damned face in front of him again. Left alone, she shakes with rage and grief, her hands scraped raw against the wet stone. "Get lost" were his exact words. She stays right where she fell, sobbing. His footsteps fade into the rain, leaving her in total silence. Something hardens in her right there. She swears she will never lose again. That humiliation she choked down that night, she's never going to forget it. She vows to pay it back several times over. Mark that one down, it's going to matter. Snap back to the present the very next day, in fact. Word is spreading fast around the university. Is it really true that she vanished without a trace? Someone else pipes up with the real question everyone's dancing around. Did Professor Deculine actually have something to do with it? A very gossip-hungry student practically lights up hearing this juicy rumor. "What on earth happened?" someone asks, and her friend leans in to explain. "The word going around. Duke Luina has gone missing, and given everything we just saw, you can bet Deculine's name is the first one on everybody's lips." Picture wild green mana clawing across the sky, one of this world's infamous mana storms kicking up out of nowhere. From time to time, mana disasters occur in this world. Deculine's voice cuts in over the chaos. Mana storms, fire, rain, dust, fog, the list goes on. But a real mage, he says, doesn't see any of it as just a disaster. It's all just pure elements colliding, he proves, snapping a crackle of blue lightning to life right on his desk. Then his mind drifts somewhere much darker, Luina's disappearance, because frankly, a room full of clueless debutantes staring holes through him is far easier on his nerves than that mess. Somewhere in the crowd, a classmate mutters, arrogant much, as Ephraim jumps in with an answer nobody asked for. "What I'm saying," he finishes, "is that every one of these phenomena can be read through a purely magical lens." The next day dawns clear and quiet, which, in hindsight, never lasts. A servant hurries in. Someone from the security bureau has come calling for the professor. Enter Lilia Fremian, deputy director of the security bureau, all business and clearly not here for tea. "It's been a while, Professor," she says. He doesn't return the pleasantry, just asks flatly what business she has with him. "I've come regarding the disappearance of Duchess Luina," she says. His brow shoots up. "Why come to me? Do you suspect me?" "This is merely an investigation," she assures him, "but you're most likely the last person to have seen her." Luina had a tutoring session with him the same day as the Emperor, she notes, and hasn't been seen since. "Any suspicious circumstances to report?" "None," he says dead flat. "I see," she replies, clearly not entirely convinced. He walks her out and heads back down the hall alone, footsteps echoing. Being under suspicion never feels good, he thinks. They say they don't suspect me, sure, and those are all but empty words. Of course, if it were the original Deculine, he admits to himself, he'd absolutely be capable of something like this. Back in his own room, a faint blue light starts stirring in the corner, one he definitely didn't summon. It yanks him clean off his feet, mana whipping around him in a blue whirlwind. Glowing runes spiral to life out of the dark, swallowing the room whole. A message surfaces out of the mana itself. Have you abandoned us? We are still following your orders. He clocks the traces immediately. Following orders? Who left this? He demands of the empty air. Judging by the wording alone, he reasons, this has to be tied to the original Deculine's old connections. A colder thought lands right after. Could these be the very people who kidnapped Luina? Something answers back sharp, sudden, and he braces himself. Dead silence stretches out as he waits to see what's coming. A lightning-wrapped figure flickers into view out of nowhere. Master, it says. He clocks it instantly. Illusion magic. Someone's projecting themselves straight into his room. He watches the phantom messenger in silence, weighing exactly how far to trust it. Lead the way, he orders it, flat and final. Dusk rolls in over the city as he sets off, wind howling through empty streets. Turns out even the splendid empire has a shadow side, and he's walking straight into it. If Imperium is the light, his guide explains, wrapped head to toe in crackling blue lightning, Auckland, our home, is the darkness. We've arrived, please step inside. He pauses on a rooftop against the burning sunset, bracing for whatever's waiting below. Down a narrow stone stairwell he goes, deeper into the dark. A door groans open somewhere ahead of him. He tenses hard at what's waiting on the other side. A whole cluster of hooded figures drop to one knee at once. Greetings, Master. So it's these people, he thinks, sizing up the group that's apparently been operating in his name this whole time. One of them reports the standing order plainly: show Luina no mercy should she ever set foot in the capital. His stomach drops. Just as I thought, this was the doing of Deculine's dark network. The room goes quiet as the weight of it settles over him. Small mercy, at least there's no death flag hanging over any of them, he notes. But their loyalty to him is clearly paper-thin at best. Take me to Luina, he orders. They lead him deeper, without a word of argument. The corridor opens onto a grim little holding room. And there she is, bound to a chair, a sack pulled over her head. We've dosed her with anti-mana toxin, one explains. She won't be casting a single spell for about 3 days. Deculine goes quiet, turning the mess over in his head. His own subordinates kidnapped Luina, and now a full-blown death variable is lighting up because of it. The report keeps coming. She's out cold but fully convinced Deculine himself is the mastermind. How do I clear up this misunderstanding and kill the death variable before it kills me? He wonders. One of them steps forward. Master, there's something I need to hand you. He unfolds it, a ledger. His eyebrow shoots straight up. This is, he can't hide the shock on his face. He reads on in stunned silence, piece by piece. Thank you, this has helped me organize my thoughts, he says to the visible confusion of the one who just handed it to him. Pardon. The two loyalists trade a wordless glance. Yes, then we'll take our leave, and they slip off into the dark. Alone now, his expression turns razor sharp. He lets the silence sit a beat longer before moving. Nearby, muffled groaning, the sack stirs. Luina's coming too. He kneels down and starts working the ropes loose himself. She jolts awake with a gasp, eyes going wide with panic. The second she sees him, she shrieks his name to Deculine. Magic light flares up between them as the standoff begins. What exactly are you planning here? She demands. I am the Emperor's tutoring instructor. If I report this to the Imperial family, she starts. He cuts in, cold and quiet, just saying her name. Luina. Choose your words carefully, he warns. You're bound right now, you can't use magic. Tension crackles hard in the silence between them. She strains against the ropes, trembling, biting back a groan. It finally spills out of her. Is this some old grudge over the head professor promotion? You already ruined me once, what more do you want? Why on earth, he murmurs, genuinely thrown by the accusation. A memory surfaces from somewhere. Someone once told her plainly, Luina, you will become the head professor. The memory hits her like a slap, her face cracking with shock. Silence stretches, then his resolve settles. There's no other way, he decides. This is the only method to eliminate this death variable, he tells himself, expression hardening. His gaze settles under the night sky, the weight of what comes next pressing down on him. Liuna, you will become the head professor, Dekulin announces, flatly, no room for debate in his tone. The order lands like a slap, a green-haired mage's eyes go wide with shock. What? She sputters, then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Dekulin doesn't flinch, there's no other way, he says, cold and final. We flash back to how this whole mess started, his expression hardening as the memory takes hold. In his mind, this is the only way to erase a death flag that's been ticking since before he can even remember. Rewind to not long ago, when all of this actually began. Dekulin was handed a ledger cataloging every evil deed he'd committed up to that point, inflicting harm, extortion, you name it. Kidnapping was on the list too, Dekulin giving the orders, his subordinates doing the actual dirty work. A literal history of evil that ruined someone's life. Reading it back, he realizes something has to give. Thanks to you, I've organized my thoughts, he tells a hooded companion. Pardon, comes the baffled reply. There's no peaceful way to solve this particular death variable, and just thinking it breaks him out in a cold sweat. No matter what I say, it won't lighten Liuna's grudge against me, he admits quietly. And there she is, Liuna, tied to a chair in some dank cell, scraped up and absolutely furious. Killing her over this grudge is off the table too, she's too valuable to the bigger picture, whether she realizes it or not. I can't lose Liuna like this, he mutters, looking more conflicted than we've ever seen him. So he settles on the only option left, make Liuna listen to him, whether she wants to or not. I told you to never set foot in the capital again, he says, so why are you here, Liuna? Did you think I was joking? His jaw tightens. I remember is all she says. But I already repaid my debt to house Euclid, she shouts, straining against the ropes. That should be the end of it, right? He looks almost amused. You paid it all off, that's a pretty irresponsible thing to claim, Liuna. What do you mean? I know I paid it off, interest and all. No, he echoes, you're the one joking, Liuna. She flinches as he leans in close, and you can practically hear the trap snapping shut. Compound interest exists in this world too, Liuna, he says, and just like that, dry finance becomes his weapon of choice. House Euclid lent House McQueen 100 million elni 15 years ago, and at 20% annual interest, he claims that debt has ballooned far past whatever she thinks she's already paid. Her voice goes flat with disbelief. It's called a poison pill clause, he explains, cool as ever. Turns out the contract he drafted was built to bury compound interest in fine print, deliberately worded to mislead Dekulin, professional villain, apparently moonlighting as a lone shark. There's no law like that, she screams. I'm suing the royal family, how is this even legal? Even he admits it, silently, what he's doing here is evil. But he's got a reason for pressuring Liuna with this absurd math. I have no choice but to play the villain right now, he thinks, but there's a way to make things right. Help me become the director and I'll reduce present-day Liuna jolts, already dreading where this is going. Your debt, he finishes, back turned to her in that same cold cell. The proposal lands like a thunderclap, become the head professor, and this whole nightmare starts paying itself off. Present-day Liuna goes quiet, clearly still stewing over how she ever got roped into all this. You're exaggerating, she snaps, not buying his math for a second. He doesn't argue, he just holds out a contract, read it. Clause 1, stay silent about everything that happened today. Clause 2, obey this contract for 5 full years. And Clause 3, the real kicker, break it, and her magic core gets destroyed outright. Blow up my inner core, Liuna's composure completely shatters. Dekulin, no way, you are seriously going overboard, she screams, thrashing against the ropes. He just looks down at her, unmoved. This is exactly the reaction he was counting on. But if you keep to the contract, he lets the sentence hang in the air. I'll return it, he finally says, gaze distant, like those words cost him something too. Liuna's whole expression changes. Whatever he just dangled in front of her matters more than the threat did. Her breath catches, she knows exactly what he's talking about. House McQueen's secret technique, the family heirloom. Dekulin personally seized the night he destroyed her entire family. That heirloom is the root of every ounce of hatred she carries for him, and the one thing she wants back more than anything. Think about it, he says, turning to leave. The heavy door creaks open behind him, and he lets the silence do the rest of the talking. Left alone in the dark, still tied to that chair, Luina's fury curdles into something far more complicated. The lock clicks shut behind him. He climbs back up alone, already running the numbers on whether this gamble will even pay off. I dangled the heirloom in front of her, but will it actually work? If this doesn't kill the death flag, my last resort is... He trails off, clearly not thrilled about whatever comes next. Something down the corridor catches his attention, and his whole posture goes rigid. A slow, unsettling smile creeps across his face, like he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone in the room. 2 hooded figures round the corner to meet him, a hulking, shirtless man and a sharp-eyed woman at his side, both clearly on edge. Magic crackles to life around Dequilin as he squares up in front of the door. Something gets tossed his way, and he catches it without even blinking. The 2 hooded strangers head off down the hall, their business apparently concluded. Good job, Dequilin calls after them, almost sounding sincere. Wait, you're just going to walk away, the hooded woman blurts out. He turns back, unbothered. Is there something more you want to say? I didn't do all this just to hear a 2-word thank you. Please keep your promise, she begs, and for a second you can practically see the blood on her hands. Cut further back still to a brutal training bout, this same woman swinging her sword with everything she's got. Her sparring partner barely reacts, watching her with something between pride and pity. She's slammed to the ground hard, the fight knocked clean out of her. Brother, she asks, looking up at him from the floor, dazed. It's fine, keep going, he tells her flatly. What did I promise you? And more wealth than either of us could ever spend, he adds, staring off into the middle distance. That's what we were promised, she echoes quietly, and neither of them says anything else for a while. Dequilin watches the whole exchange from a distance. I see, is all he says. He drills his sister without mercy, sure, but make no mistake, this man is holding his own grudge against Dequilin too. Watching them from a distance, Dequilin reasons it out. However messy this whole thing is, their skills are simply too useful to waste. He can feel the wealthy magnate's power radiating off the man even now. I just need to stop handing them the dirty work from here on out, he decides. This I can work with, he tells them. I'm hiring you both starting today, and of course you'll get everything that was promised. On top of what you were already owed. The siblings freeze, clearly not expecting this. What does that mean? She stammers. Like I said, he repeats, I'm employing you both effective today. They drop into a deep bow, thank you. And one more thing, he adds. Cancel every standing order I've ever given you before today. Yes, my lord, comes the immediate reply as he turns and walks off without a backward glance. You're dismissed for now, come to my estate tomorrow. Yes, they answer in unison. Back in the present, Dequilin exhales. Between one sudden crisis and the next, I'm exhausted, but at least this one's finally handled, he thinks. Morning light breaks over the city, and the story moves on to somewhere a lot quieter. We land at the Magic Tower dorms, tall, sunlit, and blissfully drama-free, for now. Trees rustle over the dormitory courtyard on what looks like a perfectly normal day. Julia grumbles about how hard everything's been lately, while Efren sighs over just how expensive spell materials have gotten. Then Efren stops mid-step. I think I see a magic circle. Really? Let me look, Julia says, curious. Down the hall, something starts glowing where it really shouldn't. That's... Efren's voice trails off. It's the exact same spot where that mysterious magic circle appeared at the start of the term, the one everyone assumed was long gone. Wait, was that thing never actually removed? Someone gasps as an ominous red glow spreads across the building. The circle detonates into raw red light, and someone gets thrown clean off their feet in the chaos. Everyone freezes in shock as the whole dorm shudders under the surge. Warning red light flares across the sky above the dorms. Whatever this magic circle is, it just woke up angry. The whole Magic Tower dorm building glows blood red against the night sky, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us. After all his death flag dodging, Dequilin has finally settled into a proper mansion of his own. A car rolls up out front. Turns out even a reformed villain needs a ride to work. In the back seat, he makes small talk with his driver, Ren. You actually enjoy this job? Ren doesn't hesitate. Of course, sir. Cool, composed, unreadable as ever, business as usual for the Empire's most infamous genius. These two hooded siblings, Ren and Anan, now live at his estate and answer only to him, though there was a stretch where they did some genuinely ugly work on his orders. He's sworn off using them like that now, though for a while, the siblings clearly didn't buy the change of heart. A few absurdly generous payouts later, though, and suspicion melted into loyalty. Now they serve him like a proper lord. Even his old chauffeur got kicked upstairs to a cushy office job, and by the sound of his victory shout, the guy thinks he's finally made it. Just another quiet afternoon out and about, or so it seems. Then the sky itself splits open in jagged red cracks. So much for quiet. Right on cue, a system notification pings into view. Main quest. The beginning. Of course there's a reward attached. This guy never lifts a finger for free. Across town, those same red cracks are tearing straight across the roof of the university itself. Students scatter screaming as the crimson fracture rips open right in front of them. Julia grabs for her terrified friend Efren, or Effie, as she calls her, just wanting to know she's okay. A professor chokes back. Panic Hall 3, packed wall to wall with commoner students, is right in the blast radius, and somebody has to go in. They turn to Professor Sire, supposedly a destruction-type combat mage, for backup, and he folds instantly. I'm weak, he squeaks. So much for that plan. Word spreads fast. The one person who might actually fix this is off on some floating island today. Great timing. Elsewhere, someone presses something into Julie's hands for safekeeping. She'd clearly rather be doing anything else than standing around holding bags. Efren tries to bolt straight for the danger. Julia grabs her arm. Are you insane? No, but our friends are in there. Somebody else's patience just ran out completely. Julia plants herself in the way, blade half drawn, refusing to let Efren charge in alone. Then the crowd parts and in walks Sylvia, looking supremely unbothered by any of it. Every eye in the hallway locks onto her. This isn't the time to get precious about it, she says flatly. If you're not going to help, just stay out of the way. She rounds on the nobles standing around doing nothing. You lot act so high and mighty, and the second it actually matters, you freeze right up. Someone's magic flares to life, reaching straight for the barrier. Stop, oh seriously, you again. Sylvia just shrugs it off. Apparently she finds this particular hothead endlessly entertaining to needle. What? Comes the baffled reply. Calm down and actually look at it first, Sylvia says, nodding toward the barrier itself. A ribbon of rainbow-colored magic spirals down through the dark corridor. Whatever's powering this barrier, it's putting on a light show while it's at it. The burst of color makes even the composed knight in the room flinch. There's demonic energy in here, but it's faint and scattered. Comes the read. A straight magic assault isn't going to cut it. You'd help more by calming down than by causing a bigger mess, Sylvia adds, unimpressed. This isn't something a debutante can just muscle through, she warns. Somebody grits their teeth, stung but unable to argue back. Julie's jaw is clenched so hard it looks painful. She hates standing on the sidelines while people are trapped. What in the world is going on here? Someone finally demands, wide-eyed. Every head snaps around at once. And just like that, the man himself strides in, guards at his heels. Deculin, someone gasps in relief. He barely looks up. There sure is a lot of noise here, he mutters, completely unbothered by the chaos. Typical. Cool as ever, he sizes up the situation without even breaking stride. The corridor ahead is a spiderweb of glowing red fractures. Whatever this is, it's the real deal. One glance and he's already got it pegged. Barrier magic. His usual trick of instantly analyzing spells won't cut it here. Not enough data to work with. Time for a different tool. He pulls out a family heirloom, Lockaloc's Euclean wand. His bloodline's magic is famously good at hunting down and expelling evil spirits. Sure enough, it confirms what Sylvia already guessed. There's demonic energy bleeding out of this barrier. The wand's power kicks up a shockwave that nearly bowls over the poor soul standing next to him. Everyone, hold your breath, Deculin barks, not exactly a comforting thing to hear. He pushes straight into the dark, unstable magic without a second thought. Something inside reacts violently to his presence. Professor, someone yells after him as he vanishes straight into the barrier, completely alone. Down in the courtyard, word spreads through the crowd like wildfire. The professor just walked in there by himself. Everyone's craning their necks, murmuring, waiting to see if he comes back out. Inside, it's dead silent, the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. Cracks of red light pulse along the walls, like something in here is still very much alive. He walks it anyway, calm as a stroll through the garden, and a lone student spins around at the sound of footsteps. Relief and shock hit her face at exactly the same time. Professor de Culin, guys, we're saved. The huddled group of classmates practically collapses with relief. He does a quick head count. Is this everyone? I think there are more upstairs, comes the shaky answer. You're going to go look for them yourself? It's dangerous, you don't know what's up there. He waves it off, calm as ever. It's fine, there's a way. Cut back to exactly how he got that confident months of training nobody else ever saw. Between his so-called cleanup jobs, he's been quietly grinding, pushing his own limits in the dark. I'll figure out everything soon enough, he tells himself, pushing harder still. That same enchanted pendant glows against his chest through every session. Turns out, even while moonlighting as the Empire's errand boy, he never once let his training slip. His status screen fills up beginner telekinesis, basic fire control, basic fluid manipulation, and metal enhancement, climbing toward mastery. He's been layering metal enhancement onto himself and running memorize through a chunk of wood steel, just to take some of the strain off his own body. Something about the results catches even him off guard. He wipes the sweat off, catching his breath. Turns out grinding solo in the dark is exhausting work, even for a genius. Buried in that wood steel the whole time was a function nobody had bothered to mention: detection. A hidden bonus, apparently, from just how thoroughly he'd comprehended the pure elements he'd been using. His practical skill with it maxed out completely, fire roaring to life exactly where he wants it. And with it, he unlocked something else entirely: a second sense. A sense for moving through space itself, not bad for something he built on the side. All that groundwork, about to pay off in the worst possible circumstances. Back in the present, the rescued students collapse into each other, sobbing with relief that they are actually alive. That new spatial sense let him track everyone down in no time. The real problem is what comes next. He can handle the demonic energy fine. Regular mages can't. Stay in a barrier like this too long and it'll wreck them, and there's no time to just wait it out. He needs another option. Wait, he mutters, an idea forming. A barrier this size has to have some kind of mechanism running it, a switch somewhere. He scans the wreckage for anything that fits. A surge of blue light answers his call, shooting straight up through the dark. Back outside, the sudden pillar of light sends everyone into another panic. Ayak, what is that? Kaya, professor. His eyes narrow, locked onto something the rest of them can't even see. There it is. A slow, satisfied smile creeps across his face. I found it, he says, and just like that, this crisis is basically already over. De Culin's voice cuts through the panic. Whoever cast this barrier is hiding right here, somewhere in the crowd in front of him. Then that means, he mutters, eyes narrowing on the crowd. He rips a probing spell across the sky like a blade, ready to flush the culprit out of hiding. The blast tears through the courtyard and the crowd scatters, screaming, "What, Professor?" The spell keeps slicing through the crowd, hunting for its target. Someone gets snagged in the wind and yanked clean off their feet. Blood beads in the air and de Culin's mouth curls into a grin. I found it. The one he's caught, a woman with dark red hair and glasses, gasping in shock. Professor, what do you mean? She stammers, playing dumb, so he grabs her before she can bolt. Don't even think about making excuses. The origins engraved into your body can't be hidden no matter how hard you try, he tells her. There are ashes falling from your hair. She flinches, caught completely off guard. So drop the act, he says flatly. An Ashborn mage, he names her. All she can choke out is a stunned silence. Nearby, a watching student asks, wide-eyed, supervisor. The woman's face drains of color, rattled that her secret is already out. See, the ashes isn't just a scary nickname, it's one of the 4 pillars set up specifically to hunt down dark, illegal mages. And the ones marked with that title don't get let off easy by the people enforcing it. I don't know how you found out, the mage tells de Culin, steadying herself, but there's something you don't know either. Green magic floods up around her, crackling off her hair and eyes. Those from the ashes, she recites like a warning, don't spare anyone who calls them Ashborn. Her magic lashes out, whipping through the courtyard in a blast of green light. Somewhere close by, someone gasps at what they're seeing. Something or someone goes crashing down through the chaos, trailing red. A scream tears through the air. The gathered students recoil in horror, while Deculine stands completely unbothered in front of them all. Die, the mage screams, hurling everything she's got straight at him. Fire swallows the courtyard whole, students silhouetted against the blaze. The flames just keep climbing higher. Deculine doesn't even blink, not a flicker of concern in that eye of his. The fire just fizzles out around him like it was never a threat to begin with. The mage's jaw drops, that was supposed to actually hurt. Are you taking it easy on me? He needles her. You made a spark and called it a kill shot. Heemp, that was just a greeting, she snaps, throwing everything into round 2. Did I make a mistake or, he wonders aloud right as she screams take that. And this, she shrieks, but he swats the spell aside like it's nothing. Her magic just dissolves mid-cast in her own hands. Huh. It's not me, he says coolly, watching her spellwork unravel on its own. Violet mana churns overhead while he stands completely relaxed beneath it. He's breaking down my magic, she realizes in horror. Blue fire licks up around him, effortless and completely controlled. Shit, how is that even possible? She stammers, backing away. He just crosses his arms and lets the silence do the talking. Thanks to the thin layer of demonic energy sitting in this place, he explains, I've basically got unlimited mana. That's the Euclean bloodline talking, a power built to exterminate demons, one that purifies nearby demonic energy and turns it straight into a magic upgrade. It's unfortunate, Ashborn mage, he says, and lets loose with fire of his own. The flames roar back at her, twice as fierce as anything she threw. He comes down on her fast, fire trailing off his heels. You can't win against me here, she shouts, then immediately regrets it, gasping for air. So, he says, standing over her, that's why I call you people Ashborn. His expression goes cold as he lays out exactly what she did wrong. What, she asks, thrown off by whatever he just told her. You people are worse than trash, he says, trash that got shunned by society. Ha, you really do have a way with words, she sneers back. If you're so great, why not just disband the barrier before the children inside it die, or can't you actually do it, she taunts. Now let me explain to your deadbeat brain exactly what you did wrong, he says, ice shards already whistling through the air. She flinches as the shards close in on her. The ice rips straight for its target. Impact shards shatter apart around her. Because you're extremely dim and foolish, he tells her, you cast the barrier onto the building instead of the space. A barrier like that disappears the moment the building it's tied to does, he says, and the whole structure starts cracking apart. Disappears, he repeats, that's the gap in your intelligence right there. Ha, you really do have a death wish, huh, she laughs, you destroyed the building just to kill the barrier. Al Rose, he says, and just like that, he's got her real name. Her eyes go wide with shock. Don't think for a second I don't know you, he tells her, closing the distance. A crimson glow ignites in the air between them, crackling with menace. It detonates into a wall of fire and force. The blast keeps tearing through the space around them. You crazy bastard, do you actually want to die? She screams. You're going to return to your true form, aren't you? He asks, calm as ever. You, she chokes out, ho-how. A magic circle blazes to life around him as he pours on the pressure. Blue energy floods the floor beneath his feet. The power keeps building, brighter and sharper by the second. He lands the finishing blow, and just like that, the fight is over. What's left behind isn't human at all, a hollow, rattling husk creaking in the wreckage. Deculine turns to the crowd of students behind him. Everyone, gather up. The ground starts trembling under everyone's feet. It's trembling, someone yells, I think it's going to collapse. Yeah, comes the shaky reply as the rumbling only gets worse. The building finally gives way, crashing down in a cloud of dust and debris. The collapse thunders on, and that's exactly where this chapter slams to a stop. The dust finally settles over what's left of the dorm, and it is not pretty. Students and staff swarm the wreckage from every direction, murmuring, nobody quite sure what actually happened yet. Julia spots her from across the rubble and shouts her name. It's Epheren, alive and in one piece, and word spreads fast that the professor himself is walking out of the ruins right behind her. Dekulin strides out with the last of the trapped students in tow, calm as ever, casually confirming he's very much alive like that was ever seriously in question. Amid the smoke, someone's still shouting for their friends by name because when your dorm just collapsed, the head count happens fast. Efren takes off the second she spots them, sprinting flat out across the rubble. Julia crashes into her with a hug, sobbing that she was terrified when the dorms suddenly turned gray out of nowhere. Julia checks her over, relieved she's not hurt, and Efren, still catching her breath, gives her the short version. Professor Dekulin showed up and fixed everything. At this point, that's basically his whole brand. Word spreads fast that Dekulin solved this whole crisis solo, and some folks still can't believe the guy they wrote off as a bluff-filled fake actually delivered. Sylvia checks on him directly, he just brushes it off with a flat yes, fine as always. And just like that, a very literal notification flashes up, main quest complete the beginning. This world really does run on game logic, and Dekulin just cleared a milestone. Onlookers keep gathering along the ridge above the ruins, staring down at the crater that used to be someone's dorm. Somewhere else entirely, a much colder conversation is happening. Did you fail? How pathetic, someone sneers through the haze talking about Al Rose, the fugitive mage Dekulin just took down. One of her fellow cultists just stands there in the rubble, gothic and unreadable, saying absolutely nothing back. A hooded figure slips away into the dark. Whoever's really behind this mess isn't sticking around to take the blame. This is why the people's faith in us is wavering, one of them hisses. Another scoffs that it's ridiculous and grudgingly admits that for a sheltered guy, Dekulin sure fights with some vigor. Even the haters are impressed. The gothic cultist isn't laughing along though. You shouldn't look down on him if you cross paths with him, she warns the others, uncorking some glowing potion like she's about to make her point the hard way. Cut to the real culprit's hooded figures huddled over a pulsing red orb, admitting the ritual isn't finished yet. But hey, not bad for a first attempt. Very normal thing to say about a magic crime scene. Even if it's one step forward, that's how we'll reach our goal, one murmurs. Then we can just blame it on the demon, charming people framing a monster that doesn't even exist. Somewhere nearby, it goes very wrong for two mages who scream as they're seized collateral damage in whatever these people are cooking up. The mage's spirit and mana will be good materials to produce dolls, the cloaked leader says flatly. I'll leave it to you. Dolls, as in people turned into something else entirely. Lovely hobby these two have. The gothic cultist lets out a tired breath. The path of faith is filled with thorns, she mutters, watching whatever twisted, fanged thing they've conjured up glow in the dark. A red-robed figure cradles the glowing orb like precious cargo, grumbling that even the sacred task of saving a body keeps getting interrupted. But for that person's manifestation, we mustn't give up, the fanatic insists, staring down some blood-red symbol. This is the true path of enlightenment. Sure, buddy. The gothic cultist just watches the dust and rubble settle, quiet and unreadable. Poor fanatic bastard, she finally says, almost pitying. Those fools can't come to terms that their god is dead. So there's the real story, a cult clinging to a dead god, willing to turn people into dolls to bring it back. Elsewhere, someone else in on this scheme is trying to talk themselves down. No, I need to stop thinking about these things, they mutter. I'm fine if I can create dolls more easily. Cool, totally fine, nothing to see here. Far above, the crater from the whole disaster stretches out below a gathering crowd. We can just, someone starts to say, trailing off. Continue using each other like this, the thought finishes over a rooftop where a magic circle flickers to life in the dark. Whatever alliance these people have, it's built on nothing but mutual use. The next day, it's back to business as usual, or at least that's the plan, as the university herds everyone into the lecture hall. Dekulin takes the podium and everyone already knows why. I'm sure you all know what was found within the ruins of Dorm 3, he says, cutting straight to it. There's no need to feign ignorance since I know everyone's talking about it, he adds dryly. Turns out there was a mysterious spell left behind in the wreckage, and he's not letting the rumor mill run wild without him. Back at the ruins, he crouches over shattered crystal shards and a strange spiral scar burned into the stone. This spell doesn't match anything from the magic tower's usual playbook. A green magic circle flares in his memory and Deculene realizes its form is eerily close to spellwork Epheren will one day reinvent for herself. Small detail, huge implications. A dark purple magic circle churns to life and etched into it, a chilling little message starts to surface. Prepare for the judgment of Ash, the time will come to test your vulnerability and weakness. Deculene reads it cold. This isn't just a threat, it's a declaration of war. The judgment of Ash, he thinks, jaw tight. This game's so-called true enemy is finally showing its teeth against the Empire and the real fight might just be starting. Back in the lecture hall, he shuts the rumor mill down fast. What happened will be left to the professors and those above, he tells the room, flat and final. So stop giving your attention to something meaningless and focus on your studies, he adds, then pivots. Also, there's something else I need to announce. Julia and Epheren both perk up. Due to a recent imperial order, a practical assignment has been added. The room erupts into confused murmuring. Since when does the Emperor personally assign homework? Deculene lets the murmurs settle before he drops the name on them. The practical Mountain of Darkness. Yeah, that Mountain of Darkness, the notoriously dangerous training ground, is officially back on the syllabus. The forest waits in the dark, silent and jagged against the sky, about as inviting as it sounds. Sure enough, Epheren finds herself trudging back into the rain-soaked Mountain of Darkness, muttering that she never thought she'd be back here again. Turns out the place had only been closed temporarily, thanks to that demon incident everyone's still whispering about. The new emperor wants the Empire's mages sharpened up to fight the demon threat, so with an official order on the books, every debutant mage now has to train here regularly. No skipping leg day, apparently. So Epheren grinds through it, sprinting the dark trails, huffing, pushing herself hard. Deculene laid out the rules earlier, 3 assignments to clear during training. First, track down a rare magic ingredient. Second, witness a genuine magical phenomenon out in the wild. Third assignment, actually fight a demonic beast, and judging by that fanged, drooling mouth lunging out of the dark, this part is not going to be optional. Epheren, breath fogging in the cold, notes she's at least dodged the second assignment so far, no dangerous magical phenomenon in sight. Yet. Then something rustles behind her and she freezes. What, is it a demonic beast? She yells, squaring up. Come on out, I'll beat you to a pulp. Never let it be said this girl backs down from a fight. The monster turns out to be Sylvia, casually stepping out of the bushes like she wasn't just about to get pulverized. Sylvia, Epheren blinks. Stupid Epheren, Sylvia fires right back. You're going to beat me to a pulp. Epheren has absolutely nothing to say to that. Are you trying to finish your assignment already? Sylvia needles. You don't let your guard down even after getting first in the midterms. Even out here she can't resist a jab. Why, are you worried I'll destroy you again? Sylvia shoots back at her walking companion, cocky as ever. Julia, hair braided up for the trip, just sighs to herself that this girl is as bitchy as ever before asking the real question. Has Sylvia actually finished any of the 3 assignments yet? I've already witnessed a magical phenomenon, Sylvia says, breezy about it. I just need to tidy up my notes and submit it. Epheren's jaw drops. Wait, already? Yeah, Sylvia shrugs. Time here is disjointed. 20 hours have passed since I started wandering this mountain. Julia just stares at her, utterly lost. What are you talking about? How is that possible? Epheren presses. When it hasn't even been 20 hours since we finished class? Something about this mountain is seriously messing with time. Julia goes quiet for a second, arms crossed, wondering if Sylvia's actually telling the truth and starting to suspect it might be connected to her somehow. A strange light washes over her, and it clicks, realization hitting hard. She and Epheren share a look, both clearly unsettled by whatever's going on with this place. Meanwhile, back at the university, someone comes sprinting for Deculene, breathless. Professor, head Professor Deculene. He steps outside immediately. What's wrong? A knight rushes up to him. It's an emergency, we request your cooperation. Deculene doesn't hesitate, speak. There's an urgent message from the Intelligence Bureau, the knight reports. this mountain of darkness has been infiltrated by Lohakon. Dekylean's expression drops instantly. Lohakon, that powerhouse? A cloaked, red-tinged figure looms in the dark forest, and suddenly this training exercise just got a lot more dangerous with Ephraim right in the middle of it. The mountain of darkness is packed wall to wall with students right now, thanks to the new practical requirement, and Dekyllian knows exactly how bad the timing is. It won't be good if they run into him, he thinks, right as a notification flashes up out of nowhere. Middle boss event, the Baron of the Ashes. Of course this world drops a boss fight announcement at the worst possible moment. The reward pops up too, a page of the item catalog and a little store currency for whoever takes this guy down. Dekyllian just sighs internally, so the middle boss event's been triggered. Great. Fine, he decides, already moving, let's go to the Mountain of Darkness. Somewhere someone else practically cheers at the idea. Deep in the trees, something ancient and heavy settles into view, an old, hooded man with wild gray hair and eyes that glow a dangerous red. This is not someone Ephraim and Julia want to be running into alone. Julia and Ephraim stand frozen, staring him down from behind. The old man just laughs it off, easy as anything. The reason why time is disjointed is most likely due to my barrier, he says, like that's a totally normal thing to drop on two terrified students. It's not a magical phenomenon caused by the Mountain of Darkness, he continues. It seems like you've been caught up in it. I'm sorry, Julia, voice shaking, manages the only question that matters. I asked who you were. He obliges, my name is Merkin. Turns out the Intelligence Bureau already flagged this guy. He's been going by Merkin, and in the chaos, every night an agent who should be responding got misdirected straight to this exact spot. A knight reports back to Dekyllian midride, that's all we have. He takes it in grim, I see. His expression hardens, wind whipping past as he pushes forward with everything he's got. A blue magic circle blazes to life around him as he launches into a spell, no hesitation. He's moving fast now, coat snapping behind him, racing to reach the mountain before Lohakon gets to his students first. Back with Julia and Ephraim, Merkin looms over them, and for a second nobody says a word. Ephraim finally breaks the silence in her own head. That bulky man's mana feels seriously off. It feels like that of, she starts to think, right as a monstrous roar and a wall of purple energy erupts behind him. Whatever comparison she was about to make, it isn't good. Merkin just smiles through it all. I was bewitched by such pure mana, he admits, and I stumbled upon the two of you, so I want to ask you both. To ask you both a favor, he finishes. I'll give you both something nice if you do. Nothing says trustworthy like a mysterious, terrifyingly powerful old man in the woods offering gifts. A hooded shape looms over someone collapsed on the ground in the dark, and the moment lands like a gut punch. A face jolts wide-eyed with shock in the red-tinted dark, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Years ago, deep in a shadowy forest, a hooded stranger makes two kids an offer they can't quite refuse. I'll give you both something nice if you do. Whatever this turns out to be, it hits the two of them like a freight train. Young Ephraim isn't buying vague promises, she wants to see it first before she agrees to anything. The old man just chuckles at her suspicion, haha kiddo. Her friend shrugs it off with an easy okay, sure, then instantly regrets it as raw power floods through her, blue lightning crackling and tears streaming. Light and color explode through the clearing as the magic tears loose. A tiny winged spirit takes shape out of the glow, drifting toward the girls like a living firework. Both girls freeze as the spirit light settles over them. Whatever just happened, there's no undoing it now. Panic sets in fast. This is way more power than either of them bargained for. Stop panicking, the old man tells her flatly. Take a deep breath and accept it. Not exactly comforting, but it's all she's getting. She forces herself to breathe through it, one hand clutched over her chest where the new power has just settled in. Color and light rip through the trees again as the power finishes settling into her. The whole clearing seems to crackle with the leftover magic. Gasping for breath, she asks what on earth just happened. He explains these are spirits now, living inside them, meant to help them grow. Only the truly talented can even survive taking one in. People like the two of them, he says, are rare enough to handle it at all. What they just received even has a name: the Spiel of Light, a top-tier spirit fusing every element into one. One of the girls can't wrap her head around it. This stranger just cooked up two of the rarest spirits alive like it was nothing. Just who is this guy? Years later, all grown up, the two of them cross paths with the old mage again. This time he's holding out a sealed envelope. Ephraim needles him about it. Sure, it wasn't the cash they expected, but fine, they got something out of the deal. He mutters back, a little wounded, that what he gave them years ago was worth far more than money. The two of them fall into step together, wandering deeper into the woods. Cut back to the present. Deculin finally catches up. So this is where you were. A dark, cloaked figure looms over Ephraim and Sylvia, footsteps closing in through the gloom. Somewhere in the dark, someone lies motionless beside a faintly glowing case. Face to face at last, Deculin greets the old man. Long time no see. The name finally lands, Lohakkin. The reveal lands like a gut punch. Realization flashes across both girls' faces. Turns out this quiet old man is known as one of the entire continent's greatest living mages. And somehow, also this generation's worst criminal. He's one of the Empire's 10 most wanted, branded a member of the shadowy Black Beast, and his crime is about to top even that. The charge against him, the attempted assassination of the Empress. Yeah, that Empress, and right on cue the game system chimes in with a notification. A brand new quest just popped into his head. Get something from Lohakkin, and there's a reward waiting on the other side. Translation: this old man isn't just dangerous, he's plot critical. Exactly the kind of person Deculin can't afford to get wrong. Sylvia and Ephraim finally clock exactly who they've been standing next to this whole time. Lohakkin turns on Deculin, needling him by his own reckoning. Deculin's skill never should have been enough to land the position he holds now. Deculin doesn't flinch. People change, he says, even when raw skill doesn't. Lohakkin presses, half accusing. Did he step on someone to get there? Deculin just repeats himself. Things have changed. Case in point, he adds, he walked straight through Lohakkin's barrier without breaking a sweat. That one actually lands. Lohakkin's expression flickers, impressed despite himself. He doesn't waste any more time on it. Ephraim, Sylvia head down the mountain of darkness. Ephraim tries to protest. They only just absorbed the spirits, but he laughs it off, swears the spirits are perfectly safe, and reminds them leaving was the whole deal. Sylvia, ever the optimist, just decides to take him at his word. Deculin isn't in the mood to argue either. Hurry. His warning to the girls is as blunt as it gets: stick around, and they might not walk away from this. That shuts them both up fast. He hands off a tracking charm, his wood steel, and tells them to just follow it out through the trees. It'll keep them from getting lost in the forest, he says, and quietly adds, don't lose, about as close to be careful as he gets. One word go, and they're sprinting through the dark woods. With the girls clear, Deculin turns back to face Lohakkin alone. Lohakkin waits for him in the gloom, unreadable. Deculin squares up, power already gathering at his fingertips. Deculin calls it straight. Stalling won't help either of them. No backup is coming. Lohakkin's tone turns oddly weary. He's already killed enough agents chasing him and would rather not add to the count. But he never planned on losing this fight either. Deculin doesn't answer, he just readies his own power. Something in that silence sets Lohakkin off. Blue lightning crackles to life around him. Lohakkin cuts to the real question: did Deculin come here to tear down the temple itself? The accusation hangs in the air as lightning wreathes them both. Deculin answers on his own terms, because I won't fight. Strangely, Lohakkin pivots, almost helpful now. He tells him the northwest side has weaker security, like he's quietly steering him somewhere safer. Lohakkin studies him a beat longer. Something about Deculin really has changed. He admits, then warns flatly this is the last time he'll let him walk away. Deculin holds his gaze and says nothing. Lohakkin waves off. Any more talk? Please leave. Deculin agrees, though he hesitates a beat before he actually does. He starts to say something else, then stops himself. Out of nowhere, Lohakkin asks if he believes in God. Deculin clocks it instantly. This is the question that could crack open the whole quest. His answer is simple: I only believe in myself. No hesitation in it either. Lohakkin glances back at him, chewing that over. Very you, he finally says, like that answer told him everything he needed to know. Lohakon tosses something his way, an old red tome marked with a pentagram. Pages of notes and maps on cultists fill the book. Read it is all Lohakon says. It logs itself as a special item on the spot. Lohakon's own exploration notes on the cultists haunting a place called the Destruction. And just like that, Lohakon bids him farewell almost gently. Bye, take care. The quest clears on the spot, a page of the item catalog and a bit of store currency, his reward for simply letting the man go. Dekulin walks off alone under the night sky, turning the whole encounter over in his head. His conclusion is blunt. Lohakon isn't evil, whatever the wanted posters say. He's one of those untouchable focal points, the kind fate won't let die before their part is played out. Exactly why Dekulin let him walk. With that mystery filed away, the story shifts elsewhere around the mountain of darkness. Something detonates through the trees hard enough to turn heads. Dekulin just glances toward it, almost amused. He mutters to himself about that meticulous old snake, then wonders aloud if it's finally time to cut loose a little. Word of the whole mess spreads fast through the capital. A full manhunt launches to finally bring in the wanted Lohakon. Knights and police comb the mountain of darkness for 4 straight days. But for all that effort, the Empress hears the report, thoroughly unimpressed. Bottom line, they failed. Lohakon's long gone, slipped clean out of the capital. The Empress isn't even mad, just bored. The whole report basically boils down to, we lost the man who tried to kill you. What actually grabs her attention is the rumor that Dekulin went toe-to-toe with him in a magic duel. Her advisor confirms it. His knights found the scene an absolute mess. By all accounts, it must have been one hell of a fight. Lohakon left almost no trail escaping except for his own blood, smeared across the mountain. There's only one explanation left standing: Dekulin actually wounded him. That gets a delighted, almost predatory grin out of the Empress. She leans in, thoroughly hooked now. Elsewhere, word of the wanted Lohakon draws the attention of another player altogether, a fire mage going by Adeline. Back at court, the Empress still can't get over it. He made one of the strongest people alive bleed. That Dekulin. She's grinning now, she can't wait for her lessons with him to start. A grand imperial capital rises against the clouds, marble spires and stained glass towers, the seat of magic itself. Alone at her window, Ephraim goes quiet, lost in thought before the day even starts. Flashback: deep in the woods, Dekulin leads a young Ephraim and Sylvia by the hand. It's a secret that we met Lohakon, one of them murmurs. Things get messy if anyone finds out. Dekulin waves off the worry. Don't overthink it, he says. If you made a promise, you just keep it, simple as that. But young Ephraim can't shake the unease on her face. A promise like that doesn't sit right. Years later, Ephraim turns that memory over while holding a wax-sealed letter, the same promise, it seems, that Dekulin once made her keep with this Lohakon. Turns out Lohakon is a notorious criminal. She looked him up herself. A professor telling his students to honor a promise to a guy like that. Does that even track? Still turning it over in her head, she heads for class, footsteps echoing down the hall. Best to just focus on today's lesson, she tells herself. Who knows what Dekulin's cooked up this time? She pushes open the classroom door, bracing for whatever's waiting. A blinding flash jolts her wide awake. Something's very wrong here. Light floods the room in a burst of raw magic. And just like that, the walls fall away into a full-blown cityscape, towers, streets, the whole skyline. Ephraim can only gape as the illusion swallows the world whole. Somehow he's turned an entire classroom into a full replica of the Imperial University. Standing before the looming doors, she can't help but wonder just what kind of class this is going to be. A voice rings out. Class starts the instant it hits 3 o'clock. Miss it and you've already failed. Stay sharp, the voice warns. This whole lesson plays out like real combat. One student can barely choke out the word combat. Turns out they're all sealed inside a virtual barrier, a miniature replica world, and the only way out is to escape it. 3 hours on the clock, and this barrier comes stocked with actual demonic beasts. Think of it as survival, the voice says flatly. Get critically hurt and you're out, just like the real thing. Okay, good luck, Ephraim mutters to herself, wind whipping her hair. What in the world has Deculene cooked up this time? Even just hearing the rules laid out was enough to rattle her, and now something's rumbling in the distance. A screech splits the air. Whatever that is, she figures she'd better go check it out. Meanwhile, somewhere outside it all, Deculene watches over the whole exercise. All of this, it turns out, is prep, training his students to survive a real disaster he sees coming for the magic tower. So, he murmurs, weighing something far heavier than a school exam. Buried in an old book under a strange glowing light, he wonders aloud if the coming threat can even reach this deep. Elsewhere, only his collar and that signature pin catch the light as he keeps watching from the shadows. Back inside the illusion, Ephraim presses on, descending deeper into the fake campus. She settles on a flower-lined ledge and spots something odd tucked nearby, a stitched-up stuffed dog. What's this, she wonders, reaching out, right as a low growl answers her. Somewhere else, a classmate's already been eliminated before the lesson even really began. And right in front of Ephraim, an honest-to-God feral dog. The thing lunges, fangs bared, eyes burning red. And then just barks. Turns out the big scary demonic beast is basically an oversized puppy with an attitude problem. Puppy or not, Ephraim's not taking chances, her green magic flares to life around it. Thorn vines rip clean through the wall behind her. Her whip of green magic cracks across the beast and sends it sprawling. Stop joking around, she snaps at it, magic still crackling around her fists. Somewhere nearby, something else is watching with a low, hungry growl. Another student's scream cuts through the air, blood streaking the scene. This exam is drawing real casualties. Somewhere else again, a strange sound stops another student cold. What is that? That would be Sylvia, effortlessly torching a demonic beast in a burst of light. Her magic sweeps through the enemy in one clean, dazzling motion. A pair of classmates can only stare awestruck. As expected of Miss Sylvia, one breathes, beast already flattened at her feet. One of them screws up the courage to ask if she wants to team up and get out together. I understand, good luck, she says, which is Sylvia for no. The poor guys shuffle off, crushed. No point teaming up with people who won't actually help, she figures and doesn't look back. Walking on alone, she freezes at a low, ominous rumble. A hulking stone golem rises up out of the rubble, glowing red eyes locking onto her. You've got to be kidding me, she deadpans, thoroughly unimpressed by the universe's timing. Whatever she did to it, the aftermath leaves a building in ruins. This is bigger than I thought, she mutters, taking stock of the wreckage. Ephraim, meanwhile, peers around a corner, muttering that Deculene really went all out on this one. You're still alive, Ephraim, Sylvia says dryly, strolling up like she owns the place. Ephraim shrieks bloody murder at the sudden appearance. Sylvia doesn't even blink. Don't scare me like that, Ephraim sputters. I didn't do anything, Sylvia shrugs, entirely unbothered. Getting down to business, Sylvia lays it out. They need to bring this whole barrier down to escape, and 2 of their 3 hours are already gone. Problem is, Ephraim points out, they haven't even found the barrier's core yet, let alone where it's hiding. Were you even listening to me? Sylvia snaps, arms crossed, clearly done explaining things twice. Ephraim flushes bright red, stammering out something like, are you asking me to team you, before she can even finish. I'm saying I'm going to help you out, Sylvia clarifies, and Ephraim about short circuits on the spot. You want my help that much, huh? Sylvia teases, offering a hand up. Then, all business again, she figures the core's somewhere in the middle. Even a top-tier A-class magic engineering classroom needs a core to keep a barrier like this stable, she explains. Is there really that much difference with an A-class lesson? Ephraim asks. An A-class classroom is peak magic engineering, Sylvia says, the whole building's built from hundreds of magic stones. That's exactly how they can hold lessons in worlds like this one. The catch, nobody knows where the middle of the barrier actually is. Sylvia lets out a tired sigh, no telling how far he's stretched this fake university either. She'd already scouted around trying to find out, but ran straight into feral dogs and golems, and with barely any survivors left, whatever's left of the group would swarm them on sight. What about the bats? Ephraim asks out of nowhere. Sylvia just blinks. What? They keep circling overhead, Ephraim points out, but they've never once attacked. She goes quiet, focusing her magic to feel out exactly what those bats are up to. Streams of color swirl around her as her senses lock onto one of the creatures. The trace holds steady, magic threading straight toward her target. There it is, a bat lit up clean inside her spell. Sylvia starts rattling off sightings, building A, the cafeteria, the first dormitory, and something clicks for Ephraim. Their job was never to attack, she realizes they're watching, which means something's collecting all that information from one central point. The gym, Sylvia adds to the list, and Ephraim's whole face lights up. Right, Sylvia grins back, they're actually onto something. Guess you're the less dumb, Ephraim, Sylvia smirks. What? Ephraim yelps before Sylvia's already moving on. Anyway, that place. There it is, glowing in the distance, the barrier's actual core. Far from the girl's reach, Deculine keeps reading, quietly watching over the whole test he built. Deculine does not hesitate for a second. He just keeps walking straight toward the heart of the barrier. A scout comes sprinting up to report they have finally found the barrier's core. Deculine saunters right up to the massive device at the center of it all, like this is nothing new to him. But finding the core was the easy part. The real job is shutting the thing down completely. I knew you would come here, Sylvia, Deculine says, not even a little surprised to see her. Yes, I know, Sylvia shoots back, cool as ever. Then give it your best shot, he tells her, and right on cue a wave of demonic wolves comes tearing out of the dark. Sylvia does not flinch. Her hand snaps up and she is already moving before the first wolf lands. A blast of light rips through the pack before they even get close. More of them claw their way out of the rubble, eyes glowing bright red. A full pack of phantom wolves bares its teeth at her, and there is no calling this off now. She squares up anyway, fists clenched, not about to back down from a few oversized mutts. Claws and spellfire crisscross the dark in one blur after another. Sylvia answers back with everything she has got, weaving 3 different kinds of magic into a single attack. One of the beasts goes down hard, swallowed whole by her blast. The last of the pack crumples before it even reaches her. Deculine strolls in right as the dust settles, and the survivors are already whimpering at the sight of him. Even the monsters know better than to test him twice. He cannot help but notice she built this entire battlefield herself out of 3 kinds of magic she only just learned. That is not exactly normal. Sylvia is not shy about it either. Don't lump me in with the other students, she tells him flat out. I am Sylvia, Professor, she says, like just saying the name alone should explain everything. Deculine just studies her for a beat, filing that away. Well done, he tells her. Magic-wise you got a perfect score, then comes the catch, but... He grabs her arm mid-sentence, alarm flashing across his face. You're... Sylvia, he says again, sharper this time. A single tear slips down her cheek even as she insists, I don't think so. Then out of nowhere, the whole scene dissolves into a swirl of magic. Something is shifting fast, and neither of them saw it coming. Lightning crackles to life around Deculine and all he can manage is a flat, oh. The whole structure lights up like a circuit board. Sylvia lets out a scream as the current rips through everything around them. Turns out it is not an attack at all. It is a passageway wired straight through to somewhere else. Cut back a bit, Sylvia had already rigged up a bunker close to the core and her partner cannot help but be impressed. Wow, your magic is really useful. Elsewhere in the building, another student takes a jolt of his own and somehow still looks pretty smug about it. The referee calls it, both sides have won this round. Sparks fly as the last of the clashing magic burns itself out. A fist wrapped in crystal blue energy slams down for good measure. Across the hall, another duel goes up in a wall of gold fire. One onlooker practically cheers watching the fireworks go off. It is all part of the same wild afternoon, crystal shards raining down everywhere. Somebody takes a tumble down the stairs mid-celebration, because of course they do. By the time the dust clears, the grand hall goes dead quiet again. Wait a second, it is a classroom now. Turns out this entire chaotic showdown was just Deculine's lesson plan, and Sylvia and Ephraim trade a look like did that seriously just happen. One of you built an entire battlefield, he explains, using nothing but the magic you picked up from your midterms and made it your own. And the other showed enough raw power to disable the barrier outright. A barrier which I built out of layered spellwork in a single instant. No pressure at all, right? When something like this happens for real, he tells the class, the most important thing is to work together. Today's lesson was meant to prepare you all in case this ever happens for real, like that dorm barrier incident. He starts handing out gas masks to the class. Also, make sure you always carry one of these demonic energy masks with you from now on. Also, Efren and Sylvia, he adds, and both girls straighten up at the sound of their names. Well done, he says simply, and the two of them head off together, equal parts proud and exhausted. Once they are clear of the classroom, Sylvia and Efren just trade a long, silent look. The rest of the class files out behind them and the door swings shut. Ugh, gross, one of them mutters, walking off, Dekili knowing how to smile. Sylvia finishes and Efren turns bright red on the spot. That night the university finally goes quiet. The magic tower looms against the dark sky, business as usual from the outside. Deep inside, a crystal gate hums away with quiet magic. And Dekilin is back in his own quarters, arms crossed, clearly still turning something over in his head. That something turns out to be his Midas touch, running overtime on a new project. Word of it does not take long to spread across the university grounds. Good, he says, satisfied, stepping into his office. Turns out he has installed a brand new chalkboard right in there. It's the same one as the lecture hall at the Magic Tower, he notes, tracing the runes across it. It is an enchanted item called the twin chalkboards. Anything written on one instantly shows up on the other, no matter what stands in the way. I built in two-way communication myself, he explains, and juiced it up with my own Midas touch, just in case. Because there is a bigger problem on the horizon, something he is calling the middle boss event, the Ashes' Baron. True to its name, the thing is not even a solid body, just a shifting pile of ash that can take almost any shape it wants. Dekili knows he cannot stop it outright, so the best he can do is make sure the students have a fighting chance if it ever finds them. The catch is, it is a random event. He has no idea who it will show up in front of or when. This should be enough for now, he decides, right as a knock at the door pulls him away. All right, I'm coming, he calls back, already heading out. He heads down through the Magic Tower's halls. Straight down to the 40th floor, the party hall. The place is done up for a proper occasion, chandeliers and all. A whole banquet is underway and the host is introducing two guests of honor, citizens of the empire back from making a name for themselves overseas. They have returned as new guest professors and one of them steps up with an easy smile. I'm Varkin, pleased to meet you. Or maybe things are not quite as calm as they look, because somewhere else a wave of red mist comes tearing through a room like it owns the place. Looks like the Ashes' Baron already found its opening. And it wastes absolutely no time going for the kill. We open on a fine new estate and inside, a mage named Luina slumped over her desk, absolutely wrecked. She's just crawled out of, in her own words, the worst welcoming party of her life, and she's still fuming about the professors there. Those eyes could kill, she is not letting this go anytime soon. Back when she was still called Deculin's rival, they fawned all over her. Now that she's just a visiting professor, she says, they won't even look her in the eye. Every toast, every conversation, she says, they cut her out of all of it, like she was never even in the room. They were so petty, she says, they even snatched the food away right in front of her. Pieces of trash, she mutters. I suppose I'll just have to keep enduring it, she sighs. Ridicule for the rest of her career, that's the future she's bracing herself for. Because this, she says grimly, staring into the dark, is what my life is going to look like from now on. Cut to a few days later, deep inside the Imperial Palace's Grand Hall of Learning. Dekilin formally introduces himself to greet her Imperial Majesty, who already looks thoroughly unimpressed. This is only the second time they've properly sat down together since her coronation. So, first lesson, where do we start? Ever the planner, he wants to map out which magic systems and elements she's comfortable with first. She's not interested in homework. Let's just chat, she says, then casually brings up a certain magic duel he had with someone called Lohaken. Apparently surviving a fight with Lohaken is supposed to be a miracle. And yet here he is, showing up for his lesson looking perfectly fine. I was lucky, Dekilin deflects. Even Lohaken must have been exhausted being on the run for so long. She laughs it off, then casually asks if the intelligence agents who died right before that duel were simply unlucky too. Dekulin has nothing to say to that. Internally, he clocks exactly what's happening. She's stalling the actual lesson. But he can't let himself get pulled into her pace. As far as he's concerned, this woman is the single most important person in the entire world. If he lets her slack off now, he knows the difficulty of what's coming will only spike later. Getting back on track, he hands her a magic paper designed to read her aptitude. Her response, "I already said I didn't want to do this. I'm the instructional mage assigned to explore magic truths with you," he says evenly. "If this isn't a lesson, I have no reason to be here." Doing what you don't want to do, he tells her flatly, that's tradition, that's etiquette, that's study. She can barely process it's someone actually lecturing her, the absolute ruler of the continent, without flinching. "You Klein," she murmurs, studying his face. "You really are as extraordinary as the rumors say. I like you even more," she grins, "now that we've met in person." "Fine, go ahead and try," she says, "but if it's boring, this lesson ends right now." "As you wish," Dekulin replies coolly. Meanwhile, out in the city streets, something else entirely is stirring. Back in her carriage, Luna groans, her head is absolutely pounding. "That damn Dekulin," she mutters through gritted teeth. This obsession is clearly not letting up on her. In her head, he's nothing but a devilish bastard who's built his whole reputation on cheap tricks. He's definitely that type, she admits to herself, but why do I keep hearing such different stories about him? Elsewhere, two students trudge toward class, dreading what's ahead. "Ugh, it's Dekulin's class again. I'm gonna get totally destroyed." "But you actually learn a ton," the other points out. "Honestly, nobody in the whole tower explains things better." "True, but it is brutal." Luna overhears and can't process it. "Wait, Dekulin, good at teaching, there's no way that's true." Then the rumors just keep piling on. He beat a demon at the Mountain of Darkness, stopped a runaway train, cracked the university's barrier crisis all by himself. And apparently he even fought Lohaken in a duel and actually wounded him, someone adds. Luna's hand flies up in disbelief. She just stands there, stunned into silence. "I can't believe it," she insists. "The Dekulin I know could never do that. There's no way, no way, no way." In a shadowed alley, a mysterious contact hands Luna a glowing stone. "That despicable bastard," she seethes, "kidnapped me just to make use of me for this." "Don't make me laugh," she snaps, dark magic curling around her. "Stop talking nonsense. You think I don't know you're inflating yourself with false rumors?" Something nearby flinches at her outburst. Later, her driver announces they've arrived. "Lady Luna, we're here." "Ah, yes," she murmurs, distracted. Outside, someone's footsteps stop cold. "What was that?" "I think I just saw something." Luna snaps herself back to focus. "Get it together right now." "I'm here to see Her Majesty," she announces outside the looming palace. She strides toward the entrance, bracing herself for round two. Inside, paperwork piles up on a desk while the Empress lets out a long, dramatic yawn. "Pardon," the Empress asks, catching herself. "The lesson, I mean." "How should I put it?" she says slowly. "It's a bit boring," the Empress declares flatly. Luna's whole face falls apart. She freezes completely, the word landing like a physical blow. "Apologies, Your Majesty," Luna blurts, bowing frantically, then stalls out, trying to think of something better to offer. The Empress just shrugs. It was a good chance to confirm someone's real talent for getting on people's nerves. "Don't you have any interesting stories?" Luna goes silent. My apologies, she stammers, mortified. Then something in her expression shifts, dark and calculating. "An interesting story, you say, haha." The scene cuts away, drifting back toward the Tower District. Footsteps pound down a corridor. Luna is on the move. She's saying my lesson was more boring than Dekulin's. The thought alone makes her seethe. She throws open a door, exhaling hard. Sigh, damn it, nothing is going right. A note sits waiting on the desk. "What's this note?" she asks. She unfolds it, scanning the strange runic script written inside. It's an official notice expulsion from the Magic Society addressed to Monarch Luna herself. "Ha," she laughs bitterly. She flashes back to the invitation that started all this. "Lady Luna, why don't you join our Magic Society?" An older tower professor had explained it as just a friendly gathering, where the professors occasionally pay their respects to the chairwoman. Now, gripping a letter opener, Luina isn't buying the innocent framing for a second, she's trying to read the real intent behind that approach. She starts putting it together. They probably wanted to use this exact moment to slot her right back into the head professor's seat. Ghostly, grinning faces crowd into her vision, jeering loser over and over. Glowing red eyes flare out of the darkness around her, laughter echoing on every side. The very people who hyped me up like that, she thinks bitterly, now they'd just throw me away like this. Ghostly hands point and jab at her from every direction. Loser, loser. You are a loser, a haunting voice growls, a dark figure looming over the whole vision. She lets out a pained cry as something inside her finally cracks. Then she turns and starts laughing, not a good kind of laugh. The laughter spirals into something completely unhinged. Blood, thorns, wreckage, and through it all, one furious thought, those sons of bitches. I'll have my revenge, she vows, all composure gone. I'll kill them all, I won't forgive any of you. She thrashes violently, crying out in pain and fury all at once. Cracks spread across the walls around her like thorns, mirroring exactly what's happening inside her head. Something in her finally breaks clean through, like glass shattering outward. The chaos crests in a wash of red. Darkness and cracked, thorned walls swallow the frame whole. And then, just as suddenly, it fades, the vision dissolving back into a quiet, ordinary building exterior. Cut to Deculine's tower where the mood is a lot lighter. Sylvia, don't just refute everything unconditionally, someone pleads while another calls out, guys eat while you work. Oh thanks, someone chirps happily, arms full of fresh bread, so how's the assignment coming along? Thanks to a certain someone, business is going so well it's actually a problem, one of them grumbles. Wait Sylvia, you are talking about me, right? The room dissolves into laughter, a nice, ordinary note to close things out on, at least for now. Rewind a bit, the group's needling Urazen for blowing his allowance on snacks, but he just laughs it off. They did all the homework after all, so he figures it's the least he owes them. Snacks and jokes aside, the shot pulls back to reveal a massive, blood-red archway looming ahead, like the art itself is warning you this is about to go sideways. A cluster of classmates, Julia among them, gathers outside a doorway, and something about the hall ahead has everyone freezing in place. A weird thumping echoes out from inside. Someone half jokes it's got to be a prank, but nobody actually sounds like they believe that. Efren steps closer and calls out into the dark, uneasy but refusing to just stand there and wonder. Something crashes hard enough to rattle the whole hallway, and a figure stumbles as the noise rips through the building. Whatever's back there doesn't answer, just a heavy silence and a shape she can't quite make out. She reaches out and grabs the shoulder of a familiar face, or what used to be one, quietly asking Lawton. He turns around and it is very much not fine, rotting greenish skin, bloodshot eyes, nothing human left in that face. Efren's stomach drops. All that answers her is a low, guttural groan, the kind that tells you talking this thing down stopped being an option. A classmate nearby completely loses it, screaming as the thing looms over the both of them. Efren doesn't hesitate, she throws up her hand and channels raw green magic straight at the monster. The spell rips through the air in a blinding wave of light. It slams into what used to be Lawton and sends him flying clean off his feet. Julia rushes over to check on her and Efren, still shaking, can barely get the words out. Another classmate looks around at the others, hoping somebody else just saw that too, because what on earth is that thing? Cut to Sylvia replaying the whole thing in her head, eyes still wide with the shock of it. She snaps back to the present with a crackle of her own magic. This is serious, she mutters. Someone asks just how serious. Sylvia doesn't sugarcoat it, yeah. Because right now the entire magic tower is being swallowed in ash, the whole building vanishing under a creeping gray haze. Ash, just the word makes everyone's blood run cold, given what that stuff's already proven it can do. Someone presses Sylvia for details and she just shrugs, honest as ever. She's not totally sure either, she's only telling them what she saw. What she is sure of, that same nasty ash has completely blanketed the tower's lower floors and sealed off the only way out. Worse, she doubts anyone trapped in there even realizes what's happening, since the ash itself seems to carry some kind of bewitching effect. Back inside the tower, a group of students who'd just been innocently writing exam questions freeze up, panic creeping into every voice. Something is pounding on the door from the other side, again and again and again. One of the guys mutters through gritted teeth, wondering what the hell happened to that lunatic Lawton to turn him into whatever's out there now. The door itself starts catching fire, ash flames chewing straight through the wood, and someone screaming that this is very, very bad. Panic spreads fast. Isn't this basically a death sentence for everyone trapped in here? Somebody keeps a cooler head, insisting they need to find somewhere safer and just hold on until help shows up. Easier said than done, though. Nobody actually knows where somewhere safer even is. Someone remembers the tower's got dozens of classrooms, and at least one of them should be packed with magic crystals, which just might be their ticket out. Sylvia's already moving, calling out that they'll push all the way to the A classroom, but someone points out that's the head professor's own lecture hall, and that is a long way to run right now. Efren squares up next to her anyway. "Get ready," she says, and you can tell she means it. One of the guys grits through his nerves and grabs the door. "I'm opening it," he calls out, bracing for whatever's waiting. The moment it swings open, the pink-haired girl already has her hand up and a spell loaded, staring down the groaning thing on the other side. Somebody's yelling for Efren to hurry, and she's already gritting her teeth, winding up something big. She calls the elements, wind and earth, twisting together into her spell, unseen chains. Sylvia backs her up, her own magic howling to life around her hands as the creatures shriek in response. "Now run," someone shouts, and the whole group bolts for the opening. They sprint through the corridor together, footsteps pounding, praying the spell holds long enough. Something's still thrashing behind them, but nobody looks back, they just keep moving. The chains stretch and groan under the strain of holding the thing back. Efren seals the gap behind them with a burst of magic and waves the others on. "This way, hurry." Sylvia catches her breath next to her and just manages a quiet thanks, which from her is basically a hug. They push deeper into the tower's grand, empty halls, every creak of the building setting nerves on edge. The corridor stretches on, eerily quiet under the chandeliers, like the whole place is holding its breath. The pink-haired girl pulls on a gas mask and peeks carefully around the next corner before anyone else risks stepping out. What she sees isn't good. The hallway ahead is crawling with monsters, and one's already lunging for someone. Here's the ugly part: they can't just blast through since not everyone out there is a monster yet. Someone begs Sylvia to tunnel a path underneath instead. Her answer is a flat no. Turns out the tower's floors and ceilings are built with seriously high-grade magic engineering. This isn't the A-class wing, but it's still way tougher than anything she can just dig through. So instead, she throws everything she's got into another spell. One of the creatures flinches hard as the magic tears into it. A howling vortex rips through the hallway, sweeping the monsters up and clearing the way. "Run," someone yells, and there finally the stairs come into view. More shapes rise up out of the dark ahead, and Sylvia's already bracing for round 2. The monsters shriek as she cuts them down without slowing. "The stairs I can handle," she says, and for once nobody doubts her. One of the guys just stares at her half in awe, muttering that she's basically an archmage now. She's already moving. No time to gawk, let's go. They finally round the corner to a grand door marked A-class, the room they've been fighting this whole way to reach. The little plaque confirms it. They've made it to the head professor's own lecture hall. Bold move, crashing his classroom mid-crisis, but hey, desperate times. Someone steadies a shaken classmate as they stumble the last few steps inside. Chests heaving, they finally reach the door itself. Inside, it's almost peaceful, flowers on the shelves, quiet air. "We can finally catch a breather," someone breathes out. Julia turns to Efren, asking what's next. Efren doesn't love the answer either. Nobody knows when this gets fixed, and just sitting around waiting for rescue feels like a gamble they can't afford. "Let's find something we can actually do," she says, instead of just waiting around. She finishes, steadying herself. If she's going to call herself a mage, she figures she'd better act like one, cool head and all, even now. Then a voice cuts in from the doorway, catching Sylvia off guard. "What are you doing here?" Because scrawled across an old blackboard in the room is a message nobody remembers writing. Break through the barrier's core, avoid a head-on fight, survive, and remember, this board is their only line to whoever's really out there. Everyone just stares at it, the same question on every face: what on earth is this? Out of nowhere, a blackboard starts filling itself in. Find the barrier's core, don't fight it head on, survive and never forget, this board is the only link between you and me. A girl squints at the message, totally baffled. What is this? Did Deculene write this? Her classmates go wide-eyed at the next line scrawled underneath: Deculene, you idiot. Somewhere, an unseen hand keeps writing, rose-tipped pen and all, like the professor is dictating every word through the chalk itself. One girl is not amused. You want to mess around in a situation like this, she snaps. Wait, Ifrin, the board is writing itself. Turns out it is dead serious and very, very real. The chalk just keeps scratching away, line after line, like it has all the time in the world. Turns out the pen has a puppeteer. Somewhere else entirely, Deculene is the one running the spell. The board even hands out punishment on the spot, and Ifrin earns a demerit. It reads, "What? This blackboard must be linked to Professor Deculene," someone mutters. "Yeah, seems like it," comes the deadpan reply. The chalk keeps tapping away, spelling out more instructions nobody asked for. Word comes through fast. They are holed up in the A-class classroom, and outside, the whole magic tower has turned into a war zone of zombified debutantes. And the classroom door they are hiding behind is one hit away from giving out completely. More chalk, more scratching. Deculene's answer is already on its way. "We need to activate the classroom barrier. Send the passcode now," the board demands. "Understood." A glowing circle blooms across the floor. It's here. The door finally caves, something bloody crashing through right behind it. Hurry, it's about to break. The barrier spell roars to life at the exact moment everything goes to hell. A corrupted classmate manages one good hit before the spell can save them. Sylvia watches, jaw tight. Spell activate, there is no turning back now. Light swallows the entire room whole. One by one, the trapped students get yanked clean out of danger and dropped into the forest outside. We made it, somehow, impossibly, everyone is still breathing. Two of the boys throw their fists up, giddy just to still be alive. Sylvia and her white-haired friend share a quiet high-five, the kind you only get after nearly dying together. But the relief does not last long. Someone finally asks the question hanging over all of them: when is help actually coming? Sylvia rounds on Deculene the second she spots him. "What kind of talk is that? You want us handling this crisis on our own? Are you even the head professor?" A classmate needles her. "Hey Ifrin, you ask him. Deculene only favors you anyway. Why are you picking a fight again?" she fires back. The board lights up again with cold, hard data. The whole crisis traces straight back to the 23rd floor. What's even on the 23rd floor? Sylvia wonders aloud, Uriel at her side. Probably just the office of that new invited professor, someone guesses. Wait, was it Professor Riene? Professor Luina? The name lands heavy. They survived one disaster and this one is clearly far from over. Isn't there basically nothing up there? We cannot exactly fight the monsters, they are our own classmates. Besides Professor Luina's new office, that floor is supposed to be empty. Deculene goes still. Luina, the Baron of Ash, parasitized Luina. But something about that does not add up. Luina is supposed to be a named character, way above whatever rank the Baron of Ash could actually possess. Deculene is already hard at work, sketching out a counterspell built specifically to fight the Ash corruption. One of the noble boys scoffs at the idea. "You are whipping up a brand new spell now, do you even know how long that takes?" He keeps going right up until Sylvia shuts him down with one flat word: quiet. "We need Professor Deculene's magic a lot more than we need your negativity right now," she tells him bluntly. "So shut your mouth." "Why are you like this, Sylvia?" Now more than ever, nobles need to stick together, he pleads. "Vec, if you want to act so damn noble," she cuts back. "Then actually bring out that dignity you are always so obsessed with. At least try, now of all times." That one lands hard. Nobody says a word for a moment. "There has to be something only we, trapped in here, can actually do," her white-haired friend says quietly. "Sylvia, you are already thinking it too, aren't you?" "Probably," Sylvia admits. "We catch one of the debutantes and we take it apart ourselves." Deeper in the tower, the halls that once hosted a glittering debutante ball now sit choked in ash and dead silence. Nearby, one of the corrupted debutantes goes down hard, groaning under whatever has taken hold of them. The counterspell's build starts coming together, water and earth as its core components. Elsewhere in the wreckage, a tense standoff crackles to life between a wary student and green magic gone wrong. Something shatters and shatters again and then again. A hand snaps out of the wreckage, closing around a small blue orb. Somewhere in the chaos, someone freezes, blindsided by what they have just realized. A burst of green magic knocks the fight sideways, and a strange blue seal flares to life on the floor. Someone slips through the drifting ash and smoke, barely more than a shadow. A corrupted student staggers into view, bandaged and hollow-eyed, choking out ragged breaths. Back with Sylvia and her friend, gas masks strapped on, they push forward through the wreckage. Let's hurry, right? Ahead, a glass-domed room finally comes into view through the haze. Back at his desk, Deculien works the real fix, patch a new circuit onto the barrier formula that neutralizes the ash's control outright. The design is perfect. I have done this 100 times. Besides, decomposition magic is basic stuff, even waste plants run on it. The circuit itself is nothing, he reasons. The real problem is data. He has no idea what the corruption is actually made of on a material level. If only I had that. Then out of nowhere, something catches his attention. He goes quiet for a moment, turning it over in his head. A slow smile creeps in. Now I have everything I need. Thanks to that, the formula is done. Transmitting it now, he announces, floors away. Vec can barely believe it. What, you already finished it? That's impossible, someone breathes, stunned. A massive rune circle carves itself into the ground, humming with power. Light floods everything as the formula locks into place. But this formula is enormous, Epheren gasps, staring at the sheer scale of what she has just been handed. Can you actually run something this big, comes the question. Deculien does not even blink. Yes, I can. Deep in the tower's ruined depths, the ash just keeps drifting, thick and undisturbed. The halls down here have gone dead silent, the kind of silent that means something is still listening. Something shifts in the dark, low and slow, just out of sight. A voice hisses through the gloom, fixated on one twisted goal: total, complete erosion. The rumbling just keeps getting closer and closer and closer still. Whatever is wearing that face now snarls back into the dark, shut up.